Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage, Director of the Ronald Reagan Institute, Mr. Roger Zakheim.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you. Roger Zakheim here, Director of the Reagan Institute. The Reagan Institute is the D.C. office of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation Institute. Here in D.C., we lead the public affairs, public policy, think tank work of the foundation. It's wonderful to have you here, and it's my honor to welcome you to the 2026 National Security Innovation Base Summit as we release the 4th annual NSIB Report Card. We're very excited for what we have in store today. We're going to hear from members of Congress, senior officials from the Pentagon, thought leaders, investors, technology and industry executives. Here at the Institute, our guiding philosophy is peace through strength. And this event demonstrates the importance of that principle in ensuring our country is prepared to meet the threats of tomorrow. Now, cooperation amongst the players represented in this room, I'm grateful to all of you for being here, is crucial to maintaining America's technological edge. It requires leaders from across the political spectrum, you'll see that in our first discussion here, and from the public and private sector to solve our hardest national security problems. It will take all of us to tackle the persistent problems and create actionable change. That is the goal of the NSIB Report Card in our event today, to convene the most important voices to discuss where we need to improve and how to do it. As our report card shows, we have work ahead of us. Those grades aren't great. There's some good things as well. But there's definitely stuff to celebrate. Here in Washington, our leaders are signaling their intent to transform and modernize the National Security Innovation Base. And our private sector, innovators, the entrepreneurs, technologists, the venture capitalists, they're answering the call with ingenuity and dynamism that help define America's innovation leadership. I want to thank a few people who support the NSIB Report Card. They are indispensable. Our knowledge partners at McKinsey & Company and our NSIB Program Advisory Board. Thank you. I also want to thank Snowpoint Ventures and all our partners for their support of our NSIB program. I think Doug Philippone is here someplace. Doug, especially thank you for being an early investor. Of course, you're sitting in front of me. Thank you, Doug. All right, close with words from our sponsor, our 40th president, President Reagan. On February 26, 1986, President Reagan addressed the nation in prime time from the Oval Office, reflecting on 5 years of progress executing America's National Defense Program. This is what he said, quote, "Innovation is our advantage, but innovation is not enough. We have to follow through. Blueprints alone do not deter aggression. We have to translate our lead in the lab to lead in the field. This summit is about advancing that legacy. We face sophisticated adversaries at the forefront of developing cutting-edge technology with commercial and military applications. Now more than ever, we need to heed President Reagan's call to continue expanding our lead in the lab and ensure that it translates from the lab into the battlefield. As President Reagan understood, this is how we advance America's economic prosperity and preserve peace through strength today." Now, I'd like to welcome Mr. Fred Ryan, chairman of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation Institute, to introduce our first session. Fred. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here with us today. And thank you to Dave Trulio and Roger and the entire Reagan Institute team for putting together this terrific gathering. It's my honor to introduce our first session, a conversation that speaks to one of the most important dynamics shaping American national security today, the ability to drive real change through bipartisan leadership. Lasting progress on national security rarely comes from one party alone. And in a moment of intensifying global challenges, bipartisan leadership has never mattered more. Strengthening the national security, innovation, and industrial base has become a central priority for policymakers on both sides of the aisle. From scaling emerging technologies, to rebuilding industrial capacity, to accelerating the transition of innovation into operational capability, Congress plays a critical role in ensuring the United States can outpace evolving threats. We're fortunate this morning to be joined by two members of Congress who have emerged as leading voices in this effort and who continue to shape the conversation with their respective parties and across Congress. Senator Jim Banks of Indiana and Senator Ruben Gallego of Arizona. Together, they bring different approaches and perspectives, but a shared commitment to strengthening America's national security. Please join me in welcoming Senator Banks and Senator Gallego, along with our moderator, Brianna Riley of Punchbowl News. Thanks, Brianna.
It's going to be an interesting little...
All right, thank you all for joining us this morning. I am joined, as mentioned, by esteemed Senator Jim Banks of Indiana and Senator Ruben Gallego of Arizona. These two joined the Senate in 2024 following their election then, but were longtime members of the House Armed Services Committee before that. And I actually want to draw on some of that experience as we open this dialogue for the inaugural session of this year's summit. Senator Banks, I'll actually start with you and make reference to your participation in the 2020 Future of Defense Task Force. Now, that panel produced recommendations to better integrate emerging technology into the existing defense apparatus, improve the adoption of AI, and aid the government in leveraging the innovation base. 6 years later, where do you think we're at? I mean, what's your assessment of how the national security innovation base is meeting emerging threats?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here. I'm such a big fan of the Reagan Institute and the serious conversations that are convened here at Roger Zakheim and everyone involved, from the forum at the Reagan Library to this event to the task forces that you have coordinated along the way that I've been a part of. Those have been valuable experiences for me that guide my work on the Armed Services Committee. Seth Moulton and I did the Future Defense Task Force. I think that was in my second term in the House. Chairman Mac Thornberry tasked us with doing it. It was interrupted by COVID. I think we had a 12-month charge. We published a report, and I remember many of the recommendations that we made in the report were related to artificial intelligence and autonomy, quantum computing. I mean, we were maybe ahead of the curve in what we were talking about. Your question is a good one. Have we made progress? I think we were. I think many of the recommendations that we've made maybe have been implemented. I think about Defense Innovation Unit. I mean, for me, the whole experience was educating myself and guiding my work on the committee and learning about what we do well at the Pentagon already, where we can improve, and making recommendations that I think many of them have been legislated. But I also think about the Roger, the task force that y'all put together around the same time on defense industrial policy, and that was a serious effort that many people in this room were a part of too, and I think that was equally important and valuable to, especially with the younger group of us on the committee, that we Gallagher and Rubin and others that were part of those efforts on the committee, that we chewed into some of those recommendations. But guiding the way for more investment and autonomy, and pushing all of the branches to maybe change their culture in ways that would embrace autonomy. I think maybe we've made some progress, but certainly not enough.
And Senator Gallego, I want to get your thoughts as well. What is the current state of play from your vantage point? I mean, is Congress, is the administration doing enough to sort of bolster the innovation base? And are there any emerging technology areas that you want to see get more investment or attention?
Well, I mean, certainly was encouraging that they hire Emil Michael, someone who I think is respected across the board, both Democrats and Republicans. I've known him forever, since our college days, and any person that can bring Uber to the forefront is going to be able to bring a lot of tech and innovation to Department of Defense. I think it's very difficult to actually ascribe success to this administration, not because it's of this administration, but because the nature of just warfare has changed so fast. And it'd be hard for any administration to actually adjust as fast as it has. We were talking about AI back in our day. We were on the House Armed Services Committee for almost 10 years together, right? And we're talking about AI and cybersecurity. We kind of started talking about drones. We never saw the scope of what drones were going to be able to do as fast as it did, and how fast the evolution of it became, and how our industrial base is actually misaligned with the threats that are out there right now. And even sometimes the demand signal that we need to send from our through our NDAA or defense appropriations is still not actually giving the right demand signal to industry for them to make the investments, both on the hard side but also on the human side. Because sometimes it will be easier for them to actually put down the right type of widget factory. It's going to be harder for you to train the industrial based worker and hold that industrial based worker. And it may be even harder now when you have higher higher amounts of unemployment, where some of these workers that are going to be fairly well trained are going to be actually quite competitive in the future coming workforce. So there needs to be a lot more deeper understanding of what this workforce is that we're going to need, how we're going to train them, how we're going to retain them, and also how we're going to end up retraining them, because as the evolutions comes through innovation and tech, there's probably going to have to be a lot of new training grounds for this. The days of the guy coming out of the shop and training with the apprenticeship program, being able to go build that Liberty ship and then be able to do that for 20 years, those days are done. We're going to have to be retraining our workers all the time, and I don't know if we're right-sided on the competitive side or the non-defense side. I do see that. I think we had to bring some of that into the world that we want in the defense world.
Yeah, to follow on your workforce point, I think I want to drill down on the defense industrial base and acknowledge that the National Defense Strategy that was released at the end of January made supercharging the DIB one of its key priorities, key areas of focus. And Senator Banks, I want to direct this question to you as a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. Do you think the forthcoming NDAA can help sort of get at those challenges? And specifically the National Defense Strategy mentioned, quote, empowering innovators. I mean, can lawmakers use the NDAA to help make that a reality?
Well, we have to, but it's also a funding issue. $25 billion in the reconciliation just for munitions. And if we're learning anything from Iran, how quickly we're depleting our munitions, we recognize that we have to do more to invest there. And the industrial base plays a big role in that. Indiana is the crossroads of America, but we're also the crossroads of the DIB, with the defense manufacturing base that we have in my state, from Raytheon, BAE, L3, Rolls-Royce, Ultra, AM General. I mean, all these great companies. Ruben's point, I mean, what they're doing today is going to be a lot different than what they're doing tomorrow. So we have to maintain that workforce and keep these companies in business, but also help them to adapt. And big news just a couple of weeks ago at Crane Navy Base, the third largest Navy base in the world in Indiana, completely landlocked, is also the The Army part of Crane stores 25% of the Army's traditional munitions. So a big groundbreaking there a couple of weeks ago, directly related to the big beautiful bill, $25 billion in munitions, a partnership between Kratos and Rafael from Israel to build solid rocket motors. That's a real example of the type of investment that we have to make to win in Iran. We need a supplemental on Iran, by the way, to help us restore our munitions and keep investing there too. But the NDAA has to go dig further into the industrial base and tackle that subject, especially back to the munitions. And I'll quit rambling. I mean, every single war game that we've seen in Taiwan plays out that we run out of munitions in 1 week. So that being the case, it all comes back to the industrial base and what we can do to restore it in places like Indiana and Arizona.
I want to follow on your point about funding and sort of the demand signals that this administration and Congress are sending to the defense industrial base and the innovation ecosystem. And they've been inconsistent, to say, to put it mildly, right? You can push back on that assertion, Senator Gallego. But I think what I want to ask you about is there seems to be some mixed signals, at least in recent months, about the administration's posture towards the defense industrial base, right? We have, on one hand, this $1.5 trillion top line for FY27. We have talk of a supplemental forthcoming that could be in the tens of billions of dollars for Iran. But then we also have sort of these crackdowns on defense prime contractor performance. And I just wonder what you make of that situation. And Senator Gallego, do you see a path forward for both approving a 1.5 top line for the military while also potentially approving as much as $50 billion in a supplemental?
Oh, you're trying to make news today. Well, first, what the White House is doing, I think they're trying to figure it out. I think this is I'm not going to ascribe any nefarious reasons to it. I think it's a very changing, evolving world, and they're trying to, really get their feet under them to figure out how to move forward and how to invest. And it's not easy. Obviously, things have changed very, very fast. I do think that business, even if it's defense tech companies or defense companies in general, need transparency and they need predictability. If we're changing contracts and if we're changing the incentives, there's going to be bad outcomes there. We have, much like, Indiana, Arizona has a lot of defense tech jobs. A lot of our companies do huge corporate, layouts that are dependent on, future contracts coming in. That kind of ties and binds the administration, whether it's a Democrats or Republican in charge, to a certain type of defense policy. That is unfortunate. I think that sometimes, creates the NDA versus the NDA being, created from the defense policy perspective and then ascribing what we need. In some regards, we kind of have to do that because if we don't do that, we're not going to have an actual industrial base because then we'll be shutting down and opening up all the time, right? I think we need to be doing things in a dual track where we are consistently, keeping our defense companies, ready, armed, helping them innovate too, and there could be real investment structures to that. We need to also help kind of your smaller, startup companies be able to quickly scale up. Whether it's on the AI side, whether it's on the small drone experimental side. And one of the things that you've seen, both from the Ukrainians, even from the Russians themselves, is that they've been able to take and bring to market and scale some fairly sophisticated and cheap munitions quite quickly in the span of 2.5 years. I cannot see the U.S. doing that if we had to. And that's a very scary situation because China's learning everything that Ukraine is doing. China's learning everything that Russia is doing. China's seeing how we're responding. Right now we're potentially going to be outshot by the Iranians. I can't imagine what the Chinese can do. Where we are in terms of $1.5 trillion, it has to be, the details really matter. That is a lot of money. Let's just be clear. A lot of money. It's a lot of money we're borrowing. And I need to see exactly how it's going to be done, what's going to be used for, and where the number came from. There tends to be a lot of round numbers from this administration, And as much as I am a more odd number guy than a round number guy, it should be designed around what the needs are and not around the want for a round number. In terms of munitions, I think this was a ill-planned offensive war by this administration. I think it was not thoroughly thought out whatsoever. And I think until I see a real plan about how we're going to, what is victory here? What does that look like? How does this end? I have a very tough time seeing me give further money to extend something that I think has been a very foolish war.
I want to follow up on the Iran point that you made and turn to Senator Banks regarding counter-drone technology. We have seen, the Shahed drones being used in the battlefield against Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine has been sort of very effective in developing counter-drone capabilities, but it does not seem, at least according to public reporting, that the U.S. has really taken the ball forward there or met with Ukraine and tried to adopt some of those lessons learned. And we're seeing that potentially have very negative effects on the battlefield as we're coming up against Iran's offensive, drone capabilities. Why do you think the U.S. hasn't sort of adopted more of these counter-drone practices that have been so effective? And does Congress need to assert itself more to sort of prompt DoD to do that?
Yeah, for sure. And it seems to be where we're struggling the most. I mean, different point of view. This war so far has been highly effective at wiping out Iran's ballistic missile stockpiles, at further decimating their enrichment of uranium and their pursuit of a nuclear weapon, which is the big goal of the mission there, of taking out at this point 49 of the leaders in their regime. So in that regard, we've been successful, but the area where we're struggling is against their drones. I will say, when it comes to counter drones, Camp Atterbury in Indiana is a key testing site, along with Crane. So there are investments, there are things being done there, just not quickly enough. But on the one area of progress that I have seen, Ruben, is the Lucas drone, which looks a lot like Iran's drones, which, by the way, were tested at Camp Atterbury in Indiana, and they're making them in Arizona. That's the kind of progress that we learned from Ukraine, from Iran, and you can build them at a fraction of the cost of anything else in our fleet, and deploy them quickly. And there are some good examples in all of that, but I think you're right. The NDAA has to tackle the counter drone subject, and something that we're working on.
I also think we also probably have to start thinking about drones in different ways. I think we kind of put them all under one category. I mean, I think some drones we should think about more as munitions than anything else, and need to kind of stockpile them in that way versus thinking about them as platforms. And if we do that, then we're going to I think be on the right side of a shootout. Right now, we're not on the right side of a shootout because I think we haven't thought of them as actual munitions. And the whole concept of drone warfare has entirely changed. I'm not sure the way that we actually look at it has changed. And I think our policymakers and our defense analysts are still kind of operating on we're both Iraq, Afghanistan guys, like the Predator drone with one Hellfire roaming around with a UAS targeting, right? That's not the way it is anymore. And they really need to adapt much quicker. And I think even us on the policy side, need to look at drones, such as the Lucas, more again as a munition than it is as any other type of counter-drone program or anything else like that.
Well, how can Congress help sort of prompt the department to do that? Because, I mean, there was maybe $1.1 billion for this drone dominance initiative that the Pentagon is running in reconciliation. There's the Army moving out on various Sky Foundry and other sort of drone-related programs. I mean, what is Congress's role in sort of shifting how the department views this technology and prompts them to adopt both drone and counter-drone effects?
Well, I mean, we have, the Congress has historically been the best demand signal for where the investment has to happen. And the best ideas don't necessarily come from the DoD. If you look even at the history, for example, of the aircraft carrier, it was Congress that was, prior to World War II, that put down the marker in previous NDA that the U.S. was going to move away from its frigate battleship program to aircraft program. Had we not done that, World War II it's a nothing. We're not even in it. And so we should use both our bully pulpit opportunities as well as the messaging and policy weaponry that we can find within the NDAA to push the Defense Department and everyone else aligned with it to actually start thinking in that way and actually moving that way. Secondarily, when it comes to the promotions of officers, making sure that we find the officers that are moving up into the ranks that are going to be the decision makers, that they're actually understanding the world that we're fighting in now, versus believing that this is some old school battlefront that just hasn't existed for quite a while.
There's a lot of work being done on this front that involves a lot of you in this room. We just have to fund it, and the $1.5 trillion top lines is a big step in that direction. The supplemental for Iran and what we did in the Big Beautiful Bill are part of that too. Ruben, I'll be happy to help you find some cuts in other places to fund a
I know.
$1.5 trillion.
I could find some in Indiana. The other area to kind of to find money without finding money is to have kind of collaborative industrial work with other countries, other like-minded countries. We see some of that with the F-35, but it doesn't mean we can't be doing the same thing with a lot of the drone capabilities that are already being developed in Ukraine and other parts of the country. We could also, find and start working with countries that, maybe are going to be on the front line of this before we are. We have a lot of Indo-PACOM countries that don't have a great defense industrial base, but they have money to spend. In the end, we're probably going to all be in the same fighting hole. The Army calls them foxholes, Marines fighting holes. And so it's in their best interest for them to actually fund the R&D for a lot of these programs, and then potentially, have some type of, collaborative creation of whatever it is, whether it is drones, whether it is any other type of platform.
I want to shift the conversation now to talk about AI. We just watched
So
a
we're
very...
getting lighter. That's what you're saying. Yes, exactly. Lighter subject.
Lighter subjects. I mean, we just watched a very high-profile and public fight play out between Anthropic and the Pentagon over the company's Claude AI tool, a dispute that's prompted questions about the military's use of artificial intelligence and Congress's potential role in regulating that. Lawmakers, I will note, have declined for years to legislate on an AI-enabled autonomous weapons, and that was one of the key issues in this spat. Senator Banks, I guess I'll go to you on this since you are on the Armed Services Committee. Should the Hill be stepping up to regulate AI's use in the military, and could such action offer more clarity to companies seeking to partner with the Pentagon and offer AI solutions?
It's a tough subject. But by the way, I think Anthropic is an important player in this space, and we have to figure out how to work with them, along with all of the other AI companies. So they all have an important role to play for our national security and where we go from here. I mean, the simple answer to your question is yes. I mean, I think Congress has a big role to play here. I've been more focused on another committee that I'm on export controls and how do we beat the Chinese to the punch. And I'm concerned that some, even in my own party, are willing to give away the farm to the Chinese when it comes to chips exports, and some players in this space, in the AI space, have been more productive than others. So, but when it comes to the Armed Services Committee, I mean, I go back to the Moulton Banks Future Defense Task Force report. I mean, this was a big part of what we wrote about 6-7 years ago, and now here we are. We've done too little. Hopefully not too late. But in the next NDAA, I think you'll see more attention turned to artificial intelligence than you've ever seen before in an NDAA.
Mm-hmm.
The answer is yes. Mm-hmm. We all the time, this is just new tech, we have all the time weighed in on policy and the use of tech, and AI, of course, should be one of them. On also just kind of a logical side, if we come down on AI companies and say, what is yours is mine, and we don't care what your internal policy is, we're going to end up having not the best AI companies working for us. You're going to actually deter the Anthropics, the big guys, or not even the big guys, but the most innovative ones, the best ones from working with us, because they're not going to want to, involve their company in something that potentially they're morally against, and also that they may just not want to have the liability of it. And so I can entirely see a situation where we have like a lesser, degree company that is just hungry for, the defense contract, but doesn't have the best people working at it. And so there is a big danger. Now, by us setting a standard, Congress setting a standard that doesn't change from president to president, it frees these companies basically from being the bad guys versus the government, right? Then Anthropic's CEO can say, hey, it's not me, it's those assholes in Congress that are making me do this, right? Go talk to them. And then the DoD has a more, I would say, equitable relationship with these companies, and they could actually, I think, come up with solutions. But we should lay down the marker. It should be very clear and transparent. We've already seen some really scary results of AI becoming truly autonomous and decision-making, and the fact that we're considering not putting human in decision-making in the kill chain is very dangerous. And I think this is not really a Democratic or Republican thing. I think this is something that I think is fairly straightforward for most humans. You want humans to be making the last decision whether we're going to kill another human. Everyone has seen the Terminator. We don't want to be the Congress that allows Skynet to actually go real, and we're pretty close, just to be honest.
On that note, I would like to make sure that I circle back to something you said, Senator Banks, regarding sort of deterring China in the Indo-Pacific. And I want to make sure that I tie in some findings actually from the National Security Innovation-Based Report Card. That'll be discussed, of course, in the next session. But one area to highlight now is U.S. innovation leadership. That received a B+ this year, down from an A- over the last two. And the findings from the report card...
We were horrible students, so we would have been happy with a B+, but yes, that's not good.
It is a slight decrease, and I think when you look at the details, it's pretty notable about the overall results here. It's like the U.S. maintains its status as a global innovation leader, but China is rapidly closing the gap in critical areas and has seen a boom in high-quality research output. I want to pose this question to both of you. I know you're both very active in this space. What role does Congress play in ensuring the U.S. remains a global leader in innovation and continues sort of competing with China in this regard?
Well, any backslide there is concerning, but there are also good signs in the midst of all of this too. We're seeing this play out in Chinese technology that in Iran that is faulty, and is more of a warning to them, but also something for us to learn from too. So we continue to be the leaders because of a lot of you in this room. We have to invest in it. We have to incentivize it, and the NDAA is one place to do that. But there are other vehicles and investments that we can make too across the board. So there's more of a. I've been in Washington for 10 years. There's more of a focus on this than ever before. There's always been a focus there, but more than ever before. And I'm more optimistic maybe than some.
I think we need to look at this world and understand that some of the best weaponry is human brain and human brain power, and the thing that helped us win the Cold War were the refugees and former scientists from both sides that came to work in the United States post World War II, and we had a very loose and liberal refugee policy for some top brains to come and work for us. I mean, they're the ones that helped create NASA and help us again push past the Soviets. Right now, we are kicking out some of the best minds in the world and sending them back to China. We have some men and women that we have trained in our university systems that have been subsidized by the taxpayer. They're in some of the most beautiful research labs in the world. Is Donald Trump the most beautiful research labs in the world? I don't know, you do it better, Donald Trump, than I do. And now they're taking all that knowledge, because we didn't want to give them a legal permanent residency or visa, and they're taking their families and they're going to China. China's literally offering them millions of dollars, their own labs, everything else for them to stay there. We didn't even have to do that. We just had to say, hey, stay in our country and be part of our future. We didn't do that. It's quite the opposite. We're actually kicking them out as fast as possible. Number two, we're destroying in other areas of innovation our university researchers, our research universities. We are consistently cutting funding for the last couple of years. That type of investment, has a multiplier effect in terms of what it brings to the economy. A lot of these universities are no longer investing in the labs and the tech that we used to be able to spin out into both tech and into the defense world. And it's not necessarily being picked up by private industry because it is expensive. It can take a long time to get ROI, if you get any ROI at all. And even if you can have that research lab, the people that are actually going to do the work there, the brain power, is now overseas. It doesn't necessarily have to be China. It could also be Singapore. It could also be Taiwan. It could also be France. France is literally handing out to any American researcher their version of legal permanent residency plus for their kids to come. And so we are absolutely not doing as best as we can. I'm not saying that we are, shifting into, a very dangerous situation, but we really need to turn this around. We don't want to lose the brain power race that is important for us, that was very key to us winning the Cold War. We need to win the next war, and that brain power is found a lot in the United States, but it also is found a lot of places around the world, and they want to come here and they want to be with us, and we should let them be here as fast as possible.
All right, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you both so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, grading the NSIB ecosystem. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Rachel Hoff of the Ronald Reagan Institute and our distinguished panelists.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks again for joining us at our NSIB Summit. We'll turn now to the policy product that we published yesterday, our NSIB Report Card, that in so many ways really provides the context for today's event. We publish this report card each year, and we think it makes our event a little bit unique, and we do so to really ground the conversations throughout the course of the day in this rigorous, fact-based assessment of the national security innovation-based ecosystem. We think that this analytical framework really, hopefully, helps all of you have a better understanding of this ecosystem as a whole, of America's strengths and weaknesses, of our competitive advantages where they still exist, and where we need to catch up. Where are we falling behind compared to our competitors, compared to our own potential? And then, of course, we have some recommendations for what to do about it. How to lean into America's strengths, dynamism, ingenuity of our private sector, and leverage that innovation ecosystem for our national security goals. To discuss the report card and its findings in the broader context for this conversation, we've assembled this really esteemed panel. We're honored to welcome Senator Kevin Cramer, who serves on the Armed Services Committee and is the co-chair of the Senate Defense Modernization Caucus. Admiral Chris Grady, who until about 6 months ago served in uniform as Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Doug Philippone from Snowpoint Ventures, who has also worked at Palantir and importantly serves on the advisory board for the report card. And Christian Rodriguez, who's a partner at McKinsey & Company. Christian, we're so glad to have McKinsey as a knowledge partner on this report card, working with us over the last several months to assemble, in particular, the fact base that goes into the analysis. Several of the research team members are here today, so we're glad that they were able to join us as well. Hope some of you are able to connect with them. But Christian, let me start with you as we begin the conversation, and let's go ahead and pull up the grading overview slide on the screens. For those in the room who may be looking at the report card for the first time this year, what do we measure? And for those who maybe are coming to it now in its fourth iteration and are familiar with where the report card has been over time, what are the most important grades and trends, key takeaways this year?
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel, for the warm welcome. Thank you and congratulations on an amazing report card this year. It's thoughtful, it's insightful. Congratulations on staging this amazing event. Let's get into the report card real quick. So the report card focuses on 10 indicators measuring sort of the health of the national security innovation base. The first 3 of those you can think of as sort of output indicators, right? So measures of the impact the innovation base is having on national security, and the other 7 as input indicators, right? So things that are leading indicators to progress towards those outputs. If we just look at the grades really quickly, for the output indicators, relatively flat set of scores. A minor downtick on innovation, and a lot of the story here is while the US is the undisputed leader in the world on innovation, there are pockets, particularly around dual-use technologies, where other parts of the world are making headway, right? So progress on AI, advanced communications, and 5G and 6G are areas to watch out for. On the input indicators, maybe the standout here is a 2-letter grade lift on customer clarity. We'll get into this in a minute, but I think that's the highlight of this year's report, complemented by upticks in private sector innovation and manufacturing, offset by minor downticks in talent, in public sector innovation, and infrastructure. If we think of maybe 3, maybe move to the next slide, please, and I promise this won't be death by PowerPoint. This is the only slide. This is the last slide I'll present. If you look at 3 kind of key themes that emerge here, the first and maybe most important one is the foundational building blocks for modernization transformation are coming into place. This point around customer clarity we see as a tremendously important leading indicator. The customer has gotten sharper and clearer, not just about the type of equipment it wants, but the types of technologies they want their partners investing in, and they're putting the budget capital behind it to help underwrite that investment. Right, we're talking about $1 trillion budgets in 2026, whispers, and we'll see what happens, of $1.5 trillion budgets in 2027. That sets a high aspiration and does a lot to animate industry. And maybe as importantly, the acquisition system is modernizing and reforming as well. Right, we're seeing contract officers get new tools and techniques for accelerating procurement and rewarding industrial partners that respond proportionately. We see progress in the DIB, highlighted by the defense tech sector. Defense tech now represents about 1% of total acquisition, really leading the charge in areas like AI, autonomy, space, munitions, and sensing. We're seeing green shoots in the traditional heritage defense players, where they are starting to invest more and more ahead of demand. More clarity on the on the demand signal, particularly around appropriations and multi-year procurement, may help accelerate that trend. And green shoots in manufacturing, though more can be done, but notable highlights around the shipbuilding, energetics, maybe offset by work to be done around kind of the talent that fuels that manufacturing base, and building an infrastructure that helps bring new players and new participants into the ecosystem. Lastly, we'd say that we're, I think, on the cusp of real reform and real transformation. I think investments and, frankly, political will and policy will is needed to see it through. The work that private capital is doing to transform the sector is tremendous. Private equity is doing a ton to reshape and rethink and recatalyze defense contractors. Venture capital seeding a lot of those exciting disruptors. The one thing we'll note here is a lot of that investment is very application focused, kind of downstream and shorter term ROI. So thinking about how we bring more private sector innovation into the key enabling technologies that are maybe 10 years away that can enable the next generation of distinctive systems. We'd also note that policy and politics can still be a little bit tumultuous. For all the positiveness around customer clarity, a continuing resolution, a shutdown has a ripple effect in the investor base. As somebody who advises a lot of folks in the private capital space, I will get a rushed phone call every time a piece of news hits, and there's some calming that needs to happen in that client conversation. But I think a lot to be excited about, a lot of momentum in the report. Be exciting to see how the progress on input indicators translates to outputs.
Well, thanks, Christian. Very helpful overview and good baseline for our conversation with the panel. Doug, let me come to you next. Christian mentioned this 2-letter grade lift on our customer clarity indicator. That's the demand signal that the U.S. government as customer sends to private sector partners. It's the biggest year-on-year grade improvement we've seen in the history of the report card. From your seat inside defense tech investment, backing companies, you've been inside a company trying to sell to the Pentagon. Is the government a better customer?
Well, I think the macro line, yes. I've been doing this for 20 years now in the venture side for a little over 5, and it's probably the best macro setup that I've seen in my lifetime. The challenge is still, it's still slow, like having a budget, a budget center, even though you're not.
I'm waiting.
But yeah, I know. You did your job. No, I mean, look, there's still like a lot of scary bad things, but the macro setup, like the really high budgets. I like to think on our side of the house, I get this question from LPs all the time: is this a phenomenon of just the Trump administration and just really helping them understand that it's really a bipartisan issue? And in the defense tech side, you can do, it is a bit of a sacred cow where it's like, we're not going to get $1.5 trillion budgets, but we could do better. If we're selling a better mousetrap that's better, faster, cheaper, we can do well in a bigger budget item, but we can do just as well or better in a low budget environment. So even if it went below 800, we would still do well. Could we do a lot better in terms of, I think right now when people ask me, like, what do you need from the government right now, between the administration and Congress, there's been enough acquisition reform and sincerity from the administration. Like, they're serious, they're moving fast, they're cutting back red tape, they're serious about competition. What I always back in my Palantir days, the biggest thing that I fought for initially was, let's compete based off of a real thing, as opposed to a PowerPoint dream that will be built in the future. And now you see with, the leadership in the Pentagon, there's a huge push to do that, where it's like, hey, we're going to do prototype testing right away, and then we're going to get you to fielding equipment as fast as possible. Could we move faster? Yes. There are terrifying moments where you're like, where's the contracting officer? Where's this payment? We're doing what we said. The one thing is, like, my side of the house, we're just hitting $1 billion under management, which is super exciting, but I'm like maximally exposed to like, this better work out. We're writing big checks. And I feel like the partnership is there. I feel like it's going to be a huge win, but I am way in the deep end.
Drinks with Doug at the bar after the morning panel. Admiral Grady, Senator Kramer, help us kind of zoom out a bit and understand the broader context for these findings. Admiral, let me start with you. All of the sort of customer clarity improvements that we've been seeing, spending, acquisition transformation strategy. You've served in military leadership when we've been through previous acquisition reform efforts. The report card, it makes the case that maybe this moment feels different. From what you've seen in terms of these building blocks that are being or that have been put in place to get at systemic transformation, what needs to happen in order to sustain that momentum to make sure that it's lasting change as opposed to reform that gets sidelined and forgotten?
Sure, thanks. Let me also add my congratulations to you and the team for this great report. And if I could take you all up strategically for just a second, this dialogue is incredibly important. You can take shots at the report all you like, but the fact that we're talking about it is huge. And to me, there's a massive deterrent value to talking about it and getting better across the defense industrial base and the innovation base. So please take that back and let's do what we can to better on behalf of the warfighter. Yeah, I think the analogy that I use here that I think is important starts with this premise, though, and that is, I think we're in an environment now where thinking and operating differently is accepted. And I think Secretary Feinberg and his team, whom I worked with quite closely, sets the tone for that. And so what they have done is dug a hole. They put a fence post in it. And now your question is, what cement do we need to see around that fence post to tell us that the momentum that is reflected in this report is true, it's bona fide, will make my friend here be able to buy us all those drinks at the bar later. So there's a couple of kind of signposts, several signposts that I'll be looking for. Senator and I talked about this, and that is, can we see the authorizer appropriator synchronization continue? I think there's good momentum there, so I'll leave that to you to talk about. One thing that you might track then is below threshold requests, right? Reprogramming. The number and the volume there. Can we get the threshold up to 50 plus million so that we can have that ability to, and the PAEs, the portfolio executives have that ability to move back and forth the money. If not, then maybe we're not getting anywhere. But if so, then we might be onto something. The other is kind of the enforcement mechanisms that have, you have Section 18 of the NDAA, and then you have the Warfighter Acquisition System and the EO that came out. Let's see how that enforcement mechanism really works, right? So now we've gone to a time-based incentive system, and what I think the administration is looking for, and I think the industry is willing to do, is to go from being a company's good to go from being a financial engineer, right, to a real engineering firm, right, where it's engineering of excellence and of quality and of speed. And if you don't, then the compliance mechanisms will kick in, things like stock buybacks and executive pay. Let's look for the first enforcement action of that to see whether that helps encourage the behavior that we're looking for. Another might be the translation rate. So as other transaction authorities are used, do they then rapidly move into programs of record? I think we can measure that. These are the types of things that we want to measure. It's a form of adoption rate, and I think we should all be looking at that. This is the prototype to program of record.
Yeah.
Right.
It has to speed up.
It has to speed up, and 2 years is too long. And so let's measure that and see then whether that's working. And I guess the last one would be, can we and will we apply this to legacy systems? right? That's a big one, and that's maybe a tough one, but I'll be looking for that as well.
Senator, lots on the table to react to here and would invite you to do so, but I'd love to ask you in particular about the defense modernization assessment in the report card. Christian mentioned it's our output indicator, our leading output indicator. If everything else is moving in the report card and that defense modernization grade is not improving, there's a disconnect somewhere, and we assess defense modernization at a D, not encouraging, for the third year in a row. I have to think that's a large part of why you and your colleagues started the Defense Modernization Caucus. But give us your reaction. Is that deserved or too harsh? And more to the point, what needs to happen to actually start translating, as Admiral Grady was talking about, some of these innovation advancements into delivered capabilities?
Sure. A couple of things. The first thing that came to mind during this discussion was I keep thinking of Angus King in a hearing or a briefing saying, yeah, but why do we keep testing these things there when we could be testing them over there? Why are we not testing directed energy, against the Houthis rather than preparing for them while they're taking our? There's reasons for both ways, and I think one of the things that's encouraging about the report and by this discussion, by the way. But Doug, you need to call Christian on a regular basis because he calms everybody. I noticed the relationship, but. Is that there really is an attitudinal shift that's happening, even as crystallizing across party lines and between appropriators and the authorizers, that this is for real. This is no fooling for real. Obviously, tragically, the Russia-Ukraine situation has given us a real view of what happens in the fog of war is the clarity of demand, and so we're learning some of that. We're seeing it now play out. About the D though on modernization, it's probably earned. Maybe it should be a little better, but I think it's fine to be pushed. Because I was also thinking at the very moment you were talking about, I was thinking, but we are doing the F-47. The B-21 is coming along quite well on the big things, right? The big Sentinel. I mean, in North Dakota, it warms my heart to know that we'll be last to get Sentinel to replace those 70-year-old missiles. But at least our 70-year-old B-52s are getting new engines and LRSOs at the same time as the B-21's on schedule, on budget, right, ahead of schedule. And so there are some encouraging trends there that I think are earned, but I think it's also an illustration of that attitudinal shift. I was thinking, and I hadn't really thought about it, Admiral, until a few minutes ago, that it might have been the last time you and I talked. Well, shortly after, Senator Sullivan and I, and this gets to the customer, I want us to all feel better about our customer. When Senator Sullivan and I, as the Golden Dome guys, right, requested a meeting with the deputy sec with Steve Feinberg, neither one of us had met him, and so we had breakfast over at the Pentagon, had a wonderful discussion, talked about the need for speed, that we need to keep up with the adversaries, and how is this going to happen? What about space-based interceptors and ground interceptors? And could we put them all in Alaska? And all the things that Senator Sullivan often talks about. Anyway, and we had a great discussion, and I thought, is this business guy for real? And that this is clearly a different attitude about the Pentagon, coming from a guy who, I don't know if he'd ever been in the Pentagon before he got the job. And it was very refreshing, but here's what was most refreshing. A couple of weeks after that, he and Admiral Grady together called me to give me an update on munitions acquisition reform and munitions stockpiling. And I thought, wow, these people are dead serious. They're not only serious about the mission, they're serious about the communication to the other part of the customer formula. So I'll wait for the C minus or C or C plus to be demonstrated in the outcome. But I think the report card adequately tells us that we're going in the right direction, and there's some reason for hope.
Let's stay on defense modernization for a bit. We've heard, I think, in different ways from the Senator and the Admiral on what an improved grade would look like. Doug, Christian, let me come to you here, a little lightning round in the middle of the panel. What would an A look like on defense modernization,
good
Doug?
question.
Yeah, I think one of the problems we've seen is to the Admiral's point about moving money around and having like the ability to move existing budgets, sort of like with the Army's example of like we don't need more Humvees, so can I like stop buying all these Humvees that I don't want or I can't use, and that frees up hundreds of millions of dollars, like stuff like that where there's flexibility where they can move fast. I think that there are multiple different programs where you can apply money, you can buy things, and you can get things into the field fast, and just to see if they're able to do that and actually move. Like, are we buying prototypes and can we get a path to production, and can we accelerate the production if you accelerate the testing and you get through? Like, if we build the better mousetrap, how fast can you get it out there?
Okay.
Like, that's measurable.
Yeah, we have. Sorry, Admiral.
Well, you wanted to. I have a thought on this too.
Yeah.
I think that one thing that we want to look for in defense modernization is, can that ecosystem, that base, go from just in time to just in case? How can it do that? What does that look like? And we're going to need to be able to do that going into the future. And it leads into investments in the production floor, what that looks like, advanced robotics and the rest, how you bring AI into the foundry side of how we do things. All of that is going to be really important. But we're built for just in time right now.
Yeah.
Can we be built for just in case?
Christian, on this point, one of the most alarming stats that we have in the report card this year is that the average time to deliver initial capabilities for major programs increased just in the last year by 18 months. It now takes nearly 12 years. What does an A look like for defense modernization?
I think the Admiral started to touch on it. There's a two-speed model that's emerging. There's a set of capabilities that are intrinsically unique, military specific, right? Next generation stealth, certain types of launch, certain types of effects, list goes on and on and on. That momentum needs to be sustained, and we can do more to get those systems out the door quickly, on time, and on schedule, while not losing the sight of, for all the great investment that's coming in to kind of later stage applications, work needs to be done to seed kind of the innovation of like hard physics stuff that takes 10, 20 years to crack to get to that next generation of disruption. And we can't lose sight of that for all the exuberance of the short term. On the flip side, there's that second speed, which is about tapping into the commercial ecosystem, right? Letting commercial actors invest and make miracles in AI and semiconductors that can be leveraged in and then create kind of that ability to surge, right? So how do we get other parts of the industrial base activated a little bit like we had in the 40s, right? To surge to capability and production using referenceable designs that can be scaled up quickly. And balancing those two speeds, like it's a little bit of two different narratives, right? It's two different sets of policies and it's two different sets of incentives, but just making sure that we keep sight of both while driving towards the immediate and the acute.
So back to momentum, right? The Warfighter Acquisition System, the WAS, talks about commercial first, right? It's the first time we've heard that in a long, long time. And
Well, that's not the first time I've heard that, if you know my
but it's
story
the first
at all.
time you've heard it in writing from leadership and the rest that say this is how we're gonna grade you, right? And so I think that's really, really important because that allows you to go faster. Now,
Well,
please.
that point, there's a big shift with the current leadership in the Pentagon, which I love, is that there was always this frozen middle that whether the civilian appointees were in power or not, and they were all saying the same stuff to appease us and doing nothing, there was this frozen middle that was just locked. Yeah. And now all those folks are getting run out of town, which I love, and they can't hide. And you're either on board or you're not, and nobody's going to slow roll things. I mean, because that's the biggest thing in bureaucracy. It's like they're agile.
For sure, but let me share a couple thoughts because I look to the example of the Space Development Agency, which we stood up just a few years ago. It came under almost immediate resistance by the bureaucracy. Some of us pushed it hard through, but the idea of for example, spiral development of satellites is a game changer. I mean, when the Secretary and I went out to Vandenberg to see the first 21 or 22 York satellites going into LEO, and granted it took a little while to get to the first ones, but the idea that the next 21 will be from a different company, and maybe the next 21 will be from, and then by the time you get to Tranche 3 and beyond, every few months, you're going to have maybe a different company. You have an incentive, a long-term demand signal. You have an incentive to innovate. And frankly, if you don't innovate, yours isn't in the next 21 or 22. We need to do a lot more of that. We need to encourage it. But I think a lot of it comes down from my side of the customer. Too many people in my business want to catch you doing the wrong thing or failing, right? And so that naturally leads to the frozen middle. And so when we take that away and we say, no, test that directed energy in a safe way out on the battlefield, we can't wait any longer, or whatever the case might be. Instead of saying you made a mistake when it went wrong, we say we may hold you accountable, but it'll be because you didn't try, not because you tried and failed.
If I could jump on that, in the past it was cost, schedule, performance. Cost, schedule, performance, cost, taxpayer dollar, all of that, which led to the risk aversion of the middle. In fact, we trained them that way down at Fort Belvoir. And so now, back to thinking and operating differently, and the examples that you use. By the way, SDA, the kings of using OTAs and MTAs, other transaction authorities, are really, really good at it. But thinking of operating differently, we have to be able to empower and provide trust to that middle group, or they won't do it, right?
Yeah.
And 80%, maybe that's okay. So it's no longer cost, schedule, performance, but schedule, performance, cost, right?
Yeah.
Time-based. And so we're going away from a compliance-based to a speed-based. Now,
well, I mean, that's like sorry to interrupt, but it's like on that point, that's where I think my side of the house with venture and the companies, we are trying to change that paradigm where I'm investing early, we're building, and we're trying to change this, the competitive landscape from you're paying costs and materials to Raytheon to just build it in 10 years with no risk and it's all broken, where we're actually building it. Like, if I look at the space, one of my companies, Astronis, we have 4 geosynchronous satellites up in the air. We proved that it all works. It's up and operational. We're building 5 more now. We're like the biggest producer of geostationary satellites in the world now. With Shield AI, we're leaning all in where we're going to invest $1 billion to build this new aircraft. It's exciting. We just need to win at the end. Like if we do all of this stuff, then it's like there's buyers. We build the technology, it changes that's the circle that all this has to work. I think the setup is perfect. We just have to see it through.
I want to pull up our last slide, and I'm going to come I'm actually looking for a cue from somebody about if we have microphones set up for audience questions. I would love to come to audience questions here in the next couple minutes, but I wanted to pull up this slide, which is a chart that's in the report card that shows Pentagon contract dollars over the last 3 years and how they're allocated to top 15 major defense tech companies and everyone else. Christian referenced this earlier. There's been a doubling of the defense tech spend in this time, and yet it remains less than 1% of Pentagon contract dollars. So defense tech has doubled from 0.4 to 0.8% of Pentagon contract dollars. Admiral Grady, let me come to you first on this. Does the chart need to change? How should we think about sort of the scale, experience, kind of institutional knowledge that prime contractors bring, and speed, agility, software-first mindset that disruptors bring?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is data-based, and so the chart itself doesn't need to change.
No, I mean in the future.
If it does, then we should probably all leave. There's something wrong with the report. But I think what it does, what it tees up for us is the discussion about what does this two-speed ecosystem need to look like. And the narrative right now is one of competition, and that it should be, we got to go with the new teams, the nouveau, as opposed to the primes. And I reject that. It's going to have to be a hybrid, right? And I think the primes understand that as well. And if you're a prime, you're going to say, well, let me be your scaler, right? Let me be the bus that you plug into to integrate your system. You talk about Scale AI. Northrop Grumman is doing that with their version of Talon, as they bring Hive AI into into what Talon might bring. That's a classic example of them working together. So we set it up as a the narrative in the media sets it up, at least for us to chew on, as an example of steel, the primes versus silicon, right? They set it up as an example of startup versus the seasoned. I think we need all of that.
That's a good point of to highlight, just to make sure that to put this in perspective. What I'm saying is I need winners on my side, but it's I could get 2 crumbs in this big pie, and it's all of my people would consider it a massive win. So it's not hey, I need half of this budget. You're hey, we need to be able to show that we could get to $1 billion, which is, it's going to be 0.01% of this whole thing. And you're just it's nothing. And Raytheon can still win too. Everyone can be a winner, including the taxpayer.
Well, in the end, we want both speed and scale, right? And who can do both? And I think together we can do both. Now, to this chart, Ed, what does right look like? I mean, it seems to suggest that's not correct. I would have to do some more math on that. But it strikes me that if it's setting this up to say we need only one side of that equation than the other, then I would not agree with that. I don't think that's what you're saying.
That's not what, I think it's more about, the size of the pie and how we allocate the pie. Doug, as you think about the chart and sort of how it might change going forward, let's say, in the future, one other thing about that 0.8% toward top 15 defense tech companies, 0.7 goes to the top 3 defense tech companies, SpaceX, Palantir, Anduril. How do you, as an investor, think about that question that the admirals raised? Is it just about the allocation of this $500 billion acquisition contract dollar pie, or is it about a bigger pie? And then think about how we allocate within?
Yeah, I know when I see this chart, it actually, that speaks opportunity to me. Where it's I don't need half of this chart to be massively successful. I need 2% of this chart. And so then you're okay, well, we can all have a massive success. Because for this whole entrepreneur ecosystem to keep going, where you have the capital classes still investing in it, and you have the entrepreneurs who still want to invest, they have to see, the American way is you have to see the success. And so you have to have these winners. And when I see this, I'm this gets, it's a little bit frustrating, but you're okay, well, we can totally do this. And, I need 1% of this thing, and I can rock and roll and be very successful. And so that part of it is exciting, but it also shows that you could probably cut this a lot, and, there's a lot of wiggle room here.
Well, if I may, it's funny, if I reflect on this chart a little bit as someone who had a hand in putting it together, I think there's also different ways of measuring this stat. Right, I think that this is looking at prime contract obligations, so areas where the disruptors are, the prime contractor in it. But if you start to think about the roles they're taking, and it's been highlighted a few times in the panel, in the sub-tier as key enabling tech, as AI, that number grows. If you start to expand your definition of disruptor to include commercial companies that are starting to play in the defense ecosystem, hyperscalers that are playing in the defense ecosystem, non-US defense contractors that are starting to bring material inputs into the defense ecosystem in the US, you actually start to see an ecosystem disruption happening that gets to your point around speed, right? It's taking the stuff that we have available and deploying it and repackaging in ways that gets effect to the warfighter. So as I reflect on this conversation.
Well, I also do, to the Admiral's point, is I do see this as there is a synergy. It doesn't have to be zero sum with defense tech versus the primes, where it's you can partner to accelerate the primes and move faster as a partnership. I see that as an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Last question from me, and then we do have microphones, I've been told, we'll spend the rest of the time on audience questions. Senator, there's some real bright spots in the report card this year when it comes to this government funding piece, right? $150 billion for defense in supplemental reconciliation funding last summer. FY26 defense appropriations calls for $1.5 trillion top line in FY27 defense appropriations. But also before or since we've published our report card last year, we had a full year CR in 25. We had the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. What are we looking at moving forward on the funding side? Is it going to be a failure to invest? Is it going to be an overflow of investment dollars from public capital? And maybe if you could react to Admiral Grady's point earlier about the appropriator's role in all this and sustaining that momentum and coordination as well.
Sure. Well, first of all, I fully admit it's easier to authorize than appropriate. I'm glad I go first because my partner John Hoven is an appropriator. I like to put the pressure on. But that said, Rachel, I'd love to be able to say, oh, we're done with CRs now. You know, this last experience was so miserable, except that we still haven't funded Homeland Security, you guys. I mean, we still haven't. We're going to fail again this afternoon on cloture to proceed on it. So I don't, all I can say is plan for dysfunction. I mean, I think pretty much everyone has. I think anybody who wants to be in this business, certainly over at the Pentagon, the services and the commands and everybody have planned for us to not be successful at it. But on top of that, to your point, the $150 billion, which those of us that worked really hard on that $150 billion and made very clear intentions known in the bill itself about how much goes to Golden Dome, how much goes to several Sentinel. I mean, very specific modernization efforts. It only got released a couple weeks ago, and some of the struggle was we were always pounding that, hey, we didn't leave we know reconciliation is different. We know that, but by law it's different. But we were not vague about our intentions. And so the whole ecosystem has to get better at this. I'd love to say I'm super optimistic. And by the way, before I became a senator, I was. I was like the most optimistic person I know. And I remain so only because I do sense a difference. But this is why, to the Admiral's point earlier, this discussion is really important, you guys. And we have to have it on a very regular basis. You have got to hold people like me accountable. We hold people like the Pentagon accountable, and everybody's got to hold the contractors accountable, and the developers. But what we can't do is expect capital to follow dysfunction. So that was more of a therapy rant than it was a useful.
Maybe,
but I feel your pain if that helps.
maybe that's how Ronald Reagan retained his optimism. He served as governor, as president, but never in the United States Congress.
That would help.
Let's try to take two questions, one from each microphone. Just raise your hand if you have a question, and we'll come to you. And then, let's see. I'm not seeing any
Right here.
hands. Here we go. Yes, right here.
There are no curious people.
And give us your name and affiliation, if you would.
Hi, Jacob Markish at Thales USA. Really appreciate Doug's point about there's a massive defense budget, and even getting a small percentage of it is big success for many companies. On the other hand, if we look at the defense tech set of companies, the two big leaders, Palantir and SpaceX, are exposed to massive scalable markets outside defense. And that has been a part of the reason why they have revenue multiples that are really insane by the standards of traditional defense, right? High double digits. And those multiples are being applied to dozens and dozens of defense-focused startups, starting with Anduril, but also extending to dozens of others. So my question is, do you guys think that there is a risk of an overvaluation overhang, where at some point, 20 different companies with 50 times revenue multiples can't all succeed and win, let's say, a big USV contract, right? And so the $500 billion obligated dollars out there, whether it's 500 or 1.5 times 500, at some point, it's still a finite number. It's not as scalable as enterprise business. So what kind of risk does that create for valuation and potential disappointment at some point for the investor base?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take, that's definitely in my camp there.
It's you, brother.
Yeah,
You
so
got
I mean,
it.
that is literally my job. When I think of investing in companies, unfortunately, I have to value in the exit and figure out, like, can you make a minimum of 3x on your money? Like, that's like minimum venture table stakes, is you can 3x it. And with some of the valuations, like normally I'll underwrite 10x revenue is kind of like, that's where I start to get uncomfortable, where you can still show growth. And it's tough because there is an expectation where some of the firms in the defense tech market are like massively, instead of saying overvalued, I'll say optimistically valued. And like, can they hit those? Like, is the government going to be a customer enough to hit that, you know, growth, and can you get to that scale? And then will there be a big washout? That is a scary thing that you have to think about. And then some of those companies that are great companies that are doing really important things for the department, their valuation is just crazy, and I'm not going to invest in that just because I can't see the valuation, or it could get a haircut at some point, and maybe then I'll buy it. But that's sort of a separate phenomenon that doesn't really have to do with the department. Like, I want them to just buy based off the best product, and then the valuations will take care of itself. But it does affect how I choose to allocate my capital, for sure.
Could I offer a corollary to that? Just it's an adjacent issue, but from my perch in USS last job was it was interesting to watch the dialogue that happened between the department and folks who came in to talk to the department. And if the question was always asked, are you entirely dependent on the department money? And if the answer was, well, yeah, a lot of it, that was a risk calculus for the building. So that balance, then, you know, to the example you gave, I think there's actually some strength in being able to have a little on both sides of the commercial and the federal space.
Yeah, I mean, so then it's sort of so with that statement, it's sort of, you know, it has some bias towards dual purpose technology where it could apply to both sectors. And then it sort of leaves, if you're a military only, which sometimes they need it, it does create a dynamic where you might not get as much venture capital as you would want. Because so one of the problems is, like, if we're building some very fancy mousetrap that the department really needs, and we need to raise, if you want us to go first and we have to raise $1 billion to get it to scale, we have to have some comfort that the department is going to stand up and be a buyer or be a partner. That is a conversation that I've seen. The chapter is not closed, but the partnership is as good as I've ever seen it. But the chapter is not fully written yet.
I'll maybe just add, like, that's an area where, as we talked about before, customer clarity, that's an area where maybe work can be done, right? If you think about the way acquisition right now is fragmented across services, across PEOs, PAEs, across the enterprise, you have a lot of folks asking for the same stuff, and that's seeding lots and lots and lots of interesting companies, all chasing the same demand signals. So even looking at different ways that we can aggregate some of those orthogonal layers of demand and just build consistency and scale, so they're not seeding 100 similar companies all getting to a similar demand signal, but instead kind of curating a smaller set that can serve the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Force consistently, maybe another way to just keep evolving and kind of driving more clarity in demand.
Senator, let me ask you a closing question to bring us out of the panel here just in our last minute or so. The key theme of the report card this year, we've talked about the building blocks for transformation, but we need to see real change to sustain that. What's the single most important thing that Congress could do in the next year before the next report card to sustain the momentum?
Start appropriating now, and not just set a goal, but obey the law and provide appropriations for all 12 agencies, or however we want, minibuses, omnibuses, whatever we want to call it, by September 30th. If we would just demonstrate the basic functionality of the appropriations process, just think of what a signal that would send, that we're back, that functionality is back. But I've been in Congress, this is my 14th year, and I've never seen it. So I read about it in history books, but that would be, I think that'd be the single best thing. No more CRs would be the single best thing we could do. And even if we just do it for defense appropriations, let's do that.
Well, a great place to end. Thanks very much to the panelists for joining us. What will come next on the agenda for everyone is our breakout panels will begin. One will be downstairs in the Hay Adams room, and the other panel will be next door at the Reagan Institute. There should be agendas floating around so you can decide which panel to go to. Please join me in thanking our plenary panel.
Good job.
Well done, sir.
Mr. Will Knight of Wired, and our distinguished panelists.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. Welcome to Next Generation Edge, transforming security through AI and quantum. I can't think of a better time to talk about AI and defense and what comes after AI, which will naturally, I think, include quantum.
Mr. Will Knight
of
Wired.
That's him.
That's
Another
me.
round of applause.
Okay, well, I was going to dispense with introductions for everybody because I think you know who we have up here and we want to get into the questions. And the first question is going to be for Mr. Finelli. I want to we're seeing this Operation Epic Fury happening now, and I wanted to ask, I mean, I've been tracking AI in the US DoD's use of it, and it seems remarkable to me how quickly in recent years we've seen AI used. Can you tell us some of the ways that AI is being used, some of the advantages that offers and some of the challenges that introduces?
Yeah, so across the board, good morning and great to be with all of you. Across the board, I think our adoption and our process and realistically how we're making use of both commercial and other capabilities right now is where we want it to be. We are testing, we are using exercises, we are like really thoughtfully preparing use cases, observing, and then putting them into the field just much faster than we were before. So in terms of like actual domains, I think folks are tracking the autonomy leaps that are being made and what's possible there. The comms and cyber activities are quite usefully progressive. And then even on the back end, we have a couple DDGs, a couple destroyers out that are doing sensor maintenance, like sensor-based maintenance, so that we can kind of adjust to the conditions. The opportunities abound. I think that's why the room is so excited and full for, hey, how were we doing things before? What was the baseline? And then how do capabilities, technologies, in this specific case, AI, how do they arrive at a leap ahead opportunity? And so for almost everywhere that we were either just like competitively advantageous, but not quite leaping ahead, those are lining up, and then we're able to now see those coming to fruition. And then I think the pipeline is just about as strong as it's ever been, if not more.
Okay, great. Well, I think, for me, the big, story going on at the moment is about one of these frontier labs and its relationship with the DoD, which maybe I can ask you to weigh in on what that tells us about the future of the DoD working with some of these very, very cutting-edge AI labs. Because I think it is important to note that Anthropic, wherever you think about their reasoning, they are very much at the frontier of safety, AI safety. And so it does kind of point to challenges that may occur there.
Well, listen, I think the entire ecosystem is going to continue to grapple with questions of ethics and law and what is the right doctrine, what's the wrong doctrine, what's the role of human beings in the process. But I think if we look back at the history of technological innovation in the defense sector, it's not like a new thing that we have semi-autonomous or autonomous technology after somebody pushes a button. This is obviously another level of that. And obviously this is being developed by US and other democratic allies that we work with. Using our values, using our doctrines. And so there may be people in the space who are going to have disagreements, but I think there's enough players out there that we can partner with who understand the importance of continuing forward with this technological development for our own national security and shared national security interest of us and our democratic partners.
Okay. I want to, I sort of come from the world of Silicon Valley. I just want to ask if everybody could raise their hands if they've used or at least heard of OpenClaw. Is anybody testing that? Have people tried it? Wow, okay, I'm impressed. OpenClaw. So this is the latest thing in Silicon Valley, and I think it's a very good example of how AI is going to become agentic. This is the
the idea that it will take actions. And I think this is really relevant to, how the DoD adopts new technologies and how it thinks about the risks, because it introduces new risks. But also, I just want to ask Congressman McGuire, are we moving fast enough? Is the DoD, the report card raises some questions, but AI is accelerating it. We're seeing new capabilities every month. How do we deal with that?
Well, I think you're right. We need to go faster. Typically when you have new technologies in the defense space, we always say it takes about 10 years to get those new technologies on board. But I think AI, maybe 3, 4, 5 years, so much faster. As I talk with defense manufacturers across the nation, they talk about the priorities in an NDAA. You may know we just passed $900 billion, the largest investment in our military in history, and we're looking at doing more for 27. The priorities, software is always below top 10 priorities. But when we talk with the Secretary of War and everyone else, I think what you're going to see for 27 is software, AI, and quantum, and we'll get to that in a minute, is moving closer to the top. Because you could have the best weapons platform in the world, but if it can't deal with a contested space, it'll be jammed, blocked, et cetera. So I think we're not moving faster, but the priority for 2027 is to supercharge the defense industrial base and speed things up.
Well, as well as spending more money, what do you think we could do to maybe attract the talent that's going to help with that?
Well, that's a good point. That's a good question. So we have to make sure we keep the right talent. We still don't want it to go to our competitors. So we have to invest in the right people. But also, when you're talking about building this technology and infrastructure, you have to also have welders, builders, and everybody that it takes to put these data centers and everything else.
Okay. Well, you mentioned quantum. Andrew, I want to bring you in to talk about that. Like, people have probably heard of quantum, but I doubt many people are experimenting with quantum computers or other quantum technologies. And yet, I think it is evident that it's going to be a big technology. Can you just give us a quick overview of how you think quantum is going to factor into national security and defense?
Yeah, so it's helpful to take what you just said and take it seriously, which is you said quantum computers and other quantum technologies. So let's distinguish between these two things. There's a lot of investment right now, a lot of advanced kind of like scientific thinking and R&D going into quantum computing. So let's just put a pin in that. We can come back to that if people want to talk about it in more detail. But the reality with quantum computing right now is that it's at least a couple of years away from maturity to be able to do the kinds of things that it's going to be capable of doing. But what's really interesting, I think, and getting a lot less attention is all of the quantum physics-based stuff that we can do today. And this is, I think, should be a much bigger part of the story. The United States has actually like a fairly substantial lead and competitive advantage in being able to do that kind of thing. And so what I'm talking about is being able to, for example, model the world at the molecular level, at the atomic scale, and create, drugs, alloys, catalysts, battery materials, persistent magnets. These are all things where the United States has a strategic dependence on supply chains that are either geopolitically problematic or just logistically challenged. So, our economy is increasingly dependent on batteries. Batteries are good. The more batteries you stick to the electrical grid, the less electrons you have to throw into the ground because you don't have the capacity to hold and store excess capacity. What that means, though, is that you need battery chemistries that are as cheap as possible, as powerful as possible, and ideally sourced within the United States or our allies. And right now, the major, battery chemistries are dependent on cobalt, which is mostly from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, processed mostly in China. The chemistries that lie inside the battery and move the electrons back and forth depend on lithium. It's an extremely light metal that's extremely good at that. And so, so there's a lot of interesting strategic advantage to the U.S. if we can lean into doing quantum physics on our existing GPU platforms, TPU platforms, and using this kind of quantitative AI approach that we've been working on, but others as well. And maybe just the one last thing that I'll say is on the quantum compute side, The TLDR there is that the United States is not as far ahead of China as we would like to imagine that we are. From everything that we've been able to do, and by the way, an interesting OpenClaw task that I set up is to go read Chinese papers and conference agendas in Chinese.
That's great.
Tell me about them in English so that I can keep up with what's being publicly disclosed in China. So the thing that I think everybody here knows is that one thing that quantum computers, when they become mature, will be extremely good at, it's cracking our encryption standards. That's coming. There's just no doubt about it. We are going to all have to upgrade our standards. And one thing I think we can also assume is that the Chinese will not issue a press release to announce when they've got a production-grade quantum computer to decrypt the data that they have stolen already, which is voluminous, and all of the in-process transactions and communications that they will then be able to decrypt.
Yeah.
So anyway, this is a very serious problem, maybe a couple years away, but we've got to be getting ready for it right now.
Congressman, you've been involved in an initiative to prepare for that. Do you want to just explain the consequences?
Everything he's saying here is so important. Everybody has their ideas. They think that 2030 is the date that we're going to have quantum computers with 1,000 qubits. I think, 1 million qubits. I think that's where it's really effective, right? But to be able to create an environment where you can use chemistry, advanced chemistry equations, and model the world at the subatomic level and make decisions. Right now, you think that we have machines that we would put into combat, but a big chunk of them don't make it to combat because of corrosion. But using advanced equations in quantum, you could eliminate corrosion. I think 2% of the world's energy is used to make fertilizer. But using quantum, you could find solutions to make it cheaper, better, faster. I mean, there's so many things that we could use quantum for, and things are moving at a faster pace. When you think about right now, we're using large language model AI, but that has so many limitations compared to what we have when we get quantum. But of course, we've got to have PQC standards. And we just in the NDAA put in policy to make sure that we have the ability to prevent hacking when we do have quantum computing. But we're only, 8% there? But by 2030, we need to be 100% there. So we've got to invest billions of dollars to make sure our blockchain for cryptocurrency and all of our banks don't get hacked.
Right. Rich, please.
Yeah, I just want to add in one thing, is that we're not alone in this. This will be a theme that I probably harp on, is the Defense Technology Alliance, which has to do with our democratic partners in defense tech and emerging deep tech. The Israelis are super focused on quantum right now. It is per capita leading the world in startups in quantum. Like 1 in 300 new startups in Israel are quantum focused. It's unbelievable. That has to be a major part of our defense relationship going forward. Japan, other allies that are high tech and leaning in and putting in a lot of investment in this space need to be incorporated into our defense planning. That is how I believe, in the end, we prepare for the Chinese threat and get ahead of the Chinese threat.
Yeah. I think this is texturized in a very interesting way. So if we're talking about going faster, but as Andrew mentioned, there's the compute pieces, and then there's pieces that are already ready. And then we have partners. The way that we're thinking about this right now, we're at the precipice of executing very differently, which is, instead of saying, where is the department on quantum, we're saying, where can these type of capabilities and advances help us, right? And so that looks a lot more like a funnel where we're executing public-private partnerships and using private sector to advance us, instead of just waiting for us to build silos of excellence. And so what that specifically looks like right now is we're scouting companies, partners, American companies, actively. And this is groups like ONR, who is traditionally thought of as, hey, they would do that in-house. They are working better with commercial than ever. And then we are doing active piloting for capabilities that are ready now. And if something is ready, if it beats the baseline, if the benchmarking is favorable, then we're advancing that forward. And so when one capability or one technology is said to say, hey, we're going to take 7 years, and another is, it was supposed to take 3 years, but it's ready, we are much more positioned, and we're doing it to pull those things out of the funnel or off the line and move them forward. That's a different story than we had a few years ago.
Well, can I just drill down on the public-private partnerships? And I know you're not going to comment on the recent controversy with AI companies, but are there things, given that we're relying on this very foundational technology for, it's going to be a growing number of things, are there things that you think maybe the Pentagon might want to develop in-house when it comes to foundational AI?
Sure. Well, so in general, actually timely, yesterday our partners at Defense Innovation Unit, with our help, released a vendor-agnostic AI evaluation infrastructure, right? Imagine a scenario where the Department of War is actually leaning forward and advanced on dynamic infrastructure. So rather than waiting for everything to come to us or having to go through all of the check marks on Acquisition 5000, we're preparing infrastructure and shared mechanisms to do commission-based evaluation based on mission outcomes. And so as we think of large language models, we know the frontier labs, but there are a lot of specific use cases based on data substrate that can allow us to do things at the edge that we need to, right? Those are lower parameter models. There are more players in that space, and that's going to grow. So how quickly can you evaluate that and pull that forward? Well, we're now preparing to be ready for that in some cases. In some cases, we're already ready for that, and we're trying to use exercises and other events, activities, flexes like that, where we are evaluating what the users want out of these tools and then pulling that forward. So it's more data-driven than it's been before. And I think, as Admiral Grady mentioned in the last panel, like it's kind of night and day between how long it takes to adapt and adopt versus what it used to be.
Okay. Well, I want NVIDIA, I wrote a story that NVIDIA is going to invest $26 billion in open source models, and it makes a lot of sense for them. It's going to they say it will help the innovation ecosystem, but I wonder if anybody wants to weigh in on how we think about open source versus closed source and what we might be giving away and how to manage.
Yeah, I think you have to do it because we have one of the things that we did in the NDA this year is that you've always heard there were probably 6 or 7 primes that were doing all of the defense space manufacturing and purchases, but we basically put the SPEED Act and we basically allowed startups to bring their new technologies to the table. You've got to look at all the different options so we have the best innovation. We've got to make sure our warfighters have the best equipment. We've got to make sure they win. And we're making a lot of progress. Back in the 80s, it might surprise you, it surprised my staff. In high school, I took Boolean algebra, and we took a piece of plexiglass covered in copper, put electrical tape on it, dipped it in etch and acid, pulled it out, drilled holes and soldered all the transistors, resistors, capacitors, and made our own circuit boards. Now these new chips coming out of NVIDIA have components on them the size of a virus. I mean, things are accelerating quickly, and we have to have all the ideas at the table and let the best ones get to the top.
But do you think we should be discouraging open release of models? And where do you stand on sharing, NVIDIA's latest chips with countries like China?
Well, I think China, in my opinion, is that they're probably at least 10 years behind us on the latest chips. And the bigger that gap is, the longer we can keep that gap, the better. So we got to be very cautious.
Okay. Well, Andrew, go ahead.
One thing that we've done, so there are models, and then there's the data that you train the models on. And one of the things that we've done is we've done a series of open sourcing of training data sets, again, at the molecular scale. And we do that for 2 reasons. One is we want the field and the science to go faster. That's kind of good for us generally. And then the other is we use it to show off our capabilities and use it as lead generation for business development. But just to give you an example of what this looks like and why it's complicated and thorny, one of the data sets is called AQCat. And so this is a catalyst data set. And the latest version does an extremely cool thing, which is that it is data that describes the magnetic properties of electrons when they're in a quantum spin state. Anyway, what's cool about that is that to support silicon chip manufacturing domestically, we want to have better than anybody else, including the Taiwanese, chemistries, so catalysts that can facilitate that process. Basically, chip manufacturing is like a war against contamination. And so the catalyst fluids that you need have to be extremely well designed. And one of the ways that you can understand how a catalyst fluid is going to perform is by you must understand its magnetic properties. Okay, so Anyway, so we made that data set publicly available so that people in the field can use it to train their models. Our secret sauce is our models, so we don't make those public, but we do make the training data public. Is that, in theory, something that could help the Chinese? Probably, but we actually monitor the downloads and we require licenses. So, universities get free access. Companies will talk to them. Maybe they'll pay for us. Somebody that we think is going to be a competitor to the United States will not give access. So, I think there's like an appropriate way to do open source that is also like strategically, aligned with the United States goals.
Well, so on quantum, I think this is a technology that's still at an early stage, and it's going on. It's being developed in many research labs. And one of the things I thought was really important in the report is it flagged the fact that China is investing much more, and the US is starting to struggle to retain some of that academic talent and attract it. So, how worrying is that for our quantum future?
I mean, my personal view, highly worrying. I mean, like the smartest people on the planet should be doing their best work here, full stop. And no less the people that, have been doing PhD programs supported by taxpayer money. And then to literally require them to go back to China seems like madness to me. So I would very much hope that we would take, as a strategic matter, a very serious look at the best mechanisms and means to be able to keep that talent here. Just to say one thing, China is running a Manhattan Project scale program on quantum computing and related technologies. $35 billion maybe in total investment over the last 4 years. It's hard to tell, obviously, but that's a pretty good estimate. Pan Jianwei, who is their kind of Robert Oppenheimer, the lead scientist on this effort, has been incredibly intrepid and diligent about recruiting Chinese talent back into China to work on these programs. It is a consolidated effort in the Chinese way. It is top down, and it is making impressive progress, particularly in an area that is his specialty, which we think is one of the most promising modalities of quantum computing, called neutral atom. And just to give you like a little image, imagine that the core computing processor is a single uncharged atom suspended by lasers in a vacuum. That is like how incredibly touchy these things are and sophisticated. And anyway, they are maybe where we're at, maybe even a little ahead in that particular modality. And so, unless we take a similar, kind of like, I shouldn't say similar, the American way is to have a very different but equally effective, more distributed, a sort of approach, less top-down, more multi-stakeholder. If we're not doing that, we're screwing up, and talent is at the heart of that.
Well, the multi-stakeholder piece is particularly interesting. So I don't know if folks have noticed, I think a lot of people here have, that the use of award capabilities and structured challenges has grown drastically. And so what we're doing now is a handful of innovation challenges that gives you two benefits. One, it opens the aperture, top of the funnel is wider, where we're striving people through. I see a couple AppFit winners here, where this is a place where we can do the Valley of Death Bridge more effectively based on a data-driven way. And then also it lets us know, hey, where are people? And so one of the things that we obviously needed more of is talent is exponential, talent is nonlinear, and when we have particularly talented people, we can go faster, right? We have the authorities in place for acquisition to go very fast, and we do on the most important things. The question is, how do you have the other side of the barbell even out, right? Where we have folks from Tech Force coming in to work on AI problems, where we have folks who have come to us and said, hey, we have 200 new companies in the last few months that say, I want to work on defense tech and I didn't used to. Like that piece of feeding the funnel from a tech perspective and the amount of people who are coming from pretty different backgrounds and applying that to us, we're starting to see that in the challenges and execution. And the throughput from that is that is a wave of impact that we're just starting to see. If we plant the seeds there and we're good gardeners, that opens the door to 10x improvements.
Yeah, I would just say I think the Department of Energy deserves a lot of credit over the last several months of also being incredibly forward-leaning, collaborating with the White House, Office of Science and Technology Policy, National Energy Dominance Council, and others putting forward this idea not just of reaching out to our corporate stakeholders, but also our universities, and really having partnerships. I think of the University of Chicago. You mentioned the Manhattan Project. This is the moment for our Manhattan Project, and our top research universities are amazing, and they're doing amazing work. And if you integrate all of their work together, not competitors, but they're in an actual system that we're thinking about strategically. And then yes, maybe we have to give full rides at the most expensive universities that are doing cutting breakthrough kind of research to make sure we have the best talent. I mean, that's the kind of thing we have to do. This is an existential national security threat potentially. We have to make sure we are doing everything we can within our university and private sector.
Well, I've got to ask you, do you think that the DoD has a slightly adversarial relationship with some of the top universities in the US? And as an outsider who happens to think the likes of Harvard and MIT are the crown jewels in America and its innovation, do you think it needs to be rethought, like how that relationship is built?
Here's my personal view. Having spent in other parts of my life issues in higher education and some problems and challenges, and you've seen those play out in this administration on other issues, I think this is a way back for our higher education system. I think if we have universities, university presidents, boards who understand this is our core challenge right now, AI, quantum, deep tech, and this is your moment to really deliver for the American people, for our national security, and collaborate with the government, whether it's DOE, whether it's DOW or others, I think this is an open door in this administration, and it would behoove university administrators to think about how they will improve their own standing by saying this is the lane, this is where I want to go.
And we're sending the demand signal. I mean, the White House has the National Cyber Policies Initiative strategy. I guess it's called the National Cyber Strategy. I mean, that, and of course in the Armed Services Committee, we're putting the demand signal that we are looking for every option possible. So I think make sure we incentivize the best recruits, and having a continuing resolution doesn't help. We need to have a budget so that you guys can help you guys have predictability and make decisions.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I want to give props to the Navy. I think about 5 or 7 years ago, I visited Task Force 59, which were testing robotic systems in the Persian Gulf. Really kind of pushing the envelope back then. And one of the things it's important to say that there's more out there than just AI and quantum. And one of the things I'm most excited about is robotics. I don't think I've ever seen so much innovation happening, and a lot of people are hoping there may be a kind of ChatGPT moment in robotics where you have robots that can suddenly do very general things. So I want to ask Mr. Finelli, what are you most interested in when it comes to robotic systems? What do you think that's going to look like? And we're already seeing this start to happen, but with semi-autonomous systems. But I feel like there may be a lot more on the horizon.
Sure. So I actually want to connect the last 2 points.
Okay.
The idea of the research community in general being unleashed to actually be measured by outcomes and to pull them into these problems so if we have private sector and the research community showing here's what we're doing for robotics and here's how we're moving the needle in a conditions-based way, this is very meaningful. We talked earlier, if we have 1 or 2 players in a particular area, the ball rarely moves forward very much, right? And so where we're doing open the aperture and we have a hard problem, traditionally what we used for AI, we sometimes look at for robotics, which is dumb, dirty, and dangerous, right? Right. Can we do with atoms what we're doing with bits? And so that has been advanced quite a bit, and we've actually been able to learn from partners, allies, and real-world ongoing activities, right? And so there are some undersea activities that have been particularly informative, and then across the board, what does it actually look like? We want to keep our soldiers out of harm's way, right? And so if our sailors, Marines, if they are able to spend more time on mission, and this is back of the office, like here is robotics saving time. We have Geico Robotics. They came in and said, hey, we can do maintenance on and cleaning on some activities that we currently had manually done. And what we do for every kind of Horizon 3 entrant is we say, what does this do compared to baseline? Their initial estimate was we can improve by 12,000%. I was like, oh, I think maybe you didn't understand the question. Nope, here is how much you're paying in labor, here's how this works right now, and then here's what our robots can do. Also, it's dangerous, so
Right.
it's saving time. That difference ended up being 17,000% in practice, right? And so the question now is, how do we scale what's working, our Horizon 2 piloting type activities, to get that all the way through? There are still communities that like to learn things one thing at a time. The scaling piece of robotics, kind of like AI, hey, we have productivity gains, but they're not seen equally. I think that looks very different. The way that I would frame that for everyone is we are evaluating it based on priority of impact.
Right.
And so it's not what can robotics do, it's from a pain relief and gain creation perspective, where do you find the biggest mismatch in how we're working right now, and where is a robotics leap ahead? And so we've met with almost all of the major manufacturers of robotics, and so like those type of leaps and that framing, it's
Okay.
promising.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
promising.
I just want to ask, because I mean, my X feed is full of humanoid robots jumping around and doing various things, and there's a lot of excitement around that. Is that on the horizon? Are we going to see humanoids at some point? You know, at some stage.
We have been to the factories.
Okay.
The hand is traditionally the hardest
That's a
part.
problem,
The hands are way better than they were 2 years ago. So I think this is just a matter of can we prove out that use case? Is the business case there? Is the mission case there? And then we're always benchmarking against what the rest of the world is doing.
Well, I mean, so I bring up humanoids, and inevitably the public is going to think Terminator, right? But in more Skynet, right? I think that came up earlier. But in seriousness, I think more autonomy is going to be needed. That's not a bad thing. How do we communicate, or how do you communicate to the public about that and how that's done responsibly? I don't know who wants to take that. Go ahead.
So I have a thought about this, which is so the conversations that we're having about AI right now are dominated by language model AI, which does a bunch of things really well, can do some like very cool things, but we've all had experiences with like completely wrong answers, hallucinatory outputs. I mean, this is our experience of AI, like powerful, but really risky. So I just feel the need to kind of like propagandize this point again. There are other flavors of AI than language models, and we would do well to pay close attention to those. And I think one thing that this country should really try to like dominate, honestly, and to be the best in the world at is the tight integration of hardware and AI.
Yeah.
And so if you think about robots, you do not want a language model trying to figure out like if now is the moment to like, pull out a weapon, and like kill someone. What you do want is you want AI that can do things like correct for gravity in moving the arm so that it does the correct motion to like, pick up the, rag and put it in the trash can or whatever. So one of the things that I think is really interesting is to imagine this world where you have language models to interface with so that you can chat with the robot, like in the Jetsons or whatever, or C-3PO can like talk back at you. That's cool, but underneath that needs to be like quantitative AI models that actually are, physics-based, that are reliable, that are true to the world as we know it. And that's one thing that I think, again, doesn't get enough attention, but really should be like much more front of mind for policymakers, for our armed services and so forth, is to really own that underlying quantitative AI layer that can tightly integrate with hardware.
With reliability, yeah, great point.
And we see this operationally right now, particularly in the Israeli setting, where because they're in a live laboratory of warfare for the last several years, you see in multiple areas AI applications that are taking something that we take for granted, that we have doctrine on, that we have TTPs on, and they're taking it to a new level. So that could be an intelligence collection, an exploitation analysis in real time to help somebody forward. If there's a SEAL team forward that's getting visual intelligence and you can get it, all of a sudden, boom, they take everything and they can see everything and anything that's on social media and wow, I know exactly where a hostage is. All through AI. If you're able to do that through sensors and change the capacity of a sensor, you're able to do this in targeting and in elements of the kill chain. All of that is, I think it's actually on display right now in Epic Fury. This is going to be, when we have the after action on this operation, this will be the most epic AI incorporated warfare in history.
So do you think the Israelis are pushing the envelope in terms of the reliability of those AI systems in that setting?
They are deploying researchers with their forward units.
Right.
I mean, they are in real time getting updates. And this is what goes back to my thesis, which is, what is the best for our warfighter? It should be the best technology, the best in class. I would love it to be made here in America. If the Israelis have something that we need for our warfighter, let's go get it.
So last year I was in Israel talking with their defense manufacturers, and they basically, when they develop a weapon system, it's 80% complete. And they finish it on the battlefield. It gets better and better and better. They'll take an F-35, for example, and learn and modify it so that in some ways it has more advantages than other networks using their whole contested airspace.
Okay. Well, that's amazing.
Actually, I see this as like a translate. So your question was about communications. Like, can we communicate that more effectively?
Yeah.
Absolutely, right? But here's the interesting part. Everyone's being asked in this fast-paced world to live in multiple horizons at once. And so there is the AI, and then if they're really leaning forward, like the commercial cloud available quantum processing that they can use now. And then there's like the idea of what could come, or maybe what you're writing about in some of your articles. That process for translation for us is clearer than it used to be.
Yeah.
Because now we're saying, for a focused use case, does this improve this or not, right? And so if we're taking post-quantum cryptography, or when we're taking QKD, and we're saying, okay, what is more effective, one or the other? And then we can look at those and then make a business decision based on those, and then also a mission decision based on those with the context. The interesting part is, instead of saying like, hey, we'd like to buy some AI, we are trying to do outcomes per dollar. And we thankfully have a private sector who is able to speak that language and actually bring us that language so that we have more trade space for those type of decisions. Here's the last part. When we're doing the piloting, we have the psychological safety of saying, hey, if we're not in a real laboratory, if we're doing exercises, if we're on human-machine teaming, then we can do tech-informed concept of employment and concept of operations, where we can see how that works. So we have the fear of failure and the fear of success that are wiped away. That way you can play to win, figure out what's there, and then you know what's ready and then what isn't ready.
Okay. Well, I want to, Rich, ask you a question, because about circling back to robotics, you know, advanced robotics really is going to be the future of manufacturing, and manufacturing is going to be very important for a lot of stuff being talked about. And the US does not have a slight lead over China in manufacturing. It is very far behind. So how can we work with our allies, maybe Japan, Germany, who are very big in robotics? Is that going to have to be a part of that strategy?
Yeah, every time people talk about robotics, especially when you talk about the humanoids, I always think about the time I was at the first Future Investment Forum in Saudi in 2017, and I had those little robots come up to me and talk to me. So I was like, that's always in my mind. But no, I mean, if you talk to an AWS, if you talk to some of the folks out there that have been leaning into robotics for several years now, for modernization of their facilities, workforce development, all those issues, of course, that's huge to our economy. It's absolutely. And if we're not working with allies that are leading the way in the space, then we're falling behind. I mean, to me, that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Okay, I think we can take a couple of questions from the audience. If we, just at the back there. Then you, I think there's a microphone, but you can also just shout if you like.
Thank you. I've heard the allusion to research and human capital quite a few times mentioned, and especially in the AI domain, 99% of the U.S. capability and researchers come from top-tier universities in the U.S. I happen to work at one of those universities, and I'm trying to reconcile what I hear you saying and what we have, historically relied on, especially in AI, on universities like mine, to now we are scrambling internally, trying to figure out why we're the enemy now. So the open door, Richard, you said, is not the message we're getting currently. It's the door is closed and we don't want to work with you. How do we reconcile that all of the top tier AI talent is coming from these 20 or so universities that are now apparently the enemy of the US DoD
I think it's a fantastic question.
It's a critical question. Two things can be true at the same time. You can have a credible belief with a lot of evidence that there is rot in parts of our higher education system, in the liberal arts, in the humanities, anti-Semitism on various college campuses, what DEI has done to college campuses. The list can go on. It can also be true that we have the best world-class research institutions in the world, and if we are not working with them, we will fall behind and we will lose. How do you reconcile the two things? It's a real tension. I look at President Trump going to Pittsburgh, going to a university setting, having the first AI and energy summit in the country. Now, credit to Senator McCormick for inviting him and setting up the summit, but allowing university leaders to feature what they're doing on AI, what they're doing on technology, and say this is the future. Attended by every principal in the US government, every cabinet member, foreign dignitaries flying in, making Pittsburgh like this. Now, it was Pittsburgh, it's Pennsylvania, Senator McCormick, I get it. Why can't the University of Chicago do that? Why can't a number of other research institutions do that as well? Understand what you need to be leading on. If your hill to die on as a university president is anti-Semitism and standing up for Hamas people on campus and gender issues, I can't help you. But if you say like, got it, we're going to do the right things here, we're going to try to have a university setting that's thoughtful for university principals, et cetera. But what we really want to focus on here is our talent pipeline and what we do best. And let me tell you about what we're doing in AI, what we're doing in quantum, and the startups that are coming out of our university. That is an open door. And it's different parts of the administration. You're not talking to the Department of Education, Title VI office, Title IX office. You're talking to the Department of Energy. You're talking to the national labs. You're talking to the NEDC, and OSTP, Kratsios, and SACS, and they're talking to the president. So I do believe this is a moment, a generational moment for us to seize and to basically rescue the reputation of higher education, and this, I believe, is the path.
Well, speaking as a Brit, I would, one of the things I admire, and we talked a lot about democratic values, but is the freedom of speech and right to protest and that sort of thing. So maybe there's some balance to be found there. Sorry, we've got to go ahead with this question. We're almost out of time.
Hi, John Stewart with the Washington Times. Good to see some of you gentlemen. 3000.09 is essentially the only piece of regulation that the department has about autonomy in weapons. It's its title. Mm-hmm. At what point is it appropriate, or when should we actually have Congress get involved with regulating autonomy, whether that's on the battlefield of defense or just more broadly? And then sort of tangentially, Andrew, you mentioned controlling an open a bunch of open training data. That feels very much like the same sticky issue that we're talking about right now with Anthropic, in the sense that you are controlling that training data rather than some form of regulation or the government controlling that training data. And you even mentioned, patriotically, not allowing for adversaries to have it. But at what point does the government actually have a role here?
Good questions.
Well, I would say that we certainly are having those discussions. We had those discussions 2025, working on the next NDA. We're talking about them. We're continuing. I will tell you again, software has always been near the bottom of the priority, and every defense manufacturer and every member of the armed services, and talking to the Secretary of War, that priority is going closer to the top. So we're doing that right now.
I would just add that, right now across the board, I think the department is now in the data age. And so if there is an issue or an impediment and people come with specifics, we can get those resolved faster than we could, especially if it's in the context of here's the outcome and here's the impediment. As much as we can bring specifics and data to some of these issues, I heard an earlier panel, is it primes or is it startups? We want outcomes overmatch per dollar. And so where folks can bring numbers, data, to these contextual issues, that makes us all of us smarter, more informed, but also able to go out and act faster than before.
Just to go back to the first question, that directive does not prohibit autonomous weapons, right? Thoughts on whether there should be some political discussion of that? Congressman. Do you think the Congress should weigh in and raise that issue more?
Well, I think that we have the Science and Technology Committee. I'm not on that committee. I think that maybe if there was any part of Congress that would do that, that might be the committee to talk to.
Go ahead.
I think the conversation's an important one. We can't ignore it. It is out there in the world. The UN has a convention on certain conventional weapons that continues to try to put a treaty forward. There's going to be people out there that are going to have anthropic type incidents. So we have to get ahead of that. We have to be able to make the case of responsible development, why this is important for our national security. Whether that requires regulation, I'm not sold on. But we can't just ignore it and think it's going to go away because people have social media, people have ways of influencing the public. We have to be confident in what we are developing and why we are developing.
Okay. Well, we're very much out of time. I'm sure that discussion is going to rage on. But thank you, and please give a thanks to our guests.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 3, Digital Dominance, Innovating for Cyber Advantage. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Suzanne Kelly of the Cipher Brief and our distinguished panelists.
Wonderful. It's so great to be here. I can't believe how well timed this conference was. So hats off to the Reagan Foundation for timing, having this happen just a few days after we've all seen the National Cybersecurity Strategy. So I'm also thrilled to be here with an amazing group of experts who bring very different perspectives to the conversation today, which I think is crucial. All of us who have worked in this space for any amount of time at all know that one person or one institute or one entity or agency doesn't do it by itself. So I think what you're going to hear today are some really fascinating insights and maybe be able to kind of connect some dots in your own head about how we're thinking about the challenge right now. So I'd love to welcome anyone to start thinking about questions early. I'll try to save a few minutes at the end of our conversation because I want to know what's on your mind too. And I think everybody else up here does as well. So, all right, glasses on because I'm old. We're here to talk about digital dominance, innovating for cyber advantage. We'll talk about what advantage means. But I wanted to welcome Representative Sarah Alfrith with the U.S. House of Representatives in Maryland's 3rd District, right? Matt Tate is the president and CEO of Mantech. The Honorable Mac Thornberry, of course, many of you probably already know him, former chair of the House Armed Services Committee. Welcome, Mac. And Joe Lynn is the co-founder and CEO of 20. We're going to dig in on this because it's described as a cyber warfare company that's building offensive cyber capabilities. That's a very alluring tagline. I like that. So I wanted to get into things with you, but first of all, I kind of want to know what's in your head when you're thinking about the cyber challenge right now. So as an opening question, I wanted to ask each of you, what is the most critical cyber issue you think in terms of timing, the one that needs to be addressed the quickest? It's a tough question. But Sarah, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Well, thank you all for having me. I really appreciate the invitation. We are in recess this week, but my district is Annapolis in Columbia, Maryland, so it was a short drive in. And I also have the fence line of Fort Meade. And so as a Marylander and the only Marylander on Hasker-Sask, my priority is always going to be protecting and building and growing a physical cybercom right there at Fort Meade. And that's everything from ensuring the garrison itself has everything it needs, from road funding and a great state-of-the-art gym and security. But it's also, I think, to your question, the most pressing need for me is going to be pipeline and workforce and actually competing with our adversaries who are just completely outgunning us when it comes to investment. And I hope we get into this conversation as we're seeing the importance of cybercom in the recent missions over the last year integrated fully. I want to pose a question to the audience and to the panel too, to think about when is it going to be time for us to have a standalone cyber force? I think we've gotten to this place kind of organically, and it's worked so far, but we are, again, being outgunned by our adversaries. And so what strategies do we need to think about to take this to the next level?
Excellent. Joe, what's top of mind for you right now?
Yeah, I want to build off of something that Congressman Alfrith has said, right, which is this concept of being outgunned by our adversaries. A year ago, former director of the NSA, commander of U.S. Cyber Command, Paul Nakasone, really did us all a huge favor by saying the quiet part out loud, which is that we are being outpaced by our adversaries, particularly China, in the cyber domain, across both speed, scale, and sophistication. And he said this in January of 25, and then he repeated himself again a few weeks later when he said that we're falling behind our adversaries. And this is a really remarkable thing that I don't think we fully grasped yet, which is that across all 5 domains of warfare, cyber is the one domain of warfare where we are now being outpaced by our adversary, not just because they have more people, which they do. China, for example, outnumbers us 50 to 1 or even 100 to 1 in the cyber domain. Not just because they have looser rules of engagement, which they do, which enables them to move faster, but because they are now, as a result of all of the reps that they've been getting, because of all of the investments that they've been making, are now more sophisticated than we are in a domain that we created. And so the question that we have to grasp is, what do we do to change that dynamic, right? And it gets back to actually another point that the congressman has made, which is around the cyber force and this broader conversation around how do we generate force in the cyber domain. We can't continue to generate force by throwing more people at the problem, which is historically what we've always done. We have to think more creatively about solving the force generation challenge in the cyber domain. And so I think that is probably the single most important question that we have to grapple with.
Matt, leading Mantech, you have a very unique, I think, perspective on the cyber challenges and solutions. What's top of mind for you?
Yeah, so Suzanne, first off, thank you for the question, and thanks to the Reagan Institute for being here today. Excited to have a conversation around this topic. So for those of you who don't know Mantech, look, we do more offensive cyber than anybody else. So anybody who's got title and authority to do offensive cyber, we're helping them in some way, shape, or form. And so when we talk about this topic, I think the thing for me is we have, war is being waged against us in cyber. Right? And that's something that we are not really acknowledging and operating with a sense of urgency against. And I think that is so important, right, when we're talking about this topic. We have a nation state that has put capability on our critical infrastructure. That is, they have crossed a line there that we actually need to recognize, right? Sometimes we'll use terms like gray zone, right? That's not doing us, I think, or that is doing us a disservice, right? Where we really need to be talking about, the quiet part out loud. They are waging war against us in cyber. We need to actually meet that moment from a sense of urgency perspective. And the second thing I'll say around this topic is around, I'll say AI, right? AI without cyber resiliency is, essentially too fragile, right? And then cyber without AI is too slow. And AI-enabled cyber, that's not the stuff of science fiction, right? We're doing that stuff today. And so we need to make sure that but it's not just those capabilities, it's other capabilities that you have to bring to bear. And we need to think more holistically when we talk about these problems to solve them against the nation states that we're talking about.
No small challenge. Congressman Thornberry.
I think a number of these points are very important, but I would say that the most significant development now in national security cyber is the infusion of AI into cyber operations in a variety of ways. The last panel was talking just briefly about agentic AI. I mean, in my mind, I think of these warehouses of Chinese folks who were on their keyboards trying to hack into us. Yeah. If you can just basically flip a switch and have the same effects with a bunch of agents working with other agents to get to conduct your cyber operations, it's a whole different scale. And if you can have the AI write your code for you as you move forward, all that. So it's this cyber's been an issue for a long time, but the infusion of AI that is happening now is, to me, the most significant thing that changes that threat to us in a whole variety of ways.
So we used to live in a world where the government took care of us and the private sector did innovating. We're not in that world anymore. We're now in the world, I think, based on everything all of you just said, where we need a new force, and it has to be a public sector, private sector, because that's where the innovation is happening. I want to talk to you about the speed, because I know that's going to come up multiple times. It's a critical component of how we think about cyber and innovating for the future. But I also want to know how you're thinking about the evolution of this public-private sector. I mean, we've always seen technology outpace policy, right? Policy struggles to catch up. How are you looking at the future of this if we are not going to be in a position where our adversaries have the advantage? Why don't we start with you again?
Yeah. Listen, we mentioned the cyber plan came out recently, and length of plan or report doesn't matter, but it was a little short on details. I agree with the pillars. Specifically, it's focused on workforce, which I think is part of your question here. And we struggle in committee, and I'm sure the former chairman appreciates how we take the NDA every year, but think about how are we building the systems and the pipelines that are going to last a generation. We're having this very same conversation around shipbuilding, for instance. How are we going back 60 to 100 years of lack of investment in that space? This is a newer problem. I think it's going to take us thinking through working with the private sector, creative solutions for getting young people interested from middle school on, and then creating those pathways to want to enter this work. It's been mentioned China outpacing us 50 to 1, which is an absolutely terrifying figure. We have to embrace the fact that the civilian side of DoD is a key component here. And that's the work that I'm trying to bring to the HASC right now. And thinking about resilience of the warfighter too, these are incredibly stressful missions, many of them are on, and they don't have the same access to mental health care that other warfighters might have because of the classified nature of what they're working on. So thinking through how are we supporting the warfighter holistically, and that's again gonna have to be a private-public partnership, thinking through workforce pipeline and keeping them resilient through these missions.
I think that's a great point. I don't think a lot of people understand what that day-to-day life is like. It might be interesting to throw some light on that. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. On the talent issue, I think there's kind of two concepts here that we have to simultaneously keep in mind. One is that talent density, at the end of the day, that is what matters, right? That is how we defeat our adversaries, is by having sufficient talent density, especially on offensive cyber-related matters, being able to bring in that talent, draw on that talent. And right now, the big challenge that we have, right, is that there actually isn't that much of a push from Silicon Valley. If you're one of the best, if you're some of the top engineers graduating from college, where do you go to work? For a long time, it was you go to food delivery apps, you go to photo sharing apps, right, and you go build consumer tech. Now it's you go work for the frontier labs, and don't get me wrong, that's extraordinarily important. But where is the push for people to come into offensive cyber, to come serve the country, right, by building state-of-the-art capabilities that we need in order to be able to conduct cyber operations at industrial scale? It doesn't exist, right? And the reason for that, I think, is a couplefold. Number one, there has been a stigma in cyber for a very long time that somehow defensive cybersecurity is good. That's the good cyber that you do. And offensive cyber, right, taking a fight to the adversary, breaking into their networks, that's bad cyber, right? And so if you're ethical, then you're not going to go and do offensive cyber, and that we need to change that dynamic. And then the other side, so just thinking about this from like a push-pull dynamic in terms of the market, again, how do we pull more people in? I think for a long time, the offensive cyber domain and the ecosystem has been very opaque. It's very, very hard to understand what exactly is happening. It certainly benefited people inside the ecosystem because there's been a lot less competition, but I think we have to get past that and start looking at how do we start talking about offensive cyber more publicly so that people understand why it's important to the national mission, why it's valuable, and why if you are an extraordinarily talented and patriotic graduate of a computer science program, you should actually go into this market.
Look, from a talent perspective, I think there's two things that I would be thinking about here. One is, I actually think we have, I'll call it a connection issue. Right? We have a lot of talent, right? Now, sometimes we think about it if it's on industry versus government versus the Hill, wherever that is. We actually need to think about how we connect that talent together. I think that's a tactical issue, but something that we need to do because there actually are a lot of talented cyber professionals that are out there that have been working in this industry that have gone elsewhere, and actually a lot that are residing in this industry that are underutilized that can be brought to the fight. I think that's the first thing. That's a tactical thing. But the second item is I think we need to step back and more broadly think about strategically how we want to develop talent, right? You know, between the Hill, government, industry, and industries, right? Not just national security industry. How do we want to develop tech schools around cyber, AI, et cetera, right? How do we want to make sure they have a career path and how they want to move within, you know, a place where they can be successful and then still serve our country in the way that we want to, right? But I think that we're missing the larger strategic play here, and we need to think about that to make it happen because right now it's a lot of point solutions that we can try and solve cyber talent or solve AI talent. It's a broader issue that we need to think about holistically, top to bottom, right? But also across industry.
As a recovering politician, I can go ahead and say part of what we need to do in talent is to have a legal immigration system where we can bring people or let people stay here who can contribute to our national security and cyberspace.
How big of a deal is that? Put it in perspective.
Look, I'm a recovering politician, right? So politically right today, I think it's really hard. But if you look at some of the top people in Silicon Valley, some of the top inventors for all the stuff we're talking about, they are either first or second generation American. We have to have a way for people to come here who will contribute, and a legal system for people to come here, contribute, and make us stronger. So, we can't lose sight of that. I want to get back. Your question, you mentioned partnerships, and it's a word that gets talked about so much. But the fundamental fact is so much of what we need in cyber is in the private sector. And I appreciate what these guys are doing, but it's still too hard to work with government. And I think I want to emphasize the point Joe made. One of the things I don't think government has done well enough is to express appreciation for the individuals and the companies that work with government and how they're needed and appreciated and what their mission is. You don't hear that so much. And so you get people with their nose in the air saying, oh, I'm too good for that national security stuff. We had that episode with Google a number of years ago. But talking more openly about some of the things we've been talking about, the threat, the importance of the mission to the country, and appreciation for contributing to solving those problems, I think would help a lot.
What you're talking about is a better understanding of the new, I would say, battle space or world that we're living in. And I think education, maybe on both sides, but it's got to happen pretty quickly, right? Again, like speed has everything to do with the conversation we're having today. So the president the White House released these new pillars. Let's go just really quickly, and I'm sure everybody in here pretty much knows what they are, but shaping adversary behavior is huge, promoting common sense regulation, modernizing and securing federal networks, securing critical infrastructure, which you talked about. We already know where they are. It's so difficult to get them out. Sustaining superiority in critical and emerging technologies, which speaks directly to sort of, I think, the Silicon Valley component of this. And then building the talent capacity, which we talked a lot about. What do you think if you had to identify one of these that could be acted on most quickly and there could be some sort of progress made, understanding the playing field as we do, what would you drill in on?
So first off, I'd like to say that normally we get a 100-page document, right, and you have to use AI to summarize it to 5 pages. So they did that here. So thank you, right, in advance of that. But from an industry perspective, there's a couple things where they talk about unleashing industry and bringing the best technology and talent. But in terms of the specific areas, to me, there are two, right? Operational technology, right? What we call OT in this space, right? How we make sure cyber resiliency happens there. I think that's a top priority. And then mission augmentation. Right, that's one of the things, from an offensive perspective, right, getting more talent to support those missions and figure out, we got to get the framework in place to make that happen. But to me, those are kind of the two key things that I would take out of that discussion around the strategy.
Fascinating, yeah.
Let's talk about pillar number 1 a little bit first, right? Shaping adversary behavior. This is the very first time that we have a national cyber strategy that doesn't only look at one half of the equation, right? In the past, national cyber strategies have been almost exclusively focused on resilience, which is important, on better defense, which is important, on workforce issues, which are important, right? But for them to acknowledge the fact that we have to look at this problem holistically and not just be in a much more passive position where we keep absorbing blow after blow after blow, right? Cyber, I like to joke that cyber is really one of only 3 industries where the amount of money that you spend is inversely correlated with the outcomes that you get, right? The other 2 being healthcare and education, right? And that's a huge problem for us, right? And what's so notable about pillar number 1, right, is it gets to the heart of the issue, which is around cost imposition. Our adversaries have done an extraordinary job imposing costs on us, even regardless of whether or not they meant to be discovered, for example, by emplacing the digital equivalent of satchel bombs in like water treatment plants in Western Massachusetts, okay? The fact that they are there has meant that our spending on cybersecurity continues to go up, right? And so what pillar number 1 gets after, and I think this is why it's so critical, and my guess is why they put it first, right, is how do we start thinking about imposing costs on them? How do we force them to spend more of their resources, which are also limited, right, on defensive measures? How do we make it so that their operations are failing preemptively before they're able to take the fight to us? Like, that is a huge distinction compared to how historically we have talked about cyber at a national level and how we better protect the American people.
Okay, I don't want to point any fingers or anything, but I do want to know, now that you are a recovering politician, your perspective, because I've been following cyber for 12, 13 years now, and we've been having the same conversations. we have not moved the ball as quickly or as far as it needs to be moved. So now that you're out of government, I'm hoping you're going to be really candid with us here right now.
I'm really interested.
Why?
I think you're largely right. We've made incremental progress. And I'll be the curmudgeon and say this isn't much of a strategy. It's a list of some goals to achieve. And okay, fine. I do, though, agree with the point that the tone of it is more cyber is a war-fighting domain, like y'all talked. You can't just be on defense. You got to be on offense too, like y'all mentioned. I think that is a helpful thing. The reason we haven't made more progress is because, among other things, our leadership has not talked candidly to the American people about the threats, both what the adversaries are doing and how we have dropped the ball and have so many vulnerabilities now in critical infrastructure that we all depend on every day, like water and sewer and electricity and all of that, pipelines, all of that stuff. And I am a firm believer that it's not going to get better until we talk more openly about it. Now, intelligence community, you know, they're reluctant to talk openly about some of what we know, about some of our vulnerabilities, and I understand there are some downsides, but I think we have to be more open, more transparent in order to make real progress.
So I think that's an important point there, Congressman, because when we, look, every day Russia and China is attacking Mantech. I mean, every day, right? Because of the type of work. They know us, right? They know the type of work that we do. Right? But the American people don't know that, right? That's happening on a daily basis. I don't think about it in those terms. And I do think that that's an important point, right? In terms of educating the American public so when we do these steps, right, that they understand, why we are doing these things.
Yeah, and just one other thing. A few years ago, Brad Smith with Microsoft was here at the Reagan Institute and gave a big speech about what Microsoft was seeing, which was good, impressive, it made an impact, but you need a lot more of that. Yeah. Yes, from industry, but also from our national leaders.
I'll jump in on the vulnerability piece and try to connect some other work HASC is doing. I serve on the Readiness Subcommittee, and we just had a great hearing about vulnerability when it comes to electricity and the fact that 90% of electricity that a base relies on comes from off base. So when our adversaries are really smart, that is the lowest hanging fruit imaginable and really threatens our readiness and doesn't even talk about the civilians around that base. Right. So I appreciate the plan, talks about hardening infrastructure. We've been, I'm new to Congress, but I understand we've been talking about hardening infrastructure for decades. What I think the chairman said that is really important is a list of goals, and my job on the committee is to hold the administration's feet to the fire to actually meet those goals. And how I always frame it is, and I say in committee, choose your own adventure. When you're here a year from now, what do you want to have achieved that I can hold you accountable for? And that's what I'm looking for as a member of HASC, not just a list of goals, but how and when are we going to meet them, and then how can I utilize my voice on committee to help them achieve that?
I want to touch on something, it's a little bit of a rabbit hole, but I think it's important to bring up. And we talked about this a little bit, which is cognitive advantage. The White House now actually has a director of cognitive advantage. I don't know how many people know that. And their job is to sort of understand how to influence how the adversaries are thinking overseas. But when we look at cyber and we think about some of the challenges that we're facing, I know you have very strong feelings about the cognitive advantage component. Can you just give us kind of a headline?
Yeah. This is the thing that worries me the most in all of national security, that we will make political decisions affected by our adversaries. At the Reagan Defense Forum in December, Admiral Paparo with Indo-PACOM says the character of war is changing in 3 ways. One of them was commoditization of drones, one was penetrating strike. The third one, though, was the increasing use of cyber, information, and cognitive operations to achieve political effects. And if you just get a glimpse of what's possible in our political campaigns these days, where you can target the household and the person in the household and the issue they care about and what message you can send them to that's most likely to influence them, you put a nation state behind that sort of effort. And you also put our divisiveness already, then you can really see that you can paralyze us or influence our opinions. And it's not just information. I don't know about y'all, but I still remember the Colonial Pipeline thing, where most of the East Coast couldn't fill up your car. They didn't have jet fuel because of a ransomware attack. Well, okay, imagine that happening again. Why? And the public says, why do you care about what's going on in Taiwan? I can't fill my car up. Or why do you care about what Russia's about to do to the Baltics? I can't make my flight. So it's having political effects, even if it just paralyzes us, divides us against each other, that could end up with what Sun Tzu called the epitome of strategy, defeating your enemy without fighting. And these cognitive operations that Admiral Paparo talked about, I think are the thing we are least able to grapple with.
Yeah. I want to ask you all a very difficult question based on a lot of the answers we've already talked about on stage today, and that is, I keep hearing that we need a better educated public. But let's be real, the public is looking at the price of gas, right? They're paying attention to what's happening in Iran, but most people have very busy schedules, they have children, they have families, they have things they have to do every minute of the day. How do you reach that audience with the knowledge they need without simply panicking them? How do you arm them with things they need to know how to do? I feel like there is a huge lack of education on the issue of cyber and innovating and what the US needs to do. How do you, A, reach those people and give them something to do about it? I told you I wasn't bringing easy questions.
Viral gamification.
Ah, interesting.
That's what you need to do, right? If you really want to engage the public in a certain way.
Turn it into a game.
Exactly, right? That's what we've seen, right? When you look at a lot of different states, when you try and convince people to do certain things, right? Turn it into a game that they can get rewarded on, right? To understand what's going on. So I think that that's what you try and do, right? To try and do what you're talking about. To me, because telling somebody something is not necessarily going to reach them, right? That's one approach. But you're going to have to do, now I'm oversimplifying because there are other things that you would do in addition to this, but I think that's the main thing, right? That if you can figure out, and it's doable, right, to make that happen.
How to get people invested in understanding the problem
right.
and then knowing what to do about it. It's a really hard question.
I think there's things we could learn from Taiwan. They are being bombarded every day by the mainland Chinese, and they have developed systems warning people about things. Even the stuff that's going on to some extent right now, warning people about scams. Don't click on things like this. Connect it to their daily lives.
Yeah.
Protect their pocketbook. Going back to the water and electricity issues, connect it that way. I think you can get through.
Yeah, I think Chairman Thornberry's onto something here, which is that part of the reason I think why the resilience efforts in Taiwan have been so effective is because they've been very honest with the Taiwanese people about what is happening in peacetime, and what will likely happen in wartime. Right? And that storytelling component, I think, is absolutely critical. Let's be honest with the American people about exactly what our adversaries are doing, right? And it's not just that they're stealing government information and breaking the government networks and trying to break into our defense contracts, which they're doing, right? It is the fact that they are going after rural hospitals in the Midwest. They're going after critical infrastructure. They're going after water treatment plants, right? And these are nation-state adversaries, not just ransomware gangs, that are intending to hold the American society hostage, right? They're getting ready in peacetime to shape how we think, what our options are, and in wartime, to be able to turn up the pressure and basically directly, it's the cyber equivalent of what we called during the Cold War counter-value targeting. It's going after the civilian populations.
I think that's a great point, and Taiwan's whole of society approach, I think, I would like to believe we can take it up here in America, but I think it requires everybody having an investment, and perhaps to the chairman's point, to everybody's point, it's about how do we make it relevant to their lives. It's not just this thing in the ether that's affecting our defense. It is their bank accounts. I mean, senior fraud is rampant, and my office has to deal with the other side of that. It's thinking through, these are not attacks on our DoD, these are attacks on your communities, and then getting them prepared for it. So to your point, they're testing us right now for a future of warfare, and we are not prepared. So yeah, I think learning lessons from Taiwan is a great point.
I would think you have the most fascinating perspective on this because you have a district,
yes.
right? You have people who you communicate to in that district and who you understand what their problems are, what their needs are, but you also kind of know things that they need to know. And I wonder if the answer doesn't lie with the members of Congress who represent these districts and what would be most effective in my district and share that information. It sounds very simple.
Yeah, no, I mean, I did my 22nd town hall 2 days ago in 14 months.
How many questions were raised about cyber?
None.
Yeah,
Zero.
That's terrifying.
A lot about costs of their electricity, a lot about the war and other things. But in 22 town halls, I don't think I got a shipbuilding question.
Wow.
But I've never gotten a cyber question, which I think is fascinating.
Yeah.
But I think to your point, it's doing what we can, working with like our senior centers and our 50+ communities, and we partner with the Attorney General's office when it comes to what to do after you're a victim of fraud, but we don't do enough at the beginning.
On that side, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, that's because most people also, they talk about the outcome, right, of what happens, right, not cyber itself, right? It's that's the action that took to get whatever happened to them, right, in terms of fraud, et cetera. So it is interesting, right, but it's a mindset shift, right, of educating folks to be able to understand it.
Very much so. My iPad went dead, so I'm not sure. I could talk all day long, but I'm just going to let our organizers know that we might need to just give me a cue if I'm talking too much here. I also want to give everybody a chance. I promised you guys that we would make this a group conversation, and I think each of you comes to these because you work in this industry, you have a unique perspective on it. So if you do have questions, I want you to get in here while you have this opportunity and ask those questions. We have 10 minutes. Okay, we have 10 minutes to go. Okay, so I told you all as well that I was going to ask. We talked about how AI is impacting everything. We've talked about the talent ecosystem. I want to talk a little bit more about what offensive cyber looks like. And it has been sort of there. We don't talk about that. It sat in somebody's district somewhere in behind secret walls, and we can't live in that world anymore. I think we've all kind of agreed to that. So what does offensive cyber look like now? And I'd like to hear from each of you your thoughts on that.
Sure.
Any order?
Want to start?
Yeah.
Okay. Look, I think it's three things when we talk about offensive cyber and where it needs to go to. The first one is a mindset, right? It used to be that the big would eat the small, right? But that's not the case anymore, right? It's the fast that eat the slow, excuse me. And I think that's something that we need to make sure that we are operating on, that mindset, that sense of urgency, that pace. We need to have that from an offensive perspective. The second thing is we've got to get the operating model right. So we talked about mission augmentation, right? How that you do have that larger workforce. How are we going to make sure we plug that in, right, in the right systems or I'll say entities to go make that happen? I think that's the second thing. The third thing is we need to fund cyber like the warfare domain that it is, right? And I think that's key.
Does everybody agree? Yes.
And I think what's important here also is, look, there's now a bunch of PE folks that are in the government. So return on investment is a concept they agree with. And if you think about operations that you can have over a distance, right? Cyber can traverse quite a distance, right? Supply chain issues are reduced. You can get capability out quicker. There are a lot of advantages to this. I'm not saying, look, there's other, and you can also enable kinetic and not kinetic operations. So there's a lot there, right, when you think about it, because AI and cyber, look, those are not initiatives. Those are strategic weapon platforms that are here for the modern era. And we need to put all that together as a part of an emphasis and focus of making offensive cyber happen in the way I think we should.
Yeah.
I'll go back to the question I posed at the beginning, which is when is the right moment for a cyber force, a dedicated cyber force? That we're doing it in buckets in each of our armed services right now, but how are we connecting the dots to have one tip of the spear? I can't speak to offensive beyond that. I think a piece of this that I hear about a lot from both at NSA Fort Meade and at companies around the fort that are doing cyber work, the workforce pipeline, I don't know a whole lot of young people who want to go into this work when they have to clear that clearance, which is really difficult. They're going to have to live in a skiff and they don't have access to their phones all day. Really difficult for young people and young parents. The fact that cannabis is now illegal in most states and how that can impact one's clearance. And I don't have an answer to any of these things, but these are just some of the stressors on actually getting the best and the brightest young people into this work. I don't have a solution yet, but a problem that's always on my mind of how we're going to actually meet the moment and build the cyber system we need.
If I were going to spend one day at your company and I was going to walk away with a, oh my gosh, on offensive cyber, what would it be?
It's the fact that in order for us to prevail in this domain, in competition, not against Venezuela and Iran, but against our tier one adversaries, against adversaries like Russia and China, we have to fundamentally rethink, right, how we are generating capability in this domain. So the way offensive cyber has been treated for a very long time, it's that it's been treated as a highly bespoke domain where you effectively have artisans. We actually use that terminology, that vocabulary, to describe the people that are working in this domain. We describe them as apprentices and journeymen and masters, right? And we have to move beyond that, which served us well and continues to serve us well for certain strategic national missions. But to be able to think about what does it take to operate at speed and scale in a domain that is fundamentally driven by machine-to-machine interactions, where human beings are unable to keep up with the pace, speaking of cognitive advantage, are unable to keep up with the speed of machine communication because we have to process machine code through our eyeballs and respond and type back with our hands, right? Fundamentally, we have to shift from that to a much more industrial scale way of conducting cyber operations, right? Where we're not taking the human out of the loop, we're keeping them on the loop, but we're augmenting humans, human operators, with artificial intelligence. So how do I take somebody who's currently an interactive operator, who is single threading what it is that they're doing, and elevate them in the way that we elevate people in other domains where they become mission commanders, right? So going back to Chairman Thornberry's point about how do we have human beings effectively leverage agents, an agentic network where a single interactive operator is no longer conducting operations against a single target, but against dozens or even hundreds of targets simultaneously. And I think we have to change that mindset. And if we don't, again, we simply cannot keep up with the asymmetry in size that we have. And on top of that, last point that I'll make, those Chinese operators and analysts, cyber analysts that are in the warehouse, they are aggressively embracing artificial intelligence, right? To a degree that I think would be shocking to all of us. And so as a society, we also have to change our relationship with artificial intelligence, where we see this as a highly useful tool and capability that can augment us and make us better than where we are today.
I think for those who are listening carefully, you just gave us the blueprint for the video game that we were talking about that gives people the sense of what is this like and what does it mean and what's at stake and what if I lose? Go ahead.
No, look, the Congressman, what she was also talking about, what you both are talking about is we also need to figure out how to do more unclassified work, right? How can you open the aperture for talent and capability, et cetera? Look, for Mantech, we actually developed something on our own, so I can talk about it here, but if I did this in a skiff, I couldn't mention it, right? We developed an AI capability that can find zero-day defects, right? Great capability. So that's something we're using. But because I developed it on my own, right, through open source means, I can talk about it. That's a great point. Right? If I had done this if my team had done it with, one of the agencies, three-letter agencies, right, couldn't talk about it. So this is a great example, right, about capability that needs to get out there faster, right, to meet the need.
Yeah, final thought on offensive?
Yeah, the one thing I just emphasize for people who may not live and breathe cyber all the time is this is not some isolated thing that happens through fiber optics. It is touching everything. Yeah. If you look at what's happening in Ukraine, if you look at a whole variety of things, whether you're trying to prevent missiles from hitting you or airplanes from flying or ships from doing their thing, especially with autonomy, cyber will be central to all of this. And so we shouldn't just think of, okay, it's a domain over there. It is integrated into everything we do.
Not to harp on this too much, but I've been to Ukraine 7 times since the full-scale invasion of Russia, and what they have done with how they are managing their drone programs over there and this new front line that looks unlike any front line we've ever seen, and how they are now have a point system for targets that they destroy. They rack up these points, and then they use these points in an Amazon-type shop to go and buy the new equipment that they need because there's scarcity of equipment. That's how you earn it for your division or your department. It's incredible. Wow. Okay, I promised questions, so please, somebody come through with one for me. Yeah, tell us who you are.
Al Frank.
Hi, Al.
I think the subject of cyber is so complex. The fact that you don't get that question in your town halls speaks volumes.
Yeah.
So how would you, in simple layman's terms, define cyber? How would it affect me? And what could I do about it as a citizen?
Thank you. I think most of America has that question. I'm really glad you asked it. No easy answer.
If I were at a town hall right now, that's a great, if we can't even come up with a simplified way of explaining to people, I would talk about it in terms of our vulnerabilities first, which is always hard because I think that scares the crap out of people, and it should. The vulnerabilities we all spoke about today, but the fact that warfare has changed so drastically over the last 30 years, and what they can do about it is, I'm going to turn to the smart people here.
Yeah, well, look, for a person, right, if you're talking to anybody in here, right, cyber hygiene, the first thing you should do is have your own computer, a single computer to do your personal finances and turn it on and off when you do it and only use it for that one thing, right? Like in terms of like if you're giving someone just personal cyber advice, literally that's the first thing you should tell them, right? And that's and again you should clean out the cache behind what websites you go to after that. Like literally that's probably the most important thing because what everybody cares about the most is their financials.
Yeah.
Right?
I feel like we need Cyber 101. Most of America doesn't know what a cache is. I mean, I'm just speaking realistically. Most of my family members, if I polled them, would be like, what is that? Right. Tell me about it when there's a problem and I have to fix it. Then I want to know. Otherwise.
Right. But I think this speaks to what we talked about earlier, right? Like how we talk to the American public, right, about cyber, right, in terms of the threats, the vulnerabilities, but also what they can do, right? Because that is the key point I think out of this is, if you're Johnny or Susie, right, American public person, when I walk away from this, what are the three things that I feel like I can do comfortably to help me be more savvy, safer, right, from a cyber perspective in a way that makes sense?
Yeah, totally agree. Anybody else have a question? Becky? If you don't mind, sir, please just tell us who you are. We're going to bring you a microphone real quick here. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Drew Lawrence. I'm a reporter with Defense Scoop. I'm hoping we can kind of touch and dig in on the defense industrial base and cyber protections. I'm sure you saw yesterday, Stryker Medical reported a cyber attack on them. They're also, provide products to the military. And I'm wondering generally, officials have said that part of the concern with the DIB is that there's a disparate levels of cybersecurity across it, from big companies to lower level companies that have different capabilities to defend against those attacks. Do you agree with that assessment? And what would you recommend to the DIB to better protect themselves?
So look, let's talk about public-private partnerships there. So for us, right, we have NSA on our network, and we've had them on our network for many years, right? During the Trump 1, right, NSA put out all these different agreements that you could have to work more collaboratively with them. Mm-hmm. And because to me, it's about real-time information sharing, right? You need real-time information sharing when you're getting attacked to be able to actually share that information with the rest of industry as well as with government because they can actually share that information across, right? And it goes to CISA and FBI, not just NSA. But those tools are available. Any company can actually sign up for those, right, with the NSA. So, and DCSA has them, CISA has them. You should actually look at that. But what NSA specifically has is real-time information sharing. And I think that's key. And especially for when we talk about DIB companies, look, for me, I put country first, right? I want our federal government to know what the threat vectors are against us because of the type of work that we do. And if you want to do mission-focused technology work, this is the world you have to live in, and that you should be sharing this information on a real-time basis, right? 24 hours later, 48 hours later, I call that ambulance chasing, right? That's too far after the fact from a cyber perspective, right? You've got to make it happen in real time. And so that's what's in place and something you can actually take advantage of, but I think is a good example of a public-private partnership.
We have 1:31 seconds, which means each of you gets approximately, 30 seconds? No, less than that. Next steps. So let's kind of circle back to where we started this conversation. If there were a few key next steps that would address the thing that you are most concerned about in cyber, what are those next steps? And we'll start this way and then share with the conversation.
Number one, greater transparency about the threat.
Yes.
And I put that number one for a reason. I would say, 2, to repeat myself, a legal immigration policy that allows us to get and keep the best and brightest, because, as they have said all along, it's talent that is the key to us prevailing over our adversaries. And I would say 3 is to make partnerships real. But just in the last question, you got the defense industrial base. We're thinking of shipbuilders and airplane builders. It's much broader than that. And if you run off some of the best capability in the country so they're not available for the warfighter, we will not be able to compete with the Chinese and others.
Such a good point, Matt.
So while I agree with the chairman's comments, I think for me what I would say is unlocking innovation, right? You're like, we talked about Silicon Valley today. That is a diamond that we have in terms of capability that other nations do not have. And so when we talk about trying to work through these conversations, right? The great thing about being in a democracy is we can talk about this stuff all openly, right? To go make it happen. But that means we can innovate against this too, right? And figure out how to solve those problems. And that, to me, that's the key for us, right? Is innovating our way through these things.
Well, I was going to talk more about talent density, but I think that's been covered. So what I'll say is this. A lot of what we're talking about here, right, is both the threat to the American people, and I think how do we take a much more preemptive and proactive approach so that we're not just playing defense all the time, right? That has been our mindset for a very long time. I think the national cyber strategy that the administration put out gets to the heart of it exactly right, which is it's time to put our adversaries on the back foot. And so how do we mobilize the entire country? How do we mobilize the defense industrial base and the military and the law enforcement community that we have to start doing that?
Quickly, I think it's having a strategy that's not just top down, but it's integrated throughout. And the last question, I think, highlights the importance, the critical nature of that integration. And then number 2, I'll just make a pitch to everybody in this room. We've already submitted our NDAA base bill requests 2 weeks ago, but it's now time to think about markup. And so I don't know the answer to this question because I have to rely on the very talented, smart people in this room. So please reach out to my office if you want to have a conversation about what you need, not just from the administration, but what you need in this year's NDAA and future NDAAs to actually meet this moment and meet this need.
I told you it wouldn't be a boring panel. I think we delivered. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the expertise, not only on this stage, but I hope that it sparks some ideas and everyone to also take an action item away with you as we leave today. And thank you again to Reagan Foundation for giving us the chance to chat. Thanks.
Please welcome to the stage Director of the Ronald Reagan Institute, Mr. Roger Zackheim.
Okay, everybody. Wow, I wasn't expecting applause, but that table over there gets lunch first. I was very, I see Joe over there. Okay, there we go. Old friends from Capitol Hill taking care of brothers. I appreciate that. Yeah, no fun getting everybody, but I appreciate you quieting down. We're going to start the lunchtime program here. Thank you for making such a wonderful morning. I'll give a round of applause to the Reagan Institute team for putting this together. And for all of you for braving the elements outside, that rain, that could be a deterrent. President Reagan once said, the best growth generators are those persons who have the inner moral fiber to accept new ideas, concepts, machines, and technology. Now, our special guest for lunch, the Honorable Mike Duffy, Undersecretary of War for Acquisition and Sustainment, is working to drive systemic changes in the way the department does business and become one of those growth generators described by President Reagan. Now, warfighter readiness relies not just on recruiting and training the best and brightest into military service, it also rests on arming them with those most advanced capabilities. That's why it's so important we see the Pentagon engaging with new companies in our nation's innovation ecosystem in an unprecedented way. Now, since the Reagan Institute launched the NSIB Report Card, you may have heard about it this morning. If you haven't, we'll talk about it more shortly here. I see Morgan Brennan. You're going to talk about it, right? Okay. We have been tracking the demand signal the government, as a customer, sends private sector partners. And we've been a pretty tough grader. But this year, what we call our customer clarity, that grade is one of the bright spots of good news in our new assessment. Now, through the acquisition transformation strategy and the warfighter acquisition system, there is clear intent to modernize quickly. And now we'll be looking for the Pentagon and the rest of the NSIB ecosystem to sustain the momentum through durable budgeting, scaled execution, and a real change in acquisition behavior. Operation Epic Fury makes progress all the more urgent, demonstrating both the enduring strength of the American military capability and the pressing need to accelerate the next generation of technology. We must change acquisition behavior to equip our warfighters as they carry out the missions we ask of them. Mr. Secretary, we're encouraged by your leadership, and we look forward to watching the growth generation our nation needs. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Michael Duffy and our moderator, Miss Morgan Brennan of CNBC. Stage is yours.
Well, it's great to be sitting here with you.
It's great to be here with you.
There's so much to get to. I think I'm just going to jump right into it with you and sort of ask you a question we just discussed a few moments ago as well, and that is from your purview, your key vantage point as Undersecretary of Acquisition and Sustainment. How would you assess Epic Fury right now, and what does it mean for our defense industrial base?
Well, I think we're seeing some of the greatest weapons we have employed right now to really accomplish the president's mission and destroying the Iranians' ability to inflict any conflict going forward. But I think we have been thinking at the Pentagon about what is the industrial base that we need. And we've invested long before Operation Epic Fury quite a bit of time and energy into obviously thinking about how to transform our acquisition system, but how to boost our industrial base to ensure that we've got the weapons that we need for any future conflict. And I'm look forward to talking about some of the deals we've done, some of the transformation we've put in place.
There's a lot to get to here in 30 minutes. It's going to go quickly. But I do just want to circle back on that. Does our military have what they need right now?
Well, I think the best person to speak to that is General Dan Kane, who last week said very definitively we have what we need in order to prosecute the mission, and I think that's what we're seeing right now.
So THAAD interceptors, Patriot missiles, the like, that's been getting a lot of attention in the press. Stockpiles are there, and
I believe we have what we need, absolutely. And I'm working on getting the industrial base to the place where we can continue to grow that and continue to supply the warfighter.
So how does that happen? And how quickly can that happen?
Well, it's a complex problem set, but I think it started on November 7th. Actually, it started back in the spring when the president put out an executive order directing the department to think through how do we do acquisition. We had tremendous support from Congress. It was a moment of change. Everybody was aligned, both sides of the aisle, both sides of the river, both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue. Now was the moment for change, and we had leadership who was about disruption, and we have a system that needed disruption. We also have a threatening environment around us, and we have this incredible moment of investment in the private sector. I think the one thing, it's not quite explicitly stated in the acquisition transformation strategy, but I think a theme throughout it is that we're recognizing finally inside the Pentagon that we are no longer pacing the change of technology. And we need to figure out how to restructure ourselves to absorb technology. I see Raj here, who started Defense Innovation Unit many years ago on that journey, and I think expanding it from the innovation ecosystem to how the acquisition system can take in new technology at scale is a primary driver for where we're focused.
Yeah, and I feel like I've had these conversations for many years now, but it does seem like we're at an inflection point in terms of that acquisition reform, that ability to move more quickly to field those technologies more meaningfully, more quickly. I guess, how would you assess where you are this far into the process and what can happen, what levers can continue to be pulled to make it move more quickly?
Yeah, I think there's 2 or 3 components to it, I think, from my perspective. First, we have the acquisition transformation strategy. It's out there. We have teams within the Pentagon system picking apart the policy, trying to improve and break down barriers. We just recently put out a call to industry to help us figure out where can we shave more out of the FAR and DFAR. We've already done 41 class deviations and really taking the FAR and DFARs down to the statutory bare bones. And so we're going to continue to work streamlining that process. But we're also engaging with industry, and that even started before the acquisition transformation strategy came about. When I was first confirmed back in June, Deputy Secretary Feinberg and I convened our industry partners who are primarily focused on the munitions industrial base. We saw that as a need for growth going forward. And we asked them, what is getting in your way and how could we remove some of those barriers going forward? That led to, actually it continues today. So 9 months later, we have a high volume of communication and engagement with industry leaders from the CEO level to the VPs, from the programs to the Deputy Secretary and myself. And I think that frequency of communication is critical to ensuring that we transmit and clearly state the urgency of the problem. And that has resulted in these deals that we rolled out these last 2 months, where I think in an unprecedented way, in partnership with Congress, who gave us the authorization to enter multi-year procurement deals, we were able to establish a long-term demand signal, which industry has been communicating for years is critical to allow them to make investment to improve their production. And so Lockheed and Raytheon both entered into these framework agreements with us, which range from 5 to 7 years, and they've pledged to put up their own billions of dollars in order to, in the case of THAAD, for example, quadruple the production capacity from 96 to 400. In the case of Patriot, go from 650 to 2,000. Billions of dollars of industry-invested money, which not only saves the taxpayer money, but now I believe creates the incentive structure for industry to say, I'm going to spend this dollar as effectively as possible so we can modernize our manufacturing capacity within the industrial base, which I do not believe they've been incentivized to do until we created this model.
Yeah, it's a shift in the business model.
That's right. We say commercial first. I think people traditionally and correctly think about, are we acquiring commercial items first within the Pentagon? But I think there's a commercial model component to it that's also woven throughout the acquisition strategy.
Are you going to do more deals? Where do you have your eyes set?
Well, yes. I mean, I think given the, we still have implementation, but I think we're very pleased with the progress that we've made. And not every program will be a perfect candidate for this kind of a deal. But when you look at, there's some key characteristics that I think are consistent across these systems. First of all, a clear long-term demand signal, right? We're going to need Patriots and THAADs and Tomahawks and Standard missiles into the foreseeable future. Secondly, there's not yet an emerging competitor. We hope there will be. We're actively engaging with non-traditional and startup companies in the hopes that we can get low-cost cruise missiles and hypersonics, and hopefully eventually an interceptor competitor. And third, the ramp time to be able to build supply chain and IP and that sort of thing, all kind of creates the incentive for a long-term deal here and putting that contract in place, not only to incentivize the contractor to make the investment, but putting real penalties in to ensure that we're able to stick to the President and the Secretary's priority, which is speed and volume.
When you say real penalties, are you referring to the executive order that ties
No,
performance?
No, well, I mean, performance
To
is a
shareholder?
consistent theme
Okay.
throughout our activities too. But in that specific case, I think we want to put real teeth in the contracts to ensure that we can count on delivery on time according to the contracts that we've entered into. And I don't think we've done that as consistently in the past.
Yeah, when I hear about a 7-year game plan here, and it sounds great. I guess the other key question, and knowing that there are some lawmakers in this room, are lawmakers on board?
Well,
Because you have to get it funded,
Congress
right?
passed the multi-year procurement authority in both the NDAA and the appropriations bill. I think there was recognition that we needed growth, and that was the best way to achieve growth. And yes, we do need funding, and I think we'll be making the argument for that funding in the upcoming budget and appropriation season.
$50 billion supplemental, that seems to be the number that's floating around right now in the meantime. Anything you can share there? Does that sound like enough?
It does take money to grow the industrial base, but I can't comment yet on what that looks like.
Anything we should anticipate in terms of a fiscal 2027 budget request here?
Well, I think the President put out a pretty clear demand signal in January, but I think, again, once the FY27 budget's released, I'll be able to talk in greater detail.
I want to go back to quadrupling of some of these missiles and munition systems. What is it actually going to take when you assess the supply chain? What is it actually going to take, and knowing that that's been so fragile for so long, to actually realize a production ramp like that?
Well, I think it takes leadership, and I think we've got that in the Secretary and the Deputy. I think it takes money. I think it takes commitment. And, these multi-year procurements are, I think we've established a trust level with industry because of that frequent engagement. And I think it's important for us to be able to execute these deals to have that trust level and have that communication. But it also takes, one of the key components of the deal is that all the conditions that are a part of the prime contractor will flow down. So the longevity of the deal will benefit all the suppliers all the way down the supply chain, which hopefully then incentivizes a flywheel of investment in the key components and the raw materials that we need to, because it is such a complex supply chain.
Whether it's these types of weapon systems or others, you look across the supply chain, where do you see pain points right now? Where do you think more can be done?
Well, I think we're making strides in shipbuilding. One of the things that we've also been championing at the department, we call it the Business Operators for National Defense. And we've really been able to attract some impressive talent. Former head of manufacturing for Ford, former head of manufacturing for GM, former head of Asia supply chain for Stellantis, former CIO of Tesla. All these executives that have sort of earned their stripes and have deep expertise and are looking for a mission-oriented way to contribute to the nation have signed up for this bond program, and it's given us a chance to embed with the prime contractors and take some of that transferable expertise that is, has been so successful in the commercial industry in terms of scaled manufacturing, and bring some of those best practices into our defense industry, where I think, we've got some opportunities to really improve how we modernize and accelerate manufacturing.
Not for nothing, everybody you just mentioned is from an automaker. What does that say?
We were good at automaking. Listen, that's the industry that scales, right? And but we're not limited to the auto industry. We're really looking across a broad cross section of people who you wouldn't traditionally find coming into the department. And I'll tell you, I've been in and out of Pentagon meetings for most of my life, and it's really refreshing to bring in a new set of perspectives and a new set of eyes to contribute to some of the discussions we're having around the table about how do we think about what industry is going to think about this, and not in an adversarial way, in a contributing way. This is how industry, this is what motivates industry. And I think without that, we haven't really had those voices around the table quite as much. And I think we've been able to really excel at bringing some of these deals to bear because we've had those perspectives.
There are reports out there that or that the department, I should say, is looking to recruit investment bankers as well to do some deals and deploy some capital. Is that true?
Well, we're looking for a broad cross-section of skills. You know, I mean, we are in the business of making deals with industry. We just did the L3 deal last month where the department invested $1 billion in exchange for equity in L3. We saw solid rocket motors as a critical need for growth across the entire munitions industrial base. We had these deals with Raytheon and Lockheed, and the common component and the single, at least at the time, the single supplier was L3, and they agreed to put up billions of dollars to match our $1 billion investment. And I think it's a great deal for the taxpayer because we get the growth we need in the industrial base. We're still pursuing second sources so we can get some competition, and there's a range of great opportunities there to do that. You know, at the end of the day, we'll exit and hopefully return the dollars to the taxpayer, and we'll have an enhanced industrial base and a greater and more resilient supply of solid rocket motors.
Yeah, that was a very unusual deal. And to your point, the fact that that business is going to be spun out of L3 as well, and that the government is going to take an equity stake here. Should we expect to see more of that type of deal making too? I mean, to me, what it sort of signals is the possibility of deconsolidation here.
Well, deconsolidation is a noble goal, and equity is a tool for us to
Do you want to see
pursue
the
that.
industry deconsolidate?
Well, competition is a healthy thing. Absolutely, competition is our friend. Whether that's deconsolidation or it's the addition of new entrants, you know, all of the above.
Should we expect more equity stake type deals? Are you
Well, I mean,
in the market for that?
We've taken a lot of equity stake deals in critical mineral companies, trying to be innovative and as I said, kind of think about how are we going to get the best benefit for the warfighter and the taxpayer. I think that the old style model of grants wasn't getting the value that we needed, and when you force the industry partner to put some skin in the game in an equity deal, I think that, you know, has a natural incentive structure that a traditional grant that we've been giving away through DPA and IBAS won't. We won't necessarily be able to apply to every deal, but it's certainly a new tool that we're eagerly looking to employ wherever we can.
To go back to the commercial piece of this, or new technologies, new players who are looking to engage in contract with the department, what are the capabilities that you're looking for actively right now, and how are you looking to embrace some of these new players?
Well, I think you know, we're looking across our portfolio of programs, and whatever emerges as an opportunity in terms of where's their benefit to the government and most likely to the industry partner, so we can get a deal. And so that's the lens through which we're looking at it. Is there an opportunity through, you know, a longer-term deal in partnership with Congress if we can secure the multi-year procurement, and we have that need and we have that opportunity to drive efficiency into the production capacity, that would be a candidate. But I mean, you could just look across all of our portfolios and I think have candidate programs that we could take a look at.
Yeah, and you've been on this Arsenal Freedom Tour with the Secretary as well.
Yeah.
How to think about that when and as it moves forward, since I'd imagine it's a little bit on hold right now.
Well, that's been actually a great initiative with the Secretary's intent, and I think he really, I think it really achieved its intent, was to speak to the defense industrial base workforce. Really the engine behind our ability to manufacture and scale, and to communicate directly to them how critical they are to us, enabled to, in order to deliver the best weapons in the world, and to motivate them and to declare directly, this is an urgent task, the warfighter is counting on you, you know, we need you to continue to move with speed and skill. and he got a great reception, and I think it was good just to, it is a priority for the president that we revitalize the defense industrial base, and I think representing that with the Secretary's presence was really meaningful.
How are you approaching new technologies, including software? I mean, your peer, Undersecretary Mill-Michael, has been very vocal, for example, about what's going on with Anthropic right now in the supply chain risk designation and this back and forth in negotiation. But how do you see it, and how are you factoring in?
Well, artificial intelligence and software is such a critical enabler of everything that we do right now. I think it's so important for us to have confidence in our and an understanding of trust with our suppliers, and so especially when it comes to software and artificial intelligence. And so I think we have great suppliers. I think we have great software companies, innovative software companies, and I think we have the environment right now where with the urgency, with the software pathway memo that the Secretary put out within his first few weeks in office, which is preferring commercial software as opposed to permitting it. I think now's the time for us to embrace all the innovation in the country when it comes to software and artificial intelligence.
How does all of this speak? And I ask this knowing that we have this conflict in Iran playing out in real time, and you're actually seeing this demonstrated in real time. But how does this speak to the mix of so-called more exquisite weapon systems and things that are battle tested versus these newer technologies?
Yeah, clearly there's a need for both, and I think that's what we're seeing, right? We have adversaries that have exquisite and low-cost mass, and we need to have a hybrid force that has the ability in a cost-effective way to accomplish that mission. And I think we're learning lessons from it. I think we have, I know there are many news stories in previous conflicts about the disproportionate cost of intercepting a low-cost drone with a high-cost interceptor. I think we're getting much better at the cost per kill ratio, and we've got some great technology in the APKWS Falco, which is a very low-cost drone interceptor that's got a great connect rate. And so it's just I'll go back to that theme that I talked about at the beginning, which is the Pentagon is no longer defining or pacing technological advancement, and so how do we reconfigure our acquisition system to not be so rigid and welcome those in? I think the requirements reform that the Secretary rolled out at the same time as the acquisition reform, where we're getting away from a very technically specified solution and instead saying, here's a statement of the problem. I see my friend Bill Greenwalt in the back there, who is the godfather of some of these thoughts, to really allow the flexibility for innovation in industry to bring solutions to us that, it's not our job in the Pentagon to conceive of what is going to be the most effective technology. We just need to be better at describing the problem and then getting out of the way of industry bringing those solutions to the warfighter.
So, and Roger, I'm doing it. I'm going to pull up the report card. But we talked about overview of recommendations, and it's challenges to address. Lack of multi-year demand signals. How to improve, strengthen the government's demand signals so private capital and industry can scale with confidence. Let's start right there, because we've already been touching on all of this in the conversation, but how do you think the department can continue to improve to bring more private capital into the mix here? How important is that for this future as you're thinking about it, as you're getting on a wartime footing?
Well, I think every private capital dollar invested in creating value is a dollar the Pentagon doesn't have to spend. And I think our challenge, because there is so much great investment going on right now, is number one, how can we help steer it to where the greatest value is provided? And I think in the case of it just feels like there's a ton of great new technology advancement where maybe there's less attention, and I want to help bring attention to it, is how do we also get some private capital invested in supply chain resilience, where it's not quite as headline grabbing as a new prototype or technology, but how do we help scale the industrial base scale? I think the other thing we need to do is we need to make sure, and I think the acquisition transformation strategy is dedicated to doing this as much as we can, is not let this fleeting moment pass us by. If we don't find a way to allow truly value-added investments that bring value to the warfighter get that return on investment through a contract, then we won't be able to continue to count on private investment to advance our technological edge. And so Emil, Michael, and I are joined at the hip in thinking through how do we get those barriers out of the way to ensure that we can find pathways for the Saronics and the Andurils and the new up-and-coming Shield AI partners to get access to those opportunities.
Slow scaling pathways at home and with allies. And then it says how to improve streamline with how innovation moves from development to deployment to export. We haven't talked about the ally piece of this and the export piece of this. And that is part of your purview now. So what does that look like and how are you thinking about it, especially as we are getting reports of certain weapon systems in real time being diverted from other parts of the world and other allies right now as we do put as much as we can towards Iran?
Well, President Trump has been a leader on deals, right, including weapons export deals. And, as we look at our foreign military sales system and where we have a need to accelerate and fulfill the orders that are in the pipeline, one of the things we noted was the production capacity of our industrial base was a constraint. And so I think that was critical to the Secretary's thinking in directing the transition of the Defense Security Cooperation Agency and the Defense Technology Security Administration under my office in acquisition and sustainment. That allows us to create an aggregate demand. What are the U.S. needs by system? What are the FMS orders in the pipeline? And then I think we'll get to, and I think the President's executive order recently on the America First Arms Transfer Strategy will help us get to that place where we're actually being able to forecast beyond the foreign military sales that are not already in the pipeline. That composite demand creates a tremendously powerful demand signal for industry. And as we're thinking about what tools we have, whether it's equity or long-term contracts, to actually expand production capacity, that'll be a key input for us. And then you look at the President's led on ensuring that our allies and partners across the world are meeting their commitment to increase defense spending. That has a direct potential impact on the foreign military sales demand signal that we'll be looking to help meet in the future.
I'm just listening to you speak, and it's got me wondering about, when we talk about that executive order specifically, how that ties back into the broader trade landscape right now, and the national security component piece of it, and what it means in terms of investments by foreign companies back into the U.S. and just this idea of building these partnerships and these alliances in a different way.
Well, I think, first of all, I think the best outcome of the foreign military sales is we equip our allies and partners with the world's best weapons so they can accomplish what I think the President intends, which is contribute to their own self-defense, right? That's number one. But of course, there's, because I think our weapons are in such high demand and those partners and allies are willing to spend more, that can't help but be an America First benefit to our industrial base. It will contribute to the production capacity growth we need, and that'll be something that will stick with our workforce and our industrial base for generations to come.
Inadequate infrastructure and workforce for scaling. This was another challenge to address here, and how to improve, strengthen the foundational inputs and industrial base required for sustained advantage. I feel like we've been talking about this for the past almost 30 minutes now. But I will ask you about the workforce piece of this, because I'm hearing it a lot. Even as there's a lot of hand-wringing, I think, on the corporate America side where white-collar workers are concerned around the implementation of AI, et cetera. When it comes to manufacturing jobs and highly skilled workers, what I'm hearing from folks on the industrial side of the economy is that they can't find enough people quickly enough to come in and to do things like ramp missile production and get the security clearances needed, et cetera.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge in the shipbuilding industry. It's a challenge, I think, across our industrial base. We have a lot of workforce development programs at the department that are focused on how do we enhance the training, how do we partner with vocational schools. We're trying to also think about how do we impact the culture, right? How do we restore an element of mission and pride in being a part of the defense industrial workforce? I mean, the secretary is a much better messenger than I, but when he speaks to these folks about how their daily contribution is keeping the warfighter safe in the, in harm's way, and the meaning of the work that they do, I think that's going to be critical to us being able to attract the personnel and the debt. Because, I visited one of the shipyards on this tour a couple months ago, and they talked about the investment that's required to get a worker from scratch to journeyman, and the time that's required, and the challenge in retaining them through that time really kind of compounds the problem. And so if we can figure out how we make it sticky and not just another job, but a mission, something that those folks are taking part in, I think that will be, I think, a big challenge, but a big opportunity.
And we're just wrapping this up here, so just any final comments that you want to leave this room with?
Well, I do think it's a moment of change. I feel like we have momentum. I'm thrilled to be in this job with this leadership team, and I welcome all industry and government participants to engage us, because I think the one theme that we have in this acquisition transformation strategy, this is not going to be fixed. Even though we've got tremendous leadership support in Congress, in the White House, in the Pentagon, the only way to change this culture is to do it individual by individual, company by company. One of the things that we have really focused on is how do we empower that workforce? Because only by empowerment and driving a culture of speed and execution as opposed to a culture of compliance is the only way we can have the impact that we need in order to deliver for the warfighter. So it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you so much for hosting this.
Well, the Honorable Mike Duffy, the Undersecretary of Acquisition and Sustainment for the Department of War, thank you so much for joining me on stage.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage President and CEO of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Dave Trulio.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you all for joining us today. I'm sure you've appreciated the insights and enjoyed the programming as much as I have so far, and we have plenty more to come. And now I have the pleasure of introducing a fireside chat with two distinguished members of the United States Senate, Tim Kaine of Virginia and Todd Young of Indiana. Both senators are no strangers to the Reagan Institute stage, and they are not strangers to the tough conversations on the challenges we face and what we need to do to address them in these especially consequential times. Now, Senator Kaine and Senator Young have shown through their leadership and their legislative records that America's national security does not have to be a partisan issue, and that securing America's competitive advantages requires all of us. So from chips to ships, these senators are exemplifying bipartisan leadership in advancing peace through strength. So senators, thank you both for joining us again at the Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. And I'm now going to turn things over to our moderator, Mr. Marcus Weisgerber of the Wall Street Journal.
Dessert entertainment. Come on up.
I'm heading home,
Okay,
right
good.
after
Come on
this.
up.
Okay, all right.
The Senators were playing Mario Kart on the way here. They were both racing each other. Senator Young won, for anybody who's keeping score.
All right.
Well, thank you, everybody, for being here this afternoon. As I mentioned, we're the post-lunch entertainment. I'm Marcus Weisgerber. I'm with the Wall Street Journal. Senator Young, Senator Kaine. We're going to try to cover a lot in whatever amount of time we have. We don't know how much time we have, but we will. We're going to go as fast as we can, lightning round. So buckle up. I know an issue, bipartisan issue, you guys have both talked about. We'll start with Iran. We'll start with war powers. You both. You know, my words. You've both argued that Article 1 of the Constitution is that Congress has that they've abdicated their authority to declare war. It must reclaim that from the executive branch. So I guess we've had war powers votes in the last few months. How do you plan to, I guess, both of you, what do you plan to do with the current conflict and in the weeks, months ahead, and more broadly to try to actually claw that back?
How about if I say first the things we've done together already on this? So Todd and I did the legislation that repealed the Iraq War Authorization, which we hadn't repealed in Congress, a war authorization, since the Gulf of Tonkin resolution was repealed in 1971. We did that at the end of last year. It took us a long time, but we were able to do that, trying to establish a precedent. And we also worked, thus far unsuccessfully, but we have worked together to take the 9/11 authorization, which is open-ended, geographically open-ended, temporally, doesn't even mention the name of the adversary, and try to scope it to something that's more precise about which non-state terrorist groups a president is authorized to take military action on. We've been able to find a perfect bipartisan accord on that. The problem is it only gets 2 votes, 1 Democrat and 1 Republican. So, but we've worked on a lot of these issues together. So that's what we've already done, and we're continuing to try to do work on the current conflicts that come up.
Yeah, Tim's been a real leader on this and a great partner, and I'm proud of the work we've done. He continues to lead on this issue, and I've been very candid as we talk about the here and now. I think it's the job of presidents to explain to the American people with some measure of clarity why you're engaging in using military force overseas. I think it's something I've consistently argued. I'm not changing for a president of my own party. This level of consistency, I think, is rare in Congress, but this is something I feel strongly about, and it's informed by my observations over the last couple of decades in particular. I served as a staffer for Senator Lugar from 2001 to 2003. We all know what transpired during that time period, and we Republicans have really now for decades, indicated that we would learn lessons from those experiences. And so one of the ways we incentivize the administration, whether it's Republican or Democrat, Trump or somebody else, to talk to the American people, is the understanding that when we're really engaged in a conflict, that the American people, through their elected representatives, will be involved in these conversations. So setting aside, and they're important, but setting aside the legal debates about what constitutes imminence and what precedents may exist, I think it is it's consistent with our responsibilities to force hard questions, to stress test plans in development, to take our public conversations private where necessary and dive more deeply, and then move to the extent we can with a more unified country into military conflict. It's hard, which is why so many presidents, I think, transgress their responsibilities under the law, or at least under the norms of expectation that I have for them to make this case. So we'll continue to debate this. I think it's an indictment of our own party and our own institution that we didn't force some harder conversations over the last several weeks preceding military engagement. If you watched any major national news network, if you listened to the President of the United States himself, it was likely that we were going to war. And the Committee of Jurisdiction, which I used to sit on, did not have one hearing. Now they held, yesterday, they finally announced a hearing. I mean, there's a reason the Senate Foreign Relations Committee has been a coveted committee over the years. It's because it oversees this important responsibility. And it didn't fulfill it, folks. So this is very direct, I know, sort of conversation, but we need to be direct. Now, I've taken the position, it's a pragmatic position, and I don't apologize for that. We're now at war. We are at war. And I want the president to succeed in his stated objectives as he's brought more clarity to those. And I'm going to be helpful in that regard. And I hope this ends quickly, as does he. But what incentive do future commanders of chief have to work with Congress to make their case to the American people if there aren't a few of us piping up and indicating that now we may be on board, but we're still not happy with how we got here? So that's how this posture is one I intend to maintain moving forward.
So I have two more on Iran, and then we're going to get into some other topics. One, have you received any indication from the Pentagon on how much this operation's cost so far? I know there's been some numbers thrown around earlier today, and when they're going to actually send you supplemental to pay for the current operations.
Most of what we know from classified hearings, and that's one of my gripes about this, is that if we only get information in classified, that means we can't really answer questions that we ought to be able to answer, especially Senator from Virginia. I've got all these Virginians who are deployed in the Ford Carrier Strike Group and those in the Bush Strike Group that are about to go out, and their families ask me questions. How long? What's the end game, et cetera? And as frustrating as it is to not know the answer to a question, it's even more frustrating to know an answer and yet be handcuffed and not able to say it, because thus far the hearings have only been classified. So I will say I can't really tell you what I know, but why don't I say this? It's been pretty widely reported that the daily cost is around $800 million a day. And I'll just say that that is not wildly wrong. So let me just leave it there.
Okay. And just Senator Young, you're in the Intel Committee. I'll throw one more at you. Have you received yet any? And I understand you couldn't talk about the details of it, but have you received any briefing on this reported strike on the girls' school in Iran?
No.
Okay. All right. So we'll shift now to some NSIB related items. One thing that the NSIB report that everyone's been talking about today points out is that there's inadequate infrastructure and workforce for scaling. And I guess let's try to break this down into two groups today that I think that you guys would like to talk about. We'll do shipbuilding, number one, and then we'll do munitions, number two, since they seem to be getting a lot of attention. There's been, I guess since Ukraine, there's been a real big focus on the munitions. And even before COVID, there was a lot of focus on shipbuilding to try to get the submarine numbers up, just get shipbuilding numbers up to put a dent maybe in what China's producing annually. Senator Kaine, you have Newport News Shipbuilding, Norfolk Naval Shipyard. Senator Young, you've introduced a Ships Act with Senator Kelly. There's a Maritime Action Plan that the administration has put out. There's been a Golden Fleet announced. So I guess maybe let's just start like really high at the top. And I know this is a super duper complicated issue. I flipped my page over. All these efforts, it feels like though we're just kind of chipping away at the edges of things still. Do you feel like all these initiatives that are out there, submarine industrial-based funding, is it working, or do we need to take some sort of new approach? And I'll throw it either one, both of you.
Well, I'm happy to take a stab at the non-naval portion, but about the commercial
Good,
vessel
let me do
portion,
the naval side.
which is, the U.S. Senator for Virginia, they all need to be able to speak Navy, and he can, right? So he's very versed in that. But I've been tackling the other set, the ocean-going merchant vessels. China has capacity to build 1,000 of these vessels a year. Last year, by my briefing, we built one. We have the capacity to build 5. So if you intuit that maybe we're not prepared for an economically coercive future from our primary adversary, you're right. China has 230 times the overall shipbuilding capacity that we do. So we aim, working with the White House, myself, Senator Mark Kelly, to operationalize the President's executive order to restore American maritime dominance. And he has followed that up with his Maritime Action Plan. He's gotten fairly specific in the Maritime Action Plan. Our legislation is very much aligned with that. In fact, we're working with the administration on technical assistance now to give you some sense of how evolved this effort is and how much buy-in they have. There's a shipbuilding office. It's moved out of the White House. It's at OMB, and Russ Vought is really walking point on this overall effort. Our objective is to revitalize and expand the capacity of our existing shipyards, unlocking domestic capital as well as foreign capital. There are a number of ways we'll do that. We've got some new tax incentives, deregulation, and we also need to train a lot more trade workers, from the welders to the electricians, et cetera. We've been trying to do this in other areas as well, but in order to tap into where we have slack labor capacity, which is not near our existing shipyards, we're going to need to bring into operation new shipyards, particularly on the Great Lakes, but also on the Gulf of America. So another facet of this overall objective. And then we need to train more merchant mariners. So we intend to dedicate a lot of investment, public investment, in our Merchant Marine Academy, the state maritime academies, to train all of those workers. So it's a multifaceted effort which aims to produce 250 vessels over the next 10 years. That's highly ambitious in light of how much we're currently building. We think the labor market piece will be the most challenging, as it was for the CHIPS and Science Act. But we have, I think, properly scoped tools to address that. And we have dedicated revenue streams in this Ships for America Act that Senator Kelly and I are trying to socialize among colleagues. Among the dedicated revenue streams is capturing cabotage fees, lock and dam fees, et cetera, into a new maritime trust fund. and that will help pair with private capital to lead to the private sector investment we need. So this is a very comprehensive plan, and I'm going to turn it to Tim now because it's linked to our national security needs, not only because we use these ocean-going vessels to move men and material to and fro in times of war, but we need that additional capacity to repair naval vessels and, if necessary, build new vessels, just as we did in the Second World War. So I have to commend the administration for having a very aggressive and comprehensive plan to address this, and my hope is we can, amidst a war and other important responsibilities, focus on this as we approach year's end.
I will just say on the shipbuilding and subs, I'm going to say innovation, workforce, and allies, but you could apply those three pillars beyond just the naval assets. I'm the lead dem on the Sea Power Subcommittee, and I've got all these shipyards in Virginia. And Marcus, you used the word, it still seems incremental. One of the things I actually am applauding the Pentagon for, and I said this to Secretary Hegseth about a week ago, and he couldn't believe I was paying him a compliment. I guess I've been tough in some hearings. But I said, I really do think the Pentagon is sort of blowing cobwebs out in some of the ways we're looking at acquisition, including a broader set of actors, bringing in the innovators, bringing in the disruptors, not overlooking the main players that have been with us forever, but broadening the net. And the Deputy Secretary Feinberg and Secretary Phelan, I think Secretary Driscoll's doing the same thing on the Army, but just sticking with the shipbuilding, we've got some innovative thinkers, and that's what's needed. And I've heard both Feinberg and Phelan say just incremental improvement is not going to get us to where we need to get. So innovation in the way we look at acquisition and who's included in the ecosystem, very important. Workforce, this is the huge holdup for us right now. I mean, we have a super tight labor market. Our birth rate's not going to change that. If it did, we wouldn't see it for 25 years. We have to do a better job of bringing people into these trades. Todd and I have been longtime supporters of the notion that Pell Grants should be able to be used not just for college, but for career and technical training. And as a result of the big, beautiful bill, which I voted against, but I lobbied to attach my little bill into that, the Pell Grant is now able to be used for high-quality career and technical education, and that will help. But we also have to be very innovative in reaching out to guidance counselors and parents and having them see the power of these professions. There's some good things going on, pilot projects and others. We got a lot of scaling. But the last thing I'll say is allies, and this could apply to shipbuilding, but more broadly. I did 7 days and 37 events in Australia last month in 4 different cities, almost all of them around the AUKUS framework. And you guys know that framework, the Aussies, will learn to operate and maintain Virginia-class subs in the 20s. In the mid-30s, we will transfer Virginia-class subs to them that then will be theirs to operate, as they are also able to maintain our subs that are in theater and need work done in the Indo-PACOM. And in the 2040s, they'll be able to build their own nuclear subs. This is a big, big deal and a big, big lift. Australia has no nukes. I mean, they have medical isotopes in hospitals. That's the extent of the nuclear industry in Australia. So to get them to the place of operating, maintaining, and then building their own nuclear subs is a big deal. But having that capacity in an ally for our APEX system is enormously helpful. And we need to, whether it's munitions, producing 155 rounds in Germany. There's a new facility that's opened up in the last 3 or 4 months to do that. Producing what we need nearer in time and place to where it will be needed is a part of this. The Trump administration has embraced, it's an acronym PEARL, but basically, if we're not going to directly, for example, send arms to Ukraine on our dollar out of our appropriations, European nations now pay us, and we bundle U.S. material, ammo, and equipment that the Ukrainians want and send it to them. And so it's a way of having Europe shoulder more of the burden of defense in Europe, but also use the kinds of systems that Ukraine most needs to defeat the Russian threat. And so these are some innovative ways of getting business done that I applaud the administration for implementing.
As do I. I support all of that. I'd also note that 36 town halls in a foreign country is a whole lot, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you running for Prime Minister of Australia?
The motto of our CODEL, we decided at the end of the week was, and wait, there's more.
Wow.
I would love to ask about 10 more questions on shipbuilding, but we don't have a ton of time. Real quick on munitions, the Pentagon has announced these frameworks to spend, to replenish all these critical munitions and get industry to actually make investments into their production lines. A lot of these are 7 years.
Yeah.
There's drips and drabs. I've been hearing about some that actually maybe even be as many as 10 years that are coming. And there apparently are out clauses where, if it gets canceled, then the company's made whole. So I know Congress likes to approve things annually. I guess how are you guys thinking about these long-term deals? Do you look at them as maybe hamstringing you in the future, and perhaps additional administrations as well? Should priorities shift in 7 years?
We won't get the quantity we need if we don't do long-term deals. I mean, there is a desire to bless things every year, but in terms of what we need, we have to send a market signal to get private sector investment that there's going to be more than a short-term commitment. And if it's going to be a short-term commitment, we just won't have many players at the table, whether it's here or in other countries, that are willing to do this. And so we have to send the long-term signal.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a different category of hardware, I mean, if it's drones, you hope to build a commercial market to increase scale and decrease costs. But I don't think we're creating a commercial market. I hope not for munitions.
All right, we do not have a lot of time left, so just
the Marines like that. All right.
Last one, and I'll leave it real open-ended. You both have done a lot of work on critical minerals. We've seen a lot of. There's been talk of this.
Yes.
It seems seemingly nonstop. What would you like to see Congress do in terms of critical minerals over the next year?
I would like to see us empower this president to establish narrow sector-specific free trade agreements just for critical minerals with other countries. Throw some DPA monies in there so that we can empower other countries to move up the value chain when they extract minerals and trade with us and actually process them. So that would be different than the Chinese extractive model and incentivize countries, particularly in less developed countries, to send us their mineral inputs. I would like us to scale our mapping tools that we have within government to assess where we can find the various minerals in the world, and in exchange for finding valuable things beneath the surface in certain countries, we would have first right of refusal to send our companies in, make the investments, and extract those minerals. I would like to see us clarify the law in certain places so that we can bring to bear all sorts of unique financial instruments on the critical mineral sector so that it's once again economically viable to dig a mine in this country without being concerned that the Chinese will flood the market below cost. And I would like to see permitting reform, which would enable a lot of this. And I know colleagues on both sides of the aisle would like to see this, but and I feel like we're close. It just needs a nudge. And I'm hoping the administration will engage on this issue and see if we can broker a path to victory on permitting reform.
Let me just use my Australia just to go back there, because I did do work on the critical minerals issue there. And so the notion of allies, one of my 3 pillars in my earlier answer, is really important in this one. Agreements with allies. The President and Prime Minister in October had a great meeting here. Critical minerals and AUKUS were sort of the 2 big takeaways. In Australia, fantastic capacity in terms of what's there. Deep need for more investment in refining. And also deep need in more investment on the infrastructure to get from the mine to the refining location or to a port. And so there's significant kind of ancillary investments. The minerals are there, but there's ancillary investments that are needed. And again, strong relationships with these allies, could very much attract American investment. And then the other thing, and Todd mentioned that, you do have to have things that we don't like doing very much, which is sort of price, capping, because as we're trying to get things online, a nation like China could just drop the price for a while and then cause investments to be scrapped. That's happened already. And we have to be able to guarantee some return for those making those investments over the long term, so they don't get just pushed out of the market promptly by a short-term strategy by China to undercut us.
I think he's totally running for Prime Minister of Australia.
Completely. I hear it.
Folks, we're out of time.
That's right.
Please join me in thanking the two senators for being with us.
Thanks.
Good job, buddy. Yeah, thanks. Good job.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 5, Winning the Talent Battle, Strengthening the National Security Workforce. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Jen Judson of Bloomberg and our distinguished panelists.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining us here at the Reagan Institute for the National Security Innovation-Based Summit. I'm Jen Judson, and I cover the future of defense at Bloomberg News. And I'm really pleased to moderate this discussion on winning the talent battle, strengthening the national security workforce. So for decades, the United States national security advantage has come from technology and innovation, but ultimately those advantages come from people. Today, the competition for talent is intensifying. The Pentagon, the defense industrial base, and the private sector are all drawing from the same pool of engineers, scientists, operators, and entrepreneurs. And at the same time, the systems we rely on, whether hiring, security clearance, or procurement, weren't necessarily designed for the pace of today's technology landscape. So the question we'll explore today is a simple but important one. How does the United States attract, develop, and retain the talent needed to stay ahead? And what needs to change across government, industry, and the military to make that happen? In the National Security Innovation-Based Report Card published yesterday, the talent base got a bad grade, a D+. We've got 1.9 million manufacturing jobs that will go unfilled through 2033. That's a projection. 29% of this defense and aerospace workforce is getting close to retirement, and turnover is very high. And there's lots of factors driving this, and we'll dive into that. But before we begin, let me introduce the fantastic group sitting here with me. We have Sasha Baker, Head of National Security Policy at OpenAI, who previously served as Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. We have Eric Fanning, President and CEO of Aerospace Industries Association, representing much of the U.S. defense industrial base, and General John Healy, Chief of the United States Air Force Reserve, bringing a perspective from the military and the Reserve Force, and Chris Power, founder and CEO of Hadrian, a company working to modernize advanced manufacturing for aerospace and defense. So I'm going to start by asking each of you, does the U.S. have a talent shortage, or is the problem more about getting talent into national security institutions, and what's the single biggest barrier right now? So Sasha, I'm just going to go right to you, and we'll go down the line.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you, Jen, for doing this, and thank you to the Reagan team for having us. I think the short answer is yes, and I think particularly when it comes to the kind of talent that we work with in my area now, in sort of high-end technology, frontier AI, et cetera, there is a gap between what is available and accessible to the government side and what we have internal to our lab, and having a mechanism to translate between those two worlds is increasingly important. So exactly how we do that, I don't know that I have the policy prescription nailed down, but I do think that there needs to be a lot more conversation, partnership, engagement, maybe rotations between those worlds.
Okay. Eric.
I think the answer to your question is yes in both. But I want to start by saying, the Reagan D+ rating is not about the quality of the workforce. It's about having a sufficient workforce and the right workforce for the problem set that's there. We have amazing people in the workforce. We do at AIA an annual study on workforce, because if you ask the CEOs of the companies in AIA, almost all of them would say strategically workforce is their big concern, their big issue, near term, far term. And there are a lot of findings that come out of that. One is we're all competing for the same small pool of people. And so getting more people is not going to be a sufficient answer. Using them and using technology differently is going to be a big part of that. But let me just pick one. In some ways, I think it is the biggest barrier. When we talk about workforce, the question is usually directed at me about the private sector workforce. But we need to be talking about workforce in the government as well, amazing people in the government. But we need them to be as strong as possible also, to be the best partners they can be, to help attract people that want to work with them. And they're working in a system that was built around a time when government was driving technological innovation. And so we need to make some changes there, because we have a higher attrition rate in aerospace and defense than a lot of other industries. And a big reason is just the frustration of the bureaucratic nature of working in aerospace and defense. And what we are told by these annual studies is it's very easy, almost impossible, not to, on the private sector side, adopt some of the cultures and processes of the customer. And so I think that's a big problem for us we see when in attracting people and retaining them, is they just want to have a more diverse experience. They want to be able to move faster, that they see outside of working with the government.
Absolutely. All right, General Haley.
Yeah, I'd say yes as well. I think we, the way my perspective in the Air Force Reserve is we have a quantity issue. We do well with the quality once we do get them. The Air Force and the Air Force Reserve is typically a more technical of the service. But, you know, just like anybody else, we ride the wave of economic indicators, and we see a good economy affect our ability to recruit and retain because the economy is good on the outside, and we see a poor economy affect our ability to retain. We usually see up spikes in that. The challenge with us is the means by which we bring people into the service. Unless we get them, our business model is to take 70% from the active duty. It decreases costs. We allow somebody else to pay for all the training associated with it. But if we're bringing somebody specifically into the Air Force Reserve, we still use some of the same tools that were in place when I maybe filled them out 41 years ago or so. So if you're a college graduate doing an Air Force officer qualification test, it's a basic aptitude test for officers that give you a score and give you an understanding of where you would fit in the Air Force specialties. I did well in pilot, never had flown before, and I went down that path. It's worked out so far. It hasn't much changed. It's kept up with technology in terms of how we do it. But on the enlisted side, it's a basic ASVAB. It's the same ASVAB with modifications to it that we've had for decades, which is a generalized vocational test. And when we get inputs into the system, we look at how they score, and they're going to score either in a technical career field or a non-technical. And then, like I said, we make do with what we have. And then is what we see, we get a quality based on a true reservist and what they bring to the fight from their civilian secondary education, what they do in their civilian sector. That's how we really start leveraging the quality while maintaining the quantity that's, like I said, directly affected by the economy.
Okay. Chris.
I'll give a purely defense industrial-based manufacturing perspective. So I think the manufacturing workforce inside the primes or neo-primes and their supply chain is massively degraded because basically all the skilled talent is 65. And if you ask the Navy what the number one biggest problem with submarine production is, it's we can't hire 1 million welders. But that applies to every role you could possibly think of. And the short reason is of why, and then I'll tell you what we're doing about it, and where I think the crisis is going to hit is, in like post-Cold War, we massively shut down all the production rates. And we also simultaneously in the commercial manufacturing base offshored all of the jobs. So it's like no surprise for the last 4 decades that sons and daughters don't want those jobs because we offshored all the jobs and everything else has been on kind of life support. So that you actually do have a quantity problem in the millions, but you also have a skill problem, not effort, because it takes 10 to 20 years to be a master machinist or a master welder if you're doing it the old way. So you have this velocity problem, like, can the primes hire 10,000 new people? Maybe, but can you train them in 30 days? No, they actually need this like 10-year kind of journeyman process, which is really where I think your impedance match is off. And I think that $1.6 million number is going to be completely wrong in 3 months, because if you think about the Deputy Secretary Feinberg and the primes just trying to ramp munitions, that's a 5x increase in munitions production that is all reliant on highly skilled labor right now. So it's going to get worse and break all over the place because we're kind of relying on the backs of 50 to 70-year-old Americans that still know how to do a skilled trade. In our business, building automated factories, it's not just about the software that makes things, a 10-hour task now becomes a 2-hour task. It also de-skills that last 2 hours. And in our business, we're training people into our manufacturing software platform so they can spin up in 30 days, and more importantly, they're from non-traditional backgrounds. They're from hospitality. They were packing boxes at Home Depot. They were a Marine. They were a bus driver. They were a legal clerk, and they're worried about automating away their white-collar desk job. But that's only possible because the software de-skills it to a level we can spin people up, and that's our attitude to this. For the defense industrial base at large, I think we're in a huge shortage But the better framing for this is it's probably a productivity gap. Because in other areas like automotive production in the US, it's highly automated Tesla assembly lines, and you've got technicians running 10 robots painting a Tesla Model 3 at the same time, and they don't need to know how to, do a paint gun. None of that has ever been in the defense industrial base. So yes, we need these 1.6 plus people, but I would also view it as probably for the last 30 years, none of the defense industrial base has adopted any sort of manufacturing technology or now the new AI-powered stuff. So I think it's a better framing of we need the people, but it's also this massive productivity gap because, much like you were saying, on average, I would guess that 70% of all the working hours of anyone manufacturing inside the primer and supply chain is doing paperwork. So I think it also can be a technology adoption gap and a workforce gap of driving true productivity. We have that level of automation in America in companies like Tesla. It's just never actually made it into the defense industrial base in terms of raw manufacturing output.
Yeah, all really interesting points. We're going to dive deeper into pretty much everything you have said. But when we talk about competition with China, we usually focus on hardware and platforms. But where the U.S. is actually losing ground is in this talent competition. And I think in the report it points out that there's 2 times more STEM PhDs annually coming in China. So we're competing with AI researchers, engineers, skilled manufacturing. So what does that mean for national security capability? And there was a lot of talk about how India and China are sort of talent poaching. Talk about what you're hearing about those talent poaching initiatives and how we could potentially adopt some of that or adapt so that we have our own talent poaching initiatives going forward. And Sasha, maybe you can start since AI is at the center of this in some ways.
There is a fair amount of talent poaching in the AI field. I can tell you maybe just from the perspective of OpenAI as a company. I mean, we are an American company, but our workforce is global. And when you think about the number of people in the world who have the skill set and the expertise to really do the breakthrough revolutionary frontier model work and research, you are talking about a number that's in the hundreds globally, right? And every single one of these people can go to any company and command their price. And so they stay because they find the work interesting, because they like the lifestyle, because they believe in the mission, but they're not American, not in entirety, right? And so when I look at our research base, I mean, I was joking with someone earlier, I went to our holiday party earlier this year, or last year, and you walk around the room and you hear people are talking, speaking in Chinese in one corner and speaking in Russian in another corner and speaking, Spanish in another corner. We are a very, very multinational workforce. And it is imperative for our business model to be able to not only recruit researchers from around the world, but then to retain them here in the United States. And anything that we can do as a country that makes that package more attractive is great for us as a company, but it's also important for the strategic imperative of maintaining a lead when it comes to frontier AI vis-a-vis a country like the PRC. So it is a real challenge for us right now. We spend a lot of time thinking about how can we make these packages and these offers as attractive as possible to that very, very small, 1% of 1% of researchers that we absolutely need to maintain in order to maintain our lead.
Okay. Anyone else have a thought on that?
I think, your statistic on twice as many STEM PhDs. Mm-hmm. I do think it's a whole of government issue. Because there's a pipeline issue. I mean, we offshored a lot. We shut down a lot of manufacturing. Simultaneously related and separately, we changed our educational system, the feeder system. I remember President Trump's first labor secretary said he was down in Florida and was talking about needing more highly skilled welders. And a community college president said, I'll create an associate's degree for that. And he said, well, why would you have to do that? Because that's the only way we can get access to federal funds is for an associate's degree, because we've changed where we've been putting our money. And China does a good job of investing in its future. And if you watch where some of the new aerospace and defense is going, it tends to align with states that are thinking about that and investing and rewarding institutions that are on providing the opportunities for students that they need for good next steps and that industry needs as well. So it's more than, there's a lot that industry can do, but if we really want to tackle this, we need to be training people for these jobs that we need to fill and thinking about how they're going to be done in the future too.
Yeah, we don't see poaching per se from the Air Force Reserve. If there's any poaching that goes on, I actively poach from the active duty to try to take their manpower and bring it into the reserves. But we see the outcome of that talent loss that might be going there in the form of a pacing threat that we have to build and be ready against. Some of the things that we're able to do in the Air Force Reserve is I kind of flip the equation around a little bit. It's like, what can I do within our 67,000 manpower strong personnel to identify a means to counter that? And we've come up with some innovative ways to do that. In one case, we've created a set of bullpens, we call it. One of the first bullpens we established in 22 was hypersonic bullpen. And believe it or not, we used some tools to discover secondary skill sets within our reservists and identify that we had 13 members out of 67,000 that had advanced degrees in hypersonics or something related to it. So we put them into a bullpen mentality where they were up for hire. One case in particular, I've always called upon this one, where we had a senior airman who was 3 stripes, 2 years in the service, and his job in the Air Force Reserves out of Travis is to push cargo onto an airplane and pull cargo off of an airplane. Does it great. Happens to have 2 PhDs, one in thermoglide dynamic resistant technology. So he gets pulled in to this 3-month set of orders to go work for the Air Force Research Lab, working on a problem that they had with hypersonics. At the end of it, he went back to his pushing and pulling off cargo. We obviously saw some talent in the individual. We made him a lieutenant in the Air Force, but that's the kind of thing that we've kind of turned that equation around. What can we do in order to look inwards to prevent that loss of talent and accelerate what we have in the Air Force?
Okay. I mean, I wanted to just pile on that question, a question that I have related to these bullpens. I mean, this sounds like total logic, right? You want to use what their experience is in the outside world in the military. Mm-hmm. So how come this feels like it's a new idea? And are there new capabilities that are allowing you to connect those dots more than you were able to in the past? Why was there such a disconnect in terms of capability outside of the reserve as opposed to what you actually do when you are serving?
So as long as I've been in the reserve, in the Air Force for that matter, so 37 years now, never in the 27 years in the reserve have we had a mechanism that we can identify and understand that secondary talent that somebody might have. One of our reservists created a program. It uses AI to search anybody who inputs as a user. It's called Gig Eagle, and it essentially, a person can say, hey, by the way, I'm a coder, and happens to be a mobility pilot flying out of St. Louis. So we developed a program where not only the active duty, but anybody in the Department of War can access and identify secondary skill sets that are currently serving in the military. It just, we hadn't thought of it before. And it took an enterprising lieutenant colonel to come up with an idea of an app-based tool to identify those people.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the Defense Industrial Workforce Gap. The Defense Industrial Base needs everything from machinists to aerospace engineers. So where are the most acute workforce shortages today? And how are they affecting production timelines? I mean, you started to touch on this a bit, Chris, but I was at Rock Island in September and I saw 3D printers, but I also saw, a 65-year-old doing castings and forgings and, fully suited up to do that. And that's more of an art as much as it is a science. And, they mentioned that it takes forever to train those guys. And he was actually on his way towards retirement right there. Where are you starting to see the workforce shortages and how are you addressing that?
I mean, for us, it's all about automation and then training new people into that pipeline. But we're, I think, uniquely positioned to adopt AI and our own automation that we've been doing this for 4 years. I think the unfortunate answer is it is literally fully across the board. Like I can pick on the Navy for welding because that's how you build a submarine, but if you look at munitions, it's everything. There's like one person who knows how to paint the bomb. It's that sort of stuff, and it's really a misalignment in how we push work through the production system. What I mean by that is, if you imagine building a house and you were a master house craftsman, I would give you a set of work instructions, and it would be a one-page IKEA instruction that said build house. And like we used to have people in America that could do this in like the 60s and 70s and 80s. And that's a lot of how the production systems in the defense industrial base are designed. They're not designed to say, hey, you're a welder, do this job, then assemble it and kind of break it down into tasks like you do at SpaceX or like a Tesla Model 3 factory where there's a paint line and then there's an assembly line. A lot of it is, you know, there's a set of documentation that says go build a missile and it says go build a missile. Because we used to have these like master craftsmen kind of late 80s, early 90s, and no one's gone through and rebroken that work down to a level where it's kind of like simplified and structured in a way that you can teach people how to do it. That is the biggest gap. Because if you don't have that, you're asking, like your starting position is you're a 20-year journeyman, just even start figuring out how to perform that work effectively. But that's kind of how we built all the primes production systems, is based off this reliance on these like legacy master craftsmen, and that has to be completely reversed. And I think AI and some of the tools are a forcing function to do this, because if you want to automate a process, there has to be a process, and you can't just feed an AI, like, you know, build a submarine. It has to be broken down into these like compartment chunks. But unfortunately, it's across the board. Like there is no area for munitions ramp, submarine production, Golden Fleet, where there's just not going to be rampant shortages all over the place. The other bad thing is I think those core skill sets like welding, machining, electrical engineering are also the bottlenecks for, you know, I think the highest paid people in the AI race, apart from the researchers at OpenAI, are going to be like...
Not me, by the way,
right.
The researchers.
Your company, yeah. Is like, okay, the guy who knows how to do the electrical engineering for the data center. It's going to hit everything across the board, and it's going to get dramatically worse. Now, I think the opportunity we have that the Chinese do way better than us, it is culturally cool, and it has primacy in the culture. You know, I don't know the last time, you know, your son or daughters or anyone was at a bar kind of flirting with someone and they were like, yeah, I work in manufacturing. You know, I just don't think that happens in the country. Because we told everyone in the 80s and 90s, if you don't have a 4-year college journalism degree, like, you know, it's not culturally rewarded. And I think that what Secretary Hegseth and the administration is doing a very good job of is celebrating the actual workforce. And I think that means a lot more to getting people into meaningful work in the defense industrial base in these highly skilled roles. That, you know, it has to matter. It has to matter to the culture that it is important to get a job in manufacturing. It can't be an afterthought.
Okay, and Chris, and maybe you all also have ideas on this, but what's one policy or investment that would make a measurable difference in rebuilding the industrial workforce? Apprenticeships, training programs, you know, immigration policy, or something else?
I'll give you the single thing that I always tell people. We already fund a bunch of trade schools, and there is a massive job shortage. What we don't do is give someone a free salary for a year. And the reason why this is important is most of the defense industrial base is small businesses, and they would love to hire people. And once they hire people, the primes steal their good talent. The supply chain is a training ground for people that work at the primes. The gap is you can get a welding certification or machining certification, but you're kind of not productive for your first year unless you're highly automated like us. And what we should do is just subsidize everyone's hourly salaries for the first year of their job if they're working in the defense industrial base. Because then the companies will be like, well, it's a free person and I can get one of my old guys to train them and it'll kind of be okay. But eating that on-the-job training after the certification is really tough for a small business or a prime to do in the defense industrial base because they're just not productive for a year. We already have the trade schools, we already have the demand. The missing link is kind of the first 9 months. And if we just paid for that, the whole problem solves itself, in my opinion.
Our challenge is in a short term of enlistment, so a technical force within the enlisted field, you know, maintainers, cyber operators, technical career fields, when they hit the end of their first enlistment cycle, if they haven't received the amount of training, exercising, and what they saw in the commercial, then they typically are going to vote with their feet and they're going to leave with good qualifications, because at that point we can't compete in the military with the civilian sector typically for that skilled labor. So we have policy right now that allows for bonuses based on critical skills, but still it doesn't amount to anything. It's a one-time for a 3-year re-enlistment. It doesn't amount to nearly as much as we need for a long-term stable type of environment that they're looking for in the civilian sector.
I think, I don't think there is a silver bullet to this. I mean, this is a complex problem that developed over many, many years. All these ideas are important. We need to find ways to get people into the defense industrial base faster. The hiring process is slow because of clearances and other types of things that are required, and the good people find jobs to go elsewhere. It is true the big companies steal from the little companies who probably have a harder time at this than others do. But a lot of what, this is on the defense side of aerospace, the defense industrial base has essentially a single customer. And the industrial base can morph around that. You used the example of Tesla and SpaceX. Sometimes in the defense industrial base, you don't have the flexibility to do those things. Some of the ways that things are manufactured and constructed are built around how the customer, the Department of Defense, tests and monitors and oversees what's being done. Even the classification of jobs requiring certain degrees for things that, that may have been important many years ago but aren't important now. And so I think there is no silver bullet. There are lots of things that need to be done. There's a mission in the defense industrial base that's still very appealing to potential workforce. We just put all sorts of barriers in their way, including the ability to innovate in how they do things in the companies. And when someone, because we do have the problem at the tail end, we have a highly eligible retirement workforce. And then we get a young workforce that comes in and they see what their friends are doing outside of the defense industrial base and saying, there's more flexibility there, there's more room for innovation, there's more speed in making changes. And so some of the requirements that the customer sets, and those of you upstairs at lunch with Secretary Duffy, they're focused on these types of changes. But giving some more freedom for innovation to continue to recognize that when I got started in this business, we still were driving innovation inside of the department. Now we're just trying to figure out how government can keep up with innovation. And so those requirements need to change, not just in terms of what's being built, but how it's being built and how you assemble your workforce.
Mm-hmm. For me, as I think about sort of the high-end tech force, it really comes down to figuring out ways to bring people in and out of government for periods of service, to give them the exposure. And Eric and I both had the great privilege of working at an earlier point in our career for Secretary Ash Carter, who was himself a physicist and got his start in government as a AAAS fellow, and then it just stuck, and he stayed and had this very long and impressive career in government. And that will happen sometimes, right? Where you get someone who is a technologist and you can bring them in and they get the bug and they want to stay and they want to fix things from inside. That's great. But people don't have to stay. It's also okay if they go back then into the technological workforce because they bring an awareness and a knowledge and an understanding of the sort of the way the government operates, the problems that our warfighters are facing from the inside perspective, and they can bring that back to wherever they came from, whether it's Google or Raytheon or what have you, and help the sort of industry side be more responsive to the sort of operational problems and the mission that the department is trying to achieve. So we've had a lot of efforts to do this. We had the U.S. Digital Service, credit to the Army right now. They have a detachment of technologists that they've actually commissioned into the Army. There are a lot of really interesting ideas out there. I just think we haven't figured out how to do it at scale. And the fact of the matter is that, whatever the next conflict is that's coming around the corner, it will be reliant on some of these technologies, I think, that are being built outside of the government. So we have to figure out a way to make that border a little bit more permeable.
Very interesting. So Sasha, the most valuable AI researchers today can work anywhere. You talked about this, from startups to big tech, anywhere in the world that they want. So, recently it appears like there are factors driving uncertainty in working with the government. In the case of Anthropic, has the attention of everyone, in the nation, and it's raised a variety of concerns over working with the Defense Department in this space. So with these recent events in mind, why would AI researchers, choose national security work? And are you already seeing, a back and forth, I wouldn't call it an exodus, but, a desire to move from one company to the other based off of their principles and the tension between the government and private industry? I mean, there's a lot to debate about this as an example, but how is this affecting how you're thinking about things?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. First, let me say, and we've said this publicly, so this is not new news, but we think that the supply chain designation against Anthropic is not the appropriate response to what seems to have been a contractual dispute between a member of industry and the government side. It's not good for Anthropic, of course. It's also not good for us. It's not good for the AI field in general. It's not good for American technology, because we have now foreign government customers coming to us to say, hey, are you guys reliable? Can we depend on you? Is the government going to seize your models? And what does that mean for me? And so it creates some challenging headwinds in a moment where we all need to, I think, be rowing in the same direction. Yeah. But to answer your question, no, we by and large have not experienced any kind of like people hopping from one to another. I think we as a company at least are, we have a lot of conviction around the idea that because we think that this technology that we're helping to incubate has such strategic significance for the national security enterprise, and because we're an American company, we have a responsibility to partner with the Pentagon, with others in the national security enterprise to figure out how can we deploy our technology in a safe and a responsible way. And we have the foremost experts in the world on the capabilities of these models, where they're really good, and also places where, hey, they're not that reliable yet. And so we might want to, wait and see how things develop, or do more testing, or do more refinement. And the military side brings, the set of challenges that they are facing, that they need AI tools to be integrated into. And we can only do that if we're in the room together partnering. And so it was really important for us to try to do that from Sam Altman on down. I think there's a lot of conviction inside the company. That's not to say that everybody's in agreement, because that would be probably too much to hope for. But I do think that we feel very strongly that there is a responsible way to do this, and there's a safe way to do this, and we want to be part of that solution.
Okay. I wanted to address really the future of national security workforce, the people coming out of universities or academia, for instance, or elsewhere, sort of the next generation. And the traditional model of a 20-year career in government or the military doesn't necessarily match how people, look to build their careers today. So elaborate a little more on new workforce models that are being tested, short tours, fellowships, part-time service. Which ones are actually working? Does anyone have a perspective on that?
I think the more the merrier in terms of paths for people. Right. I do agree. 20 years now seems like a short period of time for me. But I do think we see in these studies that we do every year that new entrants into the workforce are looking for more flexibility. They're looking for creative developmental paths. They're looking for ability to lead earlier in their careers, and they want that sort of flexibility to move around. And so that's a key finding for us every year in our workforce surveys, that there's no one size that fits all, but that flexibility is important for people to build a development path that works for them.
I think one of the values of the reserve, not only the Air Force Reserve, but just reserves in general, is that ability to have those options. Of the 67,000 folks we have, 25% are full-time, the remainder are part-time. With the expectation that they have civilian jobs. I'm an airline pilot on the outside. When I retire in 5 months, I'll go back to an airline. So there's great relationships with the civilian sector. There's a lot of leveraging of leadership, of skill sets that we're able to borrow back and forth. I think it allows us the freedom for our individuals to do exactly that. I'm right near, now I'm at the end of 9 years of doing full-time service. But prior to that, I was a traditional weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. So there's a lot of opportunity within the Air Force Reserve as a construct, and the Army and the Navy and the Marines as a construct to explore permeability back and forth between career fields. And quite honestly, my 30-year down the road vision of a truly successful military-civilian kind of interaction is the permeability not only between full-time active duty But join the Air Force, join the Navy, join the Marines for life. And how you serve is your own handmade wooden shoe, full-time permeability to part-time, to reservists, to industry, to civilian sector and back, based on the needs of you, your family, and the companies that you're working for. I think that's what I see as success in the future.
All right. I do want to open it up to questions if there are any questions from the audience. Great. Okay, it looks like we have a hand up in the third row here.
Hi, my name is Connor. Palantir's notably started to take students right out of high school and train them on their job skills. Are we putting too much of an emphasis on credentialing? What sort of things should we use as verification if we're moving away from maybe the college, typical 4-year, and then going into industry for national security workforce?
Yes. No, it's one of the problems we run up to a lot, that the government requires, when you're contracting with them, a workforce that's built to their standards. And we increasingly find a divergence between what they count as a qualification for a job versus what industry does, but also what we can find. I mean, you mentioned we have members that go to farms because they find kids who know how to work with heavy equipment. But it's hard then to put that on paper and get it approved by the government overseers. So we absolutely have a misalignment. I don't think that our educational system should be designed just to produce workforce, but I think there are lots of changes we can make in terms of what we value and what type of training and education we offer and how we appreciate different things going forward. I mean, innovators typically are people who don't look like what you expect them to look like on paper. So I think it's one of the top things that we bring to the government when we're having interactions with them is you've got to let us think differently about how we build the workforce that builds the things you're buying from us.
Any other questions? No, you did not have it here. Okay, right in the back.
Positive question. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask a positive question. What's working well?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm jumping on that one too because I wanted to say something that what Sasha said. One thing we do find is people want to work in defense industrial base. They're drawn to the mission. They're very patriotic, and they do it despite some of the barriers that we have for them. But we are providing an opportunity for people to work on the nation's security, and if they do it well, they're helping us get into war in the first place. And if the deterrence doesn't work and we go to war, they're helping us do it in the best way that we can, a more efficient, precise way to achieve our goals with less damage. And that is something that I think we have a workforce that is very focused on a very important mission. They want the opportunity to solve big problems and do it for an important cause, which is our nation's security. So I always bring it back to that. If we don't screw it up, we can attract people into the industry.
For me, one of the most exciting things that has happened in the sort of technology space in the last, several years is the explosion of defense tech in the startup space. And there are, if you go out to Tyson's, 1 million tiny little Series A, couple people in an office type companies that are trying to solve some of our nation's most challenging problems. And 10 years ago, you couldn't get anybody in Silicon Valley to even think about defense technology. It was like, when I traveled with Secretary Carter, we could hardly get in the room because they were like, we don't do the Pentagon, that's not our thing. And I think it is really rewarding to see people using their degrees, their brains, their smarts that they've, their expertise to try to solve what are some of our hardest technical challenges instead of just building another social media app. So I think that is super cool, and I hope it continues.
Okay, we have time for one more question right here.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Sasha, you mentioned that not everybody agrees necessarily with the defense work you're doing, and that there is a sense from the world's best experts that the technology isn't ready for everything. Besides autonomous weapons, can you talk about some of the things that it's not ready for?
Sure. I mean, look, I think if Sam Altman were here, he would say, the tools are getting really, really good, and they're getting good exponentially in certain ways, but the technology is also, I always describe it as being like a little bit spiky, right? Like sometimes the models are really good at certain types of things, but not other things. And they also, and many of you in this room will have had this experience if you've ever used a chatbot, right? That most of the time it gives you a really good answer, and then every so often it gives you like a totally insane, nonsensical answer. And so when you think about like applying that in the national security context where the consequences can be so much more significant, you don't want, even if it's like 1 in 10 billion times that something like that happens, if the 1 in 10 billion is like it launches a nuclear weapon, right? We don't ever want to be in that world. And so we often lump these things together in a category that we call high stakes automated decision making, right? So like you wouldn't want the model independently making a judgment on something that was extremely high stakes without a human judgment being applied to it for that reason. Will we ever get to 0% error rates? I don't know. There may be areas where we're prepared to accept a little bit of an error bar because the consequences are not as significant. But I think particularly as it relates to things that could involve a loss of life, like we have to be very, very cautious about how we do that. I will say, in all of our conversations with the Pentagon, both in this administration and in others, I think they share that view. And they have, the reason that they have doctrine like 3000.09, et cetera, is precisely for those reasons. So, I think that there's a lot of work to be done here. I think we can do it collaboratively, but the technology, as good as it is it's not perfect.
All right, and with that, we are out of time. I wish we had another hour to talk about all of this. This has been very, very interesting. Thank you so much to our distinguished guests for joining me here on stage, and thank you to the Reagan Institute as well.
I think. Oh wait, shit. No, wait. How are you feeling about how things going? Wait. Watch out. I'm sorry to bother you. I'll ask someone else.
That's a big part in this.
Umbrella in here earlier. Is there a chance that someone came and collected it somewhere? Do we think? I left an umbrella under one of the chairs at an earlier panel. It's not where it was. Who do we think would have?
You know what? That's probably the cater.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 7, The Drone Battlefield, Innovation and Modern Warfighting. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Colin Demarest of Axios and our distinguished panelists.
All right. What's up, y'all? I'm Colin Demarest. I write Axios Future of Defense. It's a weekly newsletter. It comes out every Wednesday. This last edition was fantastic. You should read it. But we are here to talk about drone warfare, and I'm joined by these fantastic gentlemen to my left. We have Jim McConville, the former Army Chief of Staff, Oleg Roginsky, the U-Force Chief Executive, Bob Simmons, a Vice President at Boeing, and Ryan Sang, the President at Shield AI. We have a little less than 40 minutes here. We'll take audience questions toward the end, so hang tight with me. And if you guys are game to go, I say we just go into it.
Let's do it.
Awesome. Jim, let's start with you. Do you think the Army has progressed, regressed, gone stagnant with drone, counter-drone since you were chief, or even before that, up to today?
No, I think right now the Army's moving fast, and I think they have to. I mean, we've been doing drone operations. I go back to 1990. We had lethal drone capability. We used man-on-man teaming in Iraq. But and all this, we're going to talk about Ukraine. But the drone is a serious concern on both sides, and we just saw what happened in the Middle East. And so there's plenty of room to get aggressive on drone operations, man-on-man teaming, and also counter-drone operations. I would argue right now, at least as chief, and I know that General George and others are rapidly trying to get the counter-drone capability in place. And the nice thing to say is we have folks here that are from both, traditional primes and from non-traditional startups, and people are getting after it, and they have to.
So you think the Army's headed in the right direction?
I think they're heading in the right direction, but faster, better, cheaper is where we need to go.
Oh, that sounds like U-Force. What is your number one takeaway from the front lines of Ukraine right now? And then I have a follow-up.
Everyone is talking about Ukrainian drones, technology, etc. What nobody's talking about is how integrated the data side is in Ukraine. Not just integration of the whole kill chain end to end, but also the fact that you submit the kill videos from your drones, and then you get points for that, and then you can go on government Amazon called Brave One Market and purchase the kit exactly you need, cutting out all of the procurement paperwork in between, and give the operators the ability to fight with what they need and what they choose is one of the things. And second one is the fact that companies like us are able to put engineers in the same room as operators and kind of operate together and ship code thousands of times every month. Are those two things that people are not talking about that made a huge difference?
I want to definitely hit on acquisition later in this panel, but the follow-up for you is the U.S. listening to the lessons in Ukraine? Are they listening? Are they digesting them? I guess those are two different things.
I was expecting it to be slower. People are really listening. The speed of absorption of the information is second to none right now. There are teams that are sitting across services that are collecting information from the battlefield, collecting requirements and fusing them in real time. I should say I'm very impressed with Pentagon right now.
Fantastic. Bob, over to you.
Yeah.
As unmanned and autonomous warfare matures, and as the Pentagon tries at least to change how it's buying and where it's buying from, how are you at Boeing thinking through the primes, the neo-primes, the startups, the new entrants relationship?
Yeah, well, things are changing rapidly, particularly on the acquisition side and for the better. Look, the starting proposition is it's not a binary situation. It's not primes or non-traditionals or startups. This is about working together to find the right innovation solutions, combining capabilities, and getting it to the warfighter faster. And there's always strategic risk in we get to these places where something new comes along on drones or capabilities or AI, and these are all important elements when combined together, right? And if you go and dive too much into one side and chasing the shiny object, you create the possibility of strategic failure because a single-dimensional capability is just too easy to counter, right? So this is really, we should stay away from these binary decisions and talk about. And at Boeing, we don't do everything. When we look out there, we're teamed with Palantir. We do a lot of work with Anduril. We just did a air-launched effect shot with Anduril on an Apache. We're teaming with foreign countries. We did a full kill chain MQ-28 shot with an AMRAAM, tying a P-8 two F-18s together in an independent
kill chain where we just said, here's the target, pass the target information, told the drone, go to a position of superiority and take the shot. I mean, but that was the combination of a whole bunch of companies working together. And we're just better as a country when we work together and and stay away from the silly discussions of replacing primes or whether or not the startups are going to survive. It's D, all the above. That will always be the answer.
What do you credit the shift in that conversation to happening?
Well, I think I credit to leadership in the Pentagon right now. The pragmatic leadership that Steve Feinberg has produced, and the shift away from, in the past, I would say, one of the things that really slowed down new entrants' ability to get in and the inability to develop and field things quickly was this risk-averse hiding behind the contract. So instead of saying, I used to criticize our leader saying, hey, is the warfighter the customer or is the contract the customer? Because if the contract's the customer, then it's just a nonstop series of risk-averse decisions. Instead of saying, well, maybe the 60% solution is enough on the battlefield right now to maintain the initiative, right? Do we need to wait 20 years for that, or can we say, well, we don't really need that right now, let's field it, and put it in the hands of the warfighter, because boy, we learn a lot once we give it to the warfighter. And I think that shift to focus on the warfighter, willing to take risks, willing to fail fast, correct, and then field, has really been a huge change. And I always think it's leadership. You can change, Congress can go in and change regulations, you can change contract types, you can do all this, but you can take a really great organizational structure. If you put a poor leader on top of it, it fails. And you can take a clunky organization. If you put great leadership in there, you can make it work. And right now, we're benefiting from some pretty visionary leaders.
Ryan, I want to get a little in the weeds with you because Bob opened that door. Earlier this year, your HiveMind flew aboard Anduril's CCA candidate. What did you guys learn from that? And I believe there was 2 autonomy suites on that one, including yours. What did you learn from that trial, and then what does HiveMind fly on next?
So what Shield AI does is a lot of work in AI and autonomy. Recently, the Air Force announced that we were one of 2 selectees for their CCA autonomy programs. And as Colin said, we recently flew the Anduril Fury with our autonomy stack. Look, I think probably what we learned was a reminder that autonomy is here. It's important, and it can be deployed, I think, much faster than people realize. The integrations, the teamwork, across the program, and frankly, all of our initiatives have been extremely smooth. We're doing, a program right now with Northrop Grumman, and maybe I'm getting a little ahead of my skis here, but we went to their software integration lab, their hardware integration lab, and in about 6 hours, we had the autonomy stack fused and integrated and ready to fly. And so, I think if you go across the community, there's still a bunch of fence sitters on, is autonomy here or not? Is it just for the low-end drones? Can it really be applied to the high-end systems? And I think that the answer is unequivocally yes. Industry and I think the Department of War are positioned to go a lot faster than I think they thought possible even a year ago.
Let me rephrase my second question. What would you like to see HiveMind on?
Look, it's our objective to put it on everything. We think autonomy is the most important technology for the future of defense, national security. Certainly you need a lot of hardware platforms, you need a lot of munitions, but the thing that makes them combat effective without GPS, without communications, is whether or not they can carry out commander's intent in very complex, evolving, and challenging situations. And that means every single system that the department fields and our allies fields should be autonomous. And with we can see in Iran, we can see in a lot of these conflicts the importance of integrated systems and a common operating picture. And so to the extent that Shield AI can power a large fraction of the autonomy stack and make sure that those all play together nicely and integrate up to a common operating picture, I think we're making our best and highest contribution. We've done well over 20 integrations on everything from helicopters to missiles to CCAs. It's probably closer to 30 at this point. But our objective as a business is to enable the entire defense industrial base, the U.S. and allies, to provide high performance, high assurance autonomy at speed. And that's what we strive to provide.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. I'm going to toss the rest of these questions out to the group, so grab them if you're interested. What do y'all think the battlefield actually looks like in the next 5 years, next 10 years maybe? does it look dramatically different than today, or will it look more like the Ukraine of today?
Yeah, I think when I look at Ukraine, I want to go back in history, and I've got to, we talked a little about this before we came in, but we're kind of in a trench war type, almost stalemate. And if you look back, it's almost World War I-ish. And in those days, what drove that was basically the machine gun. We massed people, but the machine gun created incredible amount of casualties, and we had to develop the tank and maneuver and do those type things. And we've talked about that here. The drones become that capability. You can't move on the battlefield the way you want. So I think, and you're seeing some, synopsis, at least how the U.S. military sees, and it's taken advantage of these capabilities to get to, people say maneuver. People ask me the question, hey, you don't need armor anymore, because of the drones. I mean, well, you don't need armor unless you want to win. You're going to have to maneuver on the battlefield. You're going to have to do multi-domain operations. If you take a look at some of the operations we've just run, it's just not, the traditional air, sea, and ground. It's in space. It's in cyber. And as Ryan says, it's how do we integrate all those capabilities at the speed of relevance so we can bring all those capabilities together. And if you look at what happened in Venezuela, if you look at what's happened in the Middle East, a lot of those things are coming together. And I think that is the future of warfare, is multi-domain operations.
I think it's already happening. It's here. You don't have a static front line anymore. You have a 100-kilometer depth now, which is limited by the size of your battery on your drone. I started seeing things like we're doing fully autonomous unmanned trench assaults now. There is literally robots rolling out at the trench from all directions, and humans don't know what to do, where to go. That's happening today. And so infantry is not in the line of fire anymore. In the same piece of software that we provide, for example, you can have an operator C2ing 15 small drones and 10 ground drones, and maybe even get a USV providing close fire support. Someone from the Army called it yesterday that Magura USVs are the HIMARS of the water. And so from that perspective, all of that can be done through the same piece of software in full autonomous mode today.
Yeah, so I think this is causing us to actually step back and look at not only how we traditionally looked at warfighting, but understanding these lessons learned from watching in Ukraine and Iran, and translating it correctly into the future. And so when I look at Ukraine and the successes there, it's staggering. It's like General McConville said, they really took a smaller force, took their technology, and drove to complete stalemate against a much larger force. That's staggering. And in doing so, what they did is they created area denial. I mean, nobody had air superiority over the battlefield, and it created a stalemate, which is very expensive. And God bless the Ukrainian people for their fortitude to withstand all this and fight this defensive battle is just absolutely inspirational. Then you take the same thing and you look at the drone activity in Iran, and it makes you think about it just a little bit different. So yes, they're creating similar effects in the Gulf states, but they're not creating air superiority or dominance. They're threatening economic, they're threatening civilian infrastructure. We're not fighting an area denial war, we're fighting an air superior battle, which we will eventually deny the Iranians their ability to manufacture, hide ballistic missiles, Shahed drones, and stuff like that. So it's a nice contrast over when we take these lessons learned on how to apply autonomy and AI. We're seeing it real time, but then we have to do the translation of what's the desired end state. Are we fighting a area denial or defensive battle? That's probably what the Chinese will fight in the Taiwan Straits, and they would love it if we went into an area denial type of campaign, because that would produce stalemate, which favors them. So the question is then, how do we apply AI, autonomy, our technology to what end? And in the Indo-PACOM, I don't think we're trying to fight let's stick around for a long fight. We're trying to dominate, and that would be the deterrence that the Chinese would respect. So I think we take each one of these lessons learned and then apply it to the domain, and what's the outcome we're looking for? And I think that will guide our speed to innovation and how we have to combine all these capabilities into a deterrence and the ability to also fight a long campaign.
Ryan, y'all are in Ukraine or have run a bunch of missions out there.
Look, I think the next 5 years, it's just going to look like utter American dominance. I used to worry more about it, I think, starting 10 years ago and over the last 5, but just the trends to me are super clear. America has like 90% of the space lift capacity in the world, like one of the most important sensing domains, period. Our ability to know what is on the battle space today is unmatched, and that advantage will continue to grow on the back of just the world's leading space industry. We are leaders in AI and autonomy, so our ability to fuse that information. Not only do we know what's out there, we have the AI embedded with our combatant commanders, with our warfighters, and so we have decision advantage. Our ability to decide what to do at pace, I think, is completely unmatched. The Maduro raid, I think, was just super impressive. But imagine being able to replan things of that complexity on a daily basis instead of on a cadence that's much more deliberate. And as we get AI fielded more deeply into the force, our ability to orchestrate very complex operations, make very complex decisions is only going to get faster. And then when you think about the pointy edge of the spear, if we talk about, when I talk about autonomy and the importance of that capability, the ability of these autonomous systems to maneuver and deliver effects, again, the United States is the world leader in AI, the world leader in AI for autonomy. I think we're going to have advantage there at the very pointy edge. You layer on top of that what's going on in the industrial base and the technological developments from the low-end drones to the very high end of the mix. It's just an unbelievable portfolio of capabilities that are coming to the table over the next 5 years, on top of what I think is the most inspirational and greatest fighting force in the world, which is the U.S. military. So next 5 years, I'm extremely bullish. I think the capabilities that we can see today are extremely impressive, and I just see America's leadership just running out ahead over the next 5 years.
Are you bullish on the numbers game, though, the mass game, right? Because Kyiv consumes like some 9,000 drones a day, according to some reports. How does America even catch up to that? Because we are nowhere close.
I think it's the effectiveness of that mass. I mean, I don't know how many drones Iran could produce, but it was probably a pretty large number. And the mix of capabilities in the U.S. portfolio, I think, shows the ability of commanders to compose the right effects can offset what might be limitations in some parts of your industrial base. Sure, we don't have a lot of Shaheds, but we sure have a lot of weapons that can roll back an air defense and allow our aircraft to establish air superiority, and then go to our infinitely deep JDAM magazine, which can now just do insane amounts of damage, and we have massive regenerative capacity on those low-end munitions. So while we're gapped in some areas, we also have amazing depth in other areas. And I think the Iran fight is just an example. And sure, there are challenges, but it's an example of how our force is able to do the very complex, multivariable optimization to achieve an effect that plays to the strengths of the United States.
Oleg, you and I have talked about manufacturing, and you forces taken an interesting approach. So tell me about it.
Yeah, we think very differently about manufacturing. In Ukraine, you get a ballistic missile if you have your logo painted on your roof. And so we think about it in a distributed way. It has to be clandestine. It has to be able to stand up from the nearest Home Depot, not from exquisite laser systems that you wait for 3 years for. And so Ukrainian lessons say that you need to be able to move fast, build new factories from whatever you have in front of you, and manufacture at massive scale, or an equal, or anybody who has long-range missiles is going to be able to interdict your supply chains very easily.
Jim, curious how you're thinking maybe from a services perspective about mass in general and making clear to vendors that you actually need it.
Yeah, I'm on the other side now, so I'll let Randy George take that question. But I think some of the, it's the same. No, I think in all three have talked about this, is there's a tremendous change going on. And when you take a look at the drone is one problem, but what I saw was, and I've seen this progress, even as we talked about with drones, if you have one drone and one operator, you only get so much. If you have one missile with one radar, you only get so much. If you can't take all the ability of the sensors that are on the under the sea, on the ground, all these sensors through space, and bring that all in to some type of integrated command and control system using AI to help you figure out which arrow you use from the quiver to get after that type system. That is there now, and we're seeing that happen very, very quickly. And even as we talk about command posts and using long-range fires. I mean, if something emits today with the capabilities that we have with long-range fires, whether it's from the sea or the air or the ground, you're going to be in a very, very dangerous situation. Ukraine did that very well with the long-range fires that you had. You didn't have probably as many as you wanted. There were certain things that went on with that type thing, but people are going to have to be on the move, and it's the speed of decision making. You always want the speed and range of the weapon systems, but as Ryan said, it's the speed of the decision making that's going to really change warfare over the next 5-10 years.
And so we have a bit of an international panel here, so I want to hit on that. I will start with you, Ryan. SHIELD has done a bit of work with Japan and with India, I believe. What are you hearing from other countries, especially the ones you were dealing with or investing in, and how does that differ from the U.S.?
Well, look, the rest of the world looks to America for leadership on many fronts, to including what they decide to buy, whether it's their software or their hardware. And so so tremendous amount of interest in, hey, what's the United States thinking? And I think that creates an amazing opportunity for the industrial base in America to know that the rest of the world is looking to your home market for demand signal. I think that it also creates an amazing opportunity for the industrial base, just because those markets have gotten so much larger in the last 3 years. There's a tremendous amount of urgency globally for people to take control of their own security situation, and that's been over the last several years. It's just been a dramatic transformation. Certainly you've seen it reflected publicly in the defense budgets, but I can tell you that in closed-door meetings, there's a lot of urgency to get the capabilities for these countries to be able to take ownership of their own defenses. The thing that I would like to see to make sure that we can support our international partners is support for a lot of the acquisition reform that the Honorable Duffy is trying to push through, and in particular, finding ways to enroll foreign partners earlier in the development and sales process of new weapon systems. We talk about industry needing to invest in new and advanced capabilities, which is an awesome thing, and for the first time, companies have the opportunity to make those investments, not just with America as the 80% of the market, but with America as 40% of the market and another 60% of the global market that's actually available to you, which dramatically, as a business leader, dramatically changes the risk calculus that you're looking at when you're making those investments. But there are a lot of policy blockers and procedural and execution hurdles that get in the way that make those markets, while sort of theoretically accessible, they're hard to reach. And I think to fully support these partners, some of the changes that Secretary Duffy is trying to push through are going to be very important.
Bob, you guys have GhostBat down in Australia.
Yeah, I think that the real advantage that we've found in the international market is using their money to develop our products, then to sell to the U.S. market as well as to them. So we've got lots of examples. The E7, really, we started that program with Australia, and now Australia is sending E7s to the Iran conflict to help us there. That funded both Northrop Grumman and Boeing to do that. The F-15EX, which is, as you know, is not your grandfather's F-15. It's almost an entirely new aircraft. All the upgrades in that the Air Force is now benefiting from were funded by Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and other countries that we pooled their money. Now they derive benefit because then they get to operate our hardware, which is good for us. Yeah. And we're leveraging their investments. GhostBat's a great example. I mean, obviously Boeing funded a large share of that, but we collaborated with the Royal Australian Air Force So there's all sorts of dynamics as our allies realize that they have to take more ownership. Well, one of the ways they can do it is actually to invest in U.S. companies, and so that's something we've been able to leverage.
I think those are brilliant examples. Just to there is such an opportunity to bring foreign partners to the table to help offset the expense of the United States government. I think those are brilliant examples, and I think the U.S. should lean into creating more examples like that.
I like your thoughts.
I'll take the contrarian position here.
Please.
We work with 10 NATO countries and 3 more getting there, and pretty much in every conversation we're hearing, oh, you're non-ITAR? Freaking great. And on top of that, I'm seeing a lot of the U.S. encouragement for countries to take sovereignty of their own defense as also an invitation to develop their own local industries. We haven't seen Europe developing this much drone technology, even though we'll see what comes out of it. Seeing that happening in a number of places, especially with the fact that you can build cheaper defensive technologies out of Best Buy these days. That allows people to take sovereignty of their supply chain.
I couldn't agree with my Ukrainian partner here more. In fact, one of the great myths that we kind of ran into was, because you hear about ITAR in the U.S. and stuff like that, you'd be amazed at how there's a mirror reflection of that from all our foreign partners. I mean, I can't describe to you how difficult it was at first to actually work with Australia and actually get this bi-directional activity going. Their engineers, our engineers, was a huge licensing. It took us years to actually work out all the deals where it's our money, and we couldn't talk to our engineers in Australia. So what Secretary Duffy's doing is critical, and coming up with these pre-approved kind of technologies and lists so we can kind of skip everything and start working with our partners at velocity. Like you said, ITAR is still something that only protects the Chinese.
Very passionate about this topic. I totally agree with them. American aerospace and defense is the largest net exporting industry in the United States. It's like where America leads the world in manufacturing is in aerospace and defense. The industry is going through 2 major dislocations. One is technological disruption, and 2 is massive increases in foreign spending with a nationalistic flavor where it becomes very important for these countries to own. America's sustained leadership in our crown jewel of an industry depends on the policy reforms, and so the ITAR and what Duffy and others are working on to make it easier to do foreign sales, I think are just so critical to sustained American leadership as the industry goes through these 2 dislocations.
To your original question, though, I'm seeing a lot of positive movement in U.S. also adopting or looking to adopt lessons and technologies from the outside. Also in a vein of using non-ITAR technologies that are already adopted or shareable with the partners to create a common operating picture and common operating hardware stack. That hasn't happened before.
Last question before we go to the audience. Beyond the tech itself, right? How do you ensure the troops are ready to use the drones en masse? It's one thing to build it, it's one thing to give it to them, and then it might as well just be a stack of nothing, right? And then how do you also think about the logistics? Can that keep up?
Yeah, I think I know with the Army and the militaries, everyone's getting the drones into the hands of the troops, and they're doing it at the speed of relevance. And one thing I do want to put a plug in before we leave that. I'm optimistic. What I'm really excited about on the defense side is the extraordinary, smart, young people that are going into defense that are working these tech companies. It's very, very different than 5 or 6 years ago where some people said, hey, we don't want to do defense, we don't like this tech. The best and brightest are going into the defense right now, and drones, people like drones, but they're getting after, counter drone, Singularity, some of these companies that are out there, they're getting after this stuff at the speed of relevance. And the militaries are going to adopt. When you're sitting on the front lines, quite frankly, that's when things happen the quickest. But a lot of the companies that we work with, I know some of the other companies, they're going to Ukraine. They're doing their testing as we speak, getting in the hands of soldiers, and we're bringing it back, getting it in our hands. The military is training their troops. They're creating new military occupational specialists, so we're ready to have that. And again, drones is just one thing. I don't want people to think that, hey, we got a couple of good drones, we buy 1 million drones, we're going to solve the problem. It's just one arrow. It's one option for a commander. What we want to do is have multiple options for our commanders. We want to present multiple dilemmas for our enemy, and if all of a sudden we figure out how to knock all the drones down, well, guess what? We've got this capability and that capability. But I think, it's all about the speed. How fast can you make decisions to get the systems into the right place at the right time? And that really matters.
I think there is a very stretchable definition of battle tested here right now. There is 10 missions, there is 160,000 missions, which is what we've flown, and there is people in Ukraine who have flown tens of millions of missions. And all of that is data, all of that is informing AI capabilities, all of that is informing training capabilities. To your question about training, I don't think many people know that Ukraine has a fully developed battle space simulator that operators are literally sitting in a queue and waiting until they fly a live mission, just like an Ender's Game. And they literally fly missions in a simulator all day long, and then once in a while it says you're about to go live. 3, 2, 1, okay, you're now flying a live mission, and then back to simulator afterwards with your coffee. And so I'm sure US has that, but I'm not seeing that being as integrated as it is in Ukraine right now, just because, as you said, the turns are not there. We are not fighting here.
Bob, last word before I go to the audience.
Yeah, I just, real quick, I would say that I agree with all of this with one caveat, and that is that right now we're very much focused on the technology that wins the engagement, and there's a risk in that because you can win the tactical engagement, but that doesn't win wars, that doesn't win conflicts, because we need AI, we need software, but we need bullets, beans, and gas. And that is not a problem we have solved yet. So we have to be able to not only win the engagement, but we have to be able to be resilient enough to sustain the longer conflict, because without that, you can win the engagement and lose the war, and that's what we face in the Indo-Pacific. So we need to not lose sight of that.
Who's got questions? Up here in the front. They'll bring them back to you.
At an earlier panel, I heard that China was not that far behind us in AI technology and the cyber advantage. And so I think that China is one of our biggest threats. So I'm wondering, how far behind us are they, if at all, in drone technology and production?
On the AI piece, I'd probably have a difference of opinion in terms of the gap, and I think that like market capitalization, commercial success of companies doing AI is a strong barometer for how viable and capable the technologies are. And so you look at Google, Microsoft, Anthropic, OpenAI. Between them, there's almost $10 trillion in market capitalization, which is like bigger than almost every other country like on the planet, except for those countries. Those are all American companies. On top of like the silicon advantage, it's just like the advantages are end deep, and the pace. Not just are we advantaged, the pace is relentless that America is throwing down on the AI front. But anyway, so I'd love to have a conversation with whoever said that, and I certainly don't think that we should be complacent. I think that like our posture and continued aggressiveness on that front is existential for the country, period. So maybe it was a motivating tactic. 2, on the drone side, I think that China has dramatically advantaged manufacturing capacity relative to America. I think like if you look at energy production as a proxy for a country's industrial output, which I think is a reasonable way to look at it, I think that the United States China outproduces the United States in electricity by a factor of about 3 to 1. So they can build stuff, they can build it fast. They're probably the best builders in the world right now for certain categories of things. I think that America has leadership in high-end aerospace and defense. That's why I said earlier that we are the global leaders in that industry. And so in a high-end fight, as far as those capabilities are concerned, I think that the United States is well positioned. On the low end side, I think America is far from a leader. We're probably way behind China in terms of our production rates. Yeah. Drones, I would say we're probably like low end drones. I guess it depends on the definition of drone. But if we're talking about like smaller systems, yeah, I'd say that China's probably well ahead of us in terms of rate.
Go
ahead. And then
real quick, one thing we could do to support what Ryan's talking about here is the Chinese are on a 5-year plan, the United States is on a 1-year plan. And to get the investment and sustain it that we need to double down, and we need the cooperation of Congress with the Department of War to get on these long-term contracts so that there is a revenue stream that underpins massive investment. That's how we'll keep pace with the Chinese rapid manufacturing.
Mike, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Colin. Mike Brown from Shield Capital. I wonder if you could talk about concept of operations. Where are we in learning the lessons that are there in Ukraine about how we more effectively use drones in the battlefield, pioneering new concepts? Where do you think we are in that? What else do we need to do?
Yeah, I'll take a start, and I think from again, I think we have at least back from the military has been looking really hard at what's going on in Ukraine, and the big thing is make sure we're learning the right lessons, and I think, and many of the companies we're involved in have been in Ukraine. These young operators and founders have been over there working very closely with our Ukrainian colleagues to go ahead and get those lessons learned. And then we're moving it back. I mean, it's almost like the counter ID fight we have. Someone comes up with an idea, okay, we're going to jam them. Okay, well, that doesn't work. We got to, move from this and move our way through. So it's counter, now we're going to fiber optics. That's going to happen. Here's how we're working our way through this. Now we're using robotic vehicles to, the maneuver. And our Ukrainian colleagues are moving very, very fast. We in the military have people gathering those lessons learned. They're coming back to us. But again, the speed of change is happening very, very quickly.
So speed is something that we are really, really focused on in Ukraine. There is even a concept of time domain where you're fighting not for space, but for time. And the definition of time in that case is how quickly can you adapt. I'm sure you've all heard about a Russian unit called Rubicon. They have only one charter, one item in their charter, which is copy the 4 Ukrainian unmanned brigades and field the same tactics, TTPs, as fast as possible. In 2024, when there was a window where Ukraine was pushing pretty hard, the delay between what, for example, 412 Nemesis Brigade, which worked with very closely, was fielding in TTPs and Russians was about a year. It is 2 months now. Literally whatever we do, Russians show it in 2 months. That's an insane acceleration in learning rate on the enemy side. I think US takes more than 2 months to field Ukrainian TTPs.
We have time for one short one because I have to get to the airport. Steven, up front. Got to keep it short, Steven.
Yeah.
So I think you said in your newsletter yesterday, which I highly recommend.
Nice.
That,
I didn't say it, no problem.
You did not plan this. No, but I think it's relevant to this panel and the fact that we're at the National Security Innovation Base Summit, that the 3 neoprimes, something effective, they have greater market cap than all the actual defense industrial base primes combined, and yet they account, or they consume about 1% of the defense budget. So I'm curious, given the international flavor of this panel, how do we get from here to there? How do we get to the point where all these defense tech companies grow into the valuation? Or is the implicit assumption, we're just going to end up with 3 and everyone else is going to die?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I think that the 3 companies that you see have to deliver outcomes, right? And I think you can look at many of the great tech companies today. People ask questions about their valuation relative to their revenue, and it always raises the eyebrow. But those companies, when they execute, they grow into their valuations, and then much more, frankly. And so I think that the neoprimes have done great work, will continue to do great work, and they'll continue to have to grow into their valuations and continue to push what they're doing. I think there's an amazing global opportunity. Again, I think it rests on policy and U.S. government support to enable the aerospace and defense market to take advantage of the fact that we've got great companies here that want to sell to the world.
That was on the buzzer. That was
we go.
incredible.
There we go.
That was 0, 0, 0. Thank you guys for your insights and thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah, thanks. Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage Policy Director of the Ronald Reagan Institute, Miss Rachel Hoff.
Well, thank you and good afternoon. It's been a wonderful and I think really productive set of conversations here at our 2026 NSIB Summit. And thank you so much for joining us here, those of you who have joined in person and those watching at home as well. Today's conversation have made one thing really clear, and that's that the work that's ahead of us could not be more urgent. And as we close our program today, I'm really pleased to introduce the Chief of Staff of the United States Army, General Randy George. We've heard already from policymakers, from innovators, from industry leaders about what it will take to build the force of the future. And now we get to hear from the source. General George can share with us what the warfighter actually needs. And in this moment, that perspective is as important as it's ever been. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming General Randy George with our Director of the Ronald Reagan Institute, Roger Zakheim.
General, welcome to the Reagan Institute. It's really an honor to have you here. You may have heard we have a summit going on today.
I've heard, yep.
There are so many issues swirling about, but I want to start with the one that I know is top of mind for you and everyone in this room that cares deeply about the security of this country, our great warfighters, our troopers. I know that this is, as a chief, your area responsibility is the train and equip side, and we have commanders responsible for what's going on in Operation Epic Fury. But I know it's on everybody's mind. Would love to get the Army take on Epic Fury and what is the Army mission. You know, people are seeing what's happening on the Navy side and the Air Force, but obviously it's a very important role for the Army too.
I guess first I would say I'm proud of the entire Joint Force. I mean, everybody always talks about different domains, and what we talk about is bringing it all together. And I think you're seeing now, and I think historically the Army is foundational to that. So obviously very proud of our air defenders that are over there. We're doing very hard. We're working very hard to recruit more of those and innovate in that. Obviously, what we're doing with counter UAS. I think is critically important, and hopefully we can talk about that a little bit more. I think the Army has a huge role in long-range fires and what we bring to the fight with that. What's often overlooked is, I think, command and control. That's one of the things that's very important to us right now, and what we're trying to do with next-gen command and control, how we're going to have to move at machine speed. I think for everything that we're doing. We just had a big exercise out at Fort Carson, and we're doing the same thing in the 25th ID. But rather than waiting until we get everything, I think we talk a lot in the Army about continuous transformation. A lot of the stuff that we're moving forward are things that we have been working on over the last year or two to make sure that we're changing, we're updating, we're adapting, becoming more of a software. This is hardware wrapped around software so that you can get after the kind of updates that you need to be able to do. And then really foundational, I think, for every service, certainly for the Army, we always talk about people because I think the most important thing is the leaders that you put out there and how you're training them, preparing them for these kind of situations. I spent a lot of time in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the only time I ever looked up was when the helicopter was going to come in or when I was going to see our own aircraft over. And it's a different. The modern battlefield has changed a lot, and it's very different now because modern technology or commercial technology is changing. That's the world that's changing, and I think that is causing us to just adapt all of our processes towards that.
Just one more on Operation Epic Fury, and really it's feedback. We're in Washington. We're across the street from the White House. You may have noticed that, and it's remarkable, all the sort of armchair generals. I'm sure you love those. Like the Monday morning quarterback. I'm sure the armchair generals, you appreciate everybody analyzing the operations, what we can do better. But if we just stop for a second, and maybe you could just comment on this briefly, and we'll go on to issues that you just raised, how remarkable our military is, what they're accomplishing. I think we've just grown so accustomed to being successful. But if you think about what we've seen since January 2025, President Trump's come to office using the military, and we haven't seen it in a while. As a layperson, as an American, maybe they just come to expect it, but this is a highly trained force that is doing amazing things.
I agree. I mean, they're really, really good. It's why I always tell people, especially any of the armchair generals, I'm like, come out and get inside of our formation. I think a lot of people don't have an appreciation for how hard it is, and then what they're able to do, in those kind of circumstances with those with the kind of friction that you could only imagine. We can complain about the traffic and moving around here, but just the what they're able to do in the environment they're able to do it. How they're for us, making sure that they're even conditioned athletes, because they're going to have to do it usually on less sleep. When they're over there, just the things that they're doing. So, I mean, a good example of that was we were very grateful that the president was able to award Eric Slover's Medal of Honor. If you just, that one individual story, and there's so many of those, and I mean, that's the blessing that I get to hear those. I get to interact with those troops.
Yeah, and
not often enough, but as often as I can.
Well, the stories are important. I think that's what appeals to American people. I mean, President Reagan was a famed storyteller, and he wanted to use that time to teach the American people, educate the American people about our amazing war fighters. So I've demonstrated gratefulness, gratitude, how impressed we are, what our military is doing.
Thank you.
And then you may have heard that we have a report card today that we released. Because there are a lot of bad grades in here.
Okay.
I'm going to start with the good ones.
Sounds like some of my old report cards.
Well, there's hope. You become a 4-star general and chief of the Army. Customer clarity is one that we saw a lot of improvement. Some people said that we were guilty of great inflation on this, but this is the grade that we think people at the policy level, strategic level, frankly where you sit, sir, are telling the private sector, engaging the private sector in a fashion that they can actually make the decisions, make the investments, build the businesses that may yield the sorts of things that we need. 2 questions. One, how are you orienting the Army to engage with business that way, right? To give them the clarity. I think the Army's doing a good job on that, but you're better positioned to explain why. And 2, right, what do you think, what kind of fruit will it yield? What are you hoping to pluck from that clarity? Because there's a grade that's not so good that deals with defense modernization and what we're seeing out of it, the production. So again, 2 questions. What are you doing to give that clarity, Army, when I say you, sir?
Yep.
And then 2, when are we able to pluck? When are we going to see production purchase out of it?
Well, I would, I guess, start by saying I think we probably changed inside the Army more in the last year than we probably did the previous 50. So we are trying very hard. And I think you'll see that and we started with, which is the way I think the best way to do it, with actually putting engineers and industry in our formations with our soldiers. They would understand what problems we're trying to solve. They could tell us what was most available or what was available out there that could actually solve those problems. And understand that. That's, I think, what's helped. We've called that transforming in contact. We've now changed 2 divisions completely, and we're looking at doing every one of our infantry brigade combat teams into mobile brigades. So I think, in your industry for clarity, and we just had a conversation about this yesterday about what we're doing. We did X-Tech, which is something where we went out to industry. We said, hey, here's the problems we're trying to solve. Come into our formation and get out there and see it. What we were talking about yesterday, I think, is, the clarity comes in tranche buys. Is, how you work with a company is, they want to know that they're gonna, that they're gonna sell you something. And I think that's, putting American industry and American ingenuity, which is the best in the world, putting that to use. So we were talking about 3 different problem sets yesterday and how we do that. And, we're going to put the money against that this year. So I think that that's what really helps. The other thing that helps with us, if you get inside a formation, there's a lot of people that will tell you that something works, and it works really well, and then you put it out in the formation and it doesn't necessarily work. So that's important to us too. What we don't want to do is wait 5 to 7 years to have something delivered, and then, and I've had those examples, and then it gets there and it doesn't, it's not good for our soldiers. So what's most important to me is that it works. The number one customer that I think about all the time is squad leaders, team leaders, platoon sergeants, platoon leaders, the people that are out there that are going to be employing these things. So I think that's how you get clarity with that. And we're very pleased. You think you've seen the announcement on the budget. I think we're going to be able to move at significant speed here inside the Army.
And then, do you anticipate this is an invitation, if we come back a year from now and have a conversation again about this, do you think there'd be something to show on the modernization side that, hey, I can now point to that clarity has yielded production?
Yes,
right? That's a good
I think so.
Where should we look for that?
So I'll give you one example. We talked about we said about 15 months ago, I said, hey, we were talking about a new tank, and I do think we're going to need mobile protected firepower, how many of those we need. We basically went out to industry and said, we want to build this. It took us 1 year. Typically it takes like 5, I think it was originally going to be out in 2031. It was 10 plus commercial companies that helped us to do that. It's very modular. As an example, Caterpillar makes the engine. And what do we get out of that? They make it around the world, and we get their best engine. I think it's a quarter of the price of what we have right now in our M1. So there's commercialization, I think, will help us for that. So I do think we can move at that kind of speed. We can move at that kind of speed for a lot of across our vehicles. Certainly we can move there with drones and other autonomous systems. We're doing that, so I think you'll see that in drones and autonomous systems. One of our mobile brigades right now, have about 500 drones in them. I think we need to do more for longer range drones, which we're working on. In about 30 days, we'll be actually out to our units, long range one-way attack that we're actually procuring.
You said 30 days?
In the next 30 days.
Wow. Okay.
So we'll have it. So I always tell everybody, what we try to do is, and that's what we did like with the tank, is we want to show you, and then we'll talk about it. And I think that's what we're trying to do. ISV for us is another good example. It's 80% commercial.
ISV, for those who don't know in the room.
Infantry squad vehicle. Our soldiers love it. It's made us much more mobile to get folks around. We have different variants of it. We had a whole brigade that was in the Philippines, training with Philippines. 2 vehicles broke down. They went into Manila. They went to the Napa store. They got parts. They fixed it. So that's also what we're looking for. And this year's model is better than last year's model. It's got an updated engine, an updated transmission. So those are the types of things. And that's why I think, for us, commercialization is very important. Modularity is very important. Being able to upgrade software, do all of that is very important. So that's kind of how we're trying to build our formation. We're also trying to simplify our formation a little bit so that every time you have, for example, on counter-UAS should be more of a, we have companies that are very good at countering drones. Several of them that work, but it's more of a module. We don't need the full-up integrated, system. We want to be able to have a module that can say, hey, this is our, we're experts in counter-UAS or active protection. It will work on all of our vehicles because every unit that's out there is going to have to deal with drones, everyone. And so that's going to be easier for us in the long run.
I'm glad first of all, the polymarkets are betting next year grade for defense modernization is going to go up. I mean, I think that's from that response. It's going
next year
up.
At the Detroit Auto Show, I've already told everybody we are going to have our infantry fighting vehicle, and we're going to display that there just like we did our tank. So I think we're trying to put markers down and then meet
That's
it.
very cool. I like that a lot. You mentioned drones a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
I think the American people, to the extent they weren't aware that drones are here based on what's going on in Ukraine, you've spoken publicly how you're seeing the transformation in Ukraine. We're all seeing it in terms of the deployment of the Iranian drones, which I had impacting U.S. forces, our allies and partners. You know, there's a debate earlier in the panel preceded this plenary discussion about how much we should learn from that and whether or not we need to employ those one-way drones, cheap one-way drones, in the same way that perhaps the adversary or even the Ukrainians, our allies and partners, are using it. There's a question about mass. You know, do we need to produce millions? Do we have to have that scale? Or do we need something slightly different? I guess I can argue it both ways. And actually, we had people on stage, you know, just about a half an hour ago arguing it both ways. Is it an or? Is it an and? How do you give guidance to your team about how they should think about the cheap, attritable drones for the U.S. Army?
I mean, I always talk about price. I think, you know, I'm sure folks in the Army probably get tired of it, but, you know, I think we all go out and when we buy something, we care how much it costs. So we always look at, you know, what the price is. So we, you know, price point is something. I think we're going to need a mix of probably exquisite. There are certain things that you're saying, hey, you're going to spend a little bit more money on. You need the ability to do this. This is what it will do. You start to get into sensors and different things that are like that. I do think you're also going to need mass. You know, we're doing that, and we've had that too. And, you know, we've worked through the department. And I think there's been people up here that have been talking about that. So I think, you know, we need a little bit of both. I was just mentioning earlier, we're trying to spend a little bit more time right now on the longer range to make sure that we're doing that. And then on the flip side, on the countering, we're trying to spend more time on how do we get after the cost curve with countering the smaller drones. And I mean, we're working a lot of different things, and you know, obviously kinetic can work in a certain area. You know, like 30 millimeter proximity rounds, you know, work really well in combat. They don't work as well maybe somewhere else that you have fixed site security or doing those things. So we're looking at the whole range of that.
And it's going to be live. I mean, we're seeing it right now, and I mean, Blackhawks can be employed to take out a head, right? I mean, it's
Apaches with those kind of rounds that we're talking about. So yeah, I think everybody's going to have. I mean, and I say this, you know, and we recognize this in the Army that the battlefield has changed, and you know what we're trying to do. I think and our soldiers realize it's changed, and you know, we go out in our formations and we're fighting different and doing things. It's changing everything all the way up to make sure that you're moving at that same speed of what you're doing to be able to deliver capability. That's my job, to make sure that we're doing that.
I have the Army Chief of Staff on stage. I got to ask just about tanks for a moment.
Yeah, sure. I love them.
Oh yeah, there we go.
I'm an infantry guy.
Nobody in the room shocked to hear you say that. But you know, we've seen them on the battlefield in Ukraine, for example, and Ukraine's using them to great effect.
Yep.
But again, they're trying to repel. Mm-hmm. They're not at this pace, you know, really advancing.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, but love for you to comment on this, that the Army needs to think about this, not just, and this came up in early discussion, to, you know, repel an attack, right? But actually to work with the drones as you're advancing with your tanks, right? And there was discussion earlier about what happened in, you know, World War I. You know, what to extent, you know, drones are sort of playing the part of, you know, the machine gun fire in the trenches of World War I. Love to get your take on.
So
on the
one is, and you know, if you go on, I think it's on YouTube. If you start to look at what the capabilities of this tank, it has active protection. So you know, it actually can shoot all the drones that it's, you know, and they're also protected. So we start with that. You know, the other aspect is using, you know, other autonomous systems that we're looking at to have, you know, active protection that's out there. But yes, we're going to fight differently because we fight at echelon. We're going to have different things. I mean, we fight joint. And so, you know, all of those things I think contribute, but we're going to need mobile protected firepower. We have to have the capability if we need it, if our country calls for it, to be able to do that and to seize ground and to hold ground and to do those kinds of things, and that's when we need it.
You talk about the going shopping in Napa when your peace breaks out in the Philippines. A big part of what you've emphasized is advanced manufacturing and 3D printing. Love to hear you talk about how you're integrating that, incorporating that. Clearly, the Army wasn't doing that 50 years ago. Maybe it was only doing it 5 years ago or 3 years ago.
Yep.
How is it going to be part of the Army now?
So we're producing We're producing a lot of parts, things that we need that we have been, maybe don't get. I think that's one, and we're working with companies to make sure that we do. But there's things, I think that's actually changed. When you can take a $20 part and you can make it for 20 cents, I think that's changing. That's changing things. But we're getting ready to. I wish I could, come out. But we've already announced that we're going to build advanced manufacturing. We're going to put a facility at our organic industrial base, so one down at Red River, and there's one other site that we're getting ready to do here shortly when we can manufacture and help, and I think this will help with private industry as well with all of those things. So that's how we are looking to do that different. We're making brushless motors right now. That's a shortage that we have. And the thing that we can do, we can make those inside, and then we can also provide those, to the public and do those wiring harnesses, antennas, all of those things to put things together. So yeah, we are, and we're trying to change our organic industrial base to make sure that it matches the kind of formation that we know we're going to need going forward.
You're doing this. We're talking about the drones earlier. Mass is part of what drives all of these decisions is budget. Big part of what you do. You got to go up to Capitol Hill. You got to make the case.
Yep.
We have an appropriations bill this year.
Yep.
Took a while to get there, deep into the fiscal year.
Took a while.
Yes. But how do you think about doing all the initiatives, right? This continuous transformation, which I really love that language, in an environment where, whether you like it or not, you're probably going to land in a continuing resolution.
Yeah.
Right? And if you do get your appropriation, it's going to be not in October, hopefully before October the following year.
Yep.
How does that work for you?
So, a couple of things. First, what we have tried to do with, we've been very thankful to get budget line item consolidation for drones, and I've been asking this since I was the chief, for both drones, counter drones, and EW. It's moving too fast, moving too quickly. You don't want to say, hey, I'm going to buy the same drone for the next 25 years, so you need to have flexibility to do that. I think there's other areas we can do that. I think that there's space for that in long-range fires, because I think that there's companies out there that can, build things and do things much more rapidly. So there's other areas, so we'll continue to seek that. The other thing that we're, I think that we have to start looking at is authorities if we're going to have a continuing resolution. One of the big challenges that we have is you can't do a new start.
Right.
So you can't, so you come and you say, hey, I want to buy something, we need it, it's completely different, it's solving a gap that's in our formation. We don't have the ability to do that. So, I was on the Hill yesterday, having, some of those same kind of discussions. And then I think, we need to have the ability to, have some transfer authorities. If things are going well in one area, or there's something else that is a bigger problem, do you have the ability to switch over? I think everybody does that. Everybody kind of gets that fundamentally in their personal budget. And then one of the things that I'm sure won't change, but I also think that you necessarily shouldn't have to spend every dime of your budget, by a certain date of the year. It's like, if I got my, it's like, hey, spend everything that you have by this, by this date. I do think there's a little bit in having some flexibility to say, hey, there's some kind of a carryover based on, what's going on.
You're worried you get beaten up for not spending it, and then you won't get the same amount next year.
So, and then you may end up not buying, it may not, it's timing and, all of those things. So I think that that's kind of, I know there's reasons for doing that, but I think that we should at least look at some of those kind of changes.
This is in the news now, but it's been, since the beginning of the Ukraine war, it's been around with the 155 rounds, for example, this idea of magazine depth. Just having, how do we, as a modernizing army, right, this continued transformation, how do you think about wrapping your arms around this, having the depth? Others have commented, it's not a comment about the Army specifically, but hey, we can go for a week or 2 weeks, depending on the conflict, but you don't want to have warehouses full of stuff at the same time either. Just what's the kind of conceptual approach that you're taking as an Army?
Well, I think some of that is, and I will tell you, Deputy Feinberg is doing a lot of amazing work in this, and some of this is for things that you're going to need. We're working at multi-years. How do you do something? And this is back to your clarity. Hey, I'm going to send certain things. I also think manufacturing has changed a little bit with digital engineering and modern manufacturing, in that you may be able to produce something like we're talking at these plants that we're looking at having, where they're making a certain part, and you decide you need something a little bit different. I think that there's ability to make adjustments there. So yeah, I mean it's full court press for us for all of that, and it has been.
One way to get at the challenge on stockpiling, the magazine depth challenge is working with allies and partners.
Yep.
We had a discussion, a couple of panels, where really good ideas about how industry can cooperate to address supply chain challenges and the like.
Yep.
Oftentimes it's like the Undersecretary for Policy or the SecDef that's getting the question about allies and partners. But I think from a service chief standpoint, that's a important set of relationships.
Sure.
We're seeing it right now with the U.S. and Israel operationally.
Yep.
But there were years of missile defense cooperation that yielded a lot of what we're seeing, and the F-35 cooperation. With the remaining time we have, love to get your thoughts and approach as the Army thinks about where allies and partners play in all this.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot, immediately when you were saying that co-production comes to mind.
Yeah.
But I mean, I always go back to, we make really good stuff, and, employing it. And there, I think that it obviously helps with interoperability. It helps in a lot of ways in wanting to do that. So, I mean, I've had a lot of discussions with a lot of Army chiefs that come up, and then obviously we got our forces and formations that are out there, seeing, understanding what our equipment can do and how well it works. So, of course, it's important, and we've got great military relationships, I think, really throughout the world. For a lot of countries, they have an Army. They don't necessarily have, a Navy at the same level, or, an Air Force, just given costs. So, I mean, we have those relationships around the world and training with them. So, I mean, just in the last 10 days, I've, talked to 2 Army chiefs, about ground combat vehicles and what's happening with, like we're getting ready to, we're going out and we're testing and looking at mobile tactical cannon is one. So, I mean, there's just a lot of things that, there's interest in what we're doing and how we're doing it.
Last time we had initiatives around transformation. Maybe this is an opportunity maybe perhaps to hit on other aspects of continuous transformation that we haven't discussed in the time we've had together. It was Secretary Rumsfeld wanted to do transformation.
Yeah.
It was before 9/11, and then the strategy appropriately shifted. But it was the leapfrog.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk about the language of continuous transformation, because I think that is a sharp way to approach it, given the way software and technology is iterating.
Well, when I first came in, everybody was using 2030, and I think everybody was using 2030 because that was the POM cycle, and it would take us 5 or 6 years. And so, part of this was get away from the mindset of, yes, you can make changes and you can do it rapidly and you can do it. I tell everybody, let's see how we look a year from now, and here's what we need to do and how we need to change. And I certainly think industry can do that. We see that right now with what's happening. So a lot of that is just kind of changing our approach to that. We've done this with our, SecWar announced it, and I think we came out about a week later. We have reorganized how we're doing our program acquisition executives. So
portfolios, right?
Portfolio, yeah. So they have, there's basically I got one person to choke, and they have requirements, acquisition, and contracting, and then making sure that they're delivering things, and they can understand trades on, hey, listen, it may not go as fast, but it can be significantly cheaper. It can go, it can be here much quicker, and we can have those kinds of discussions. So I think we can go much faster. I think we're proving that you can go much faster. The other thing that I would add is, I always tell our unit, I always talk to, I go out, I was just out talking to all of our majors, so there's like 800 of them that were out in school getting ready to go out in the formation. The fundamentals still stay the same. We still have to be incredibly disciplined, physically fit. We have to have standards, and accountability inside of our formation, because if we're not doing those basic things, you can add technology to a shitty unit, you still have a shitty unit. I mean, so you have to really, you have to really get after, the basic kind of things inside of our formation. And then with the last, one of the things I think everybody's talking about, a lot of times the stuff. We are getting ready here in a couple of months to pull, something's going to come out called Victor, which for us is a large language model. We're also trying to change how we're training our people, how they have access to lessons learned, how they, know what's going on the everywhere on the battlefield, and how they get access to that information and how that helps them. So it's will help, with AI. That's coming out in June.
All right.
I, guarantee you that it will be good. So it's the people side, and we're partnering with Arizona State University, who does a lot. How do we train people? You can't wait 2-3 years to send somebody back to school. You can actually, how do you immerse them and train them where they're at? You can reduce time away from home, but you can also train them. They still need to come together occasionally to do things, but I think the training side, we're using it the same thing to help our admin. We've cut 1,300 people, for example, in HQDA staff. And we're, downsizing headquarters, because for me, it's an opportunity cost. Every dollar that we spent on overhead, we're not spending it on counter UAS, UAS, combat vehicles, munitions, and all those things. So we have to get after that as well.
Last question for you.
Okay.
Slightly over, but your team hopefully
Okay.
won't pull you out.
Okay.
In the room here, you're looking at people who are entrepreneurs, founders, VCs, PEs. I mean, this is entire summit's built around that community who want to invest and innovate in the world of national defense. Why should they go to the Army?
Well, I think they should come to the Army. I hope they go to all the services, to be honest with you. I mean that sincerely, but I mean, I think, we're ready to move out, and I think we have a good idea where we're going, what we're doing, what we need, and can explain that, and we can get them in our formations, and they can see how that's making a difference. So we welcome, and I meet with folks like that all the time. So,
General, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.